Chapter 51 of Donal Grant. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devora Allen. Donal Grant, by George Macdonald. Chapter 51. A Dream. One evening, as Donal was walking in the little avenue below the terraces, Davy, who was now advanced to doing a little work without his master's immediate supervision, came running to him to say that Archie was in the schoolroom and wanted to see him. He hastened to her. "A word with you, please, Mr. Grant," she said. Donal sent the boy away. "I have debated with myself all day whether I should tell you," she began, and her voice trembled not a little. "But I think I shall not be so much afraid to go to bed if I do tell you what I dreamt last night." Her face was very pale, and there was a quiver about her mouth. She seemed ready to burst into tears. "Do tell me," said Donal sympathetically. "Do you think it very silly to mind one's dreams?" she asked. "Silly or not," answered Donal, "as regards the general run of dreams, it is plain you have had one that must be minded. What we must mind, it cannot be silly to mind." "I am in no mood, I fear, for philosophy," she rejoined, trying to smile. "It has taken such a hold of me that I cannot get rid of it, and there is no one I could tell it to but you. Anyone else would laugh at me, but you never laugh at anybody. I went to bed as well as usual, only a little troubled about my uncle's strangeness, and soon fell asleep to find myself presently in a most miserable place. It was like a brick-field, but a deserted brick-field. Heaps of broken and half-burnt bricks were all about. For miles and miles they stretched around me. I walked fast to get out of it. Nobody was near or in sight. There was not a sign of human habitation from horizon to horizon. All at once I saw before me a dreary church. It was old, tumble-down, and dirty, not in the least venerable, very ugly, a huge building without shape, like most of our churches. I shrank from the look of it. It was more horrible to me than I could account for. I feared it. But I must go in. Why, I did not know, but I must. The dream itself compelled me. I went in. It looked as if nobody had crossed its threshold for 100 years. The pews were mouldering away. The canopy over the pulpit had half fallen, and rested its edge on the book-board. The great galleries had in parts tumbled into the body of the church. In other parts they hung sloping from the walls. The centre of the floor had fallen in, and there was a great descending slope of earth, soft-looking, mixed with bits of broken and decayed wood, from the pews above and the coffins below. I stood gazing down in horror unutterable. How far the gulf went I could not see. I was fascinated by its slow depth, and the thought of its possible contents, when suddenly I knew, rather than perceived, that something was moving in its darkness. It was something dead, something yellow-white. It came nearer. It was slowly climbing. Like one dead and stiff, it was labouring up the slope. I could neither cry out nor move. It was about 3 yards below me when it raised its head. It was my uncle, dead and dressed for the grave. He beckoned me, and I knew I must go. I had to go, nor once thought of resisting. My heart became like lead, but immediately I began the descent. My feet sank in the mould of the ancient dead, soft as if thousands of graveyard moles were forever burrowing in it, as down and down I went, settling and sliding with the black plain. Then I began to see the sides and ends of coffins in the walls of the gulf, and the walls came closer and closer as I descended, until they scarcely left me room to get through. I comforted myself with the thought that those in these coffins had long been dead, and must by this time be at rest, nor was there any danger of seeing mouldy hands come out to seize me. At last I saw that my uncle had stopped, and I stood still, a few yards above him, more composed than I can understand. "The wonder is we are so believing, yet not more terrified in our dreams," said Donal. He began to heave and pull at a coffin that seemed to stop the way. Just as he got it dragged on one side, I saw on the bright silver handle of it the Morven crest. The same instant the lid rose, and my father came out of the coffin, looking alive and bright. My uncle stood beside him like a corpse beside a soul. "What do you want with my child?" he said, and my uncle cowered before him. He took my hand and said, "Come with me, my child." And I went with him. Oh, so gladly! My fear was gone, and so was my uncle. He led me up the way we had come down, but when we came out of the hole, instead of finding myself in the horrible church, I was in my own room. I looked round. No one was near. I was sorry my father was gone, but glad to be in my own room. Then I woke, and here was the terrible thing, not in my bed, but standing in the middle of the floor, just where my dream had left me. I cannot get rid of the thought that I really went somewhere. I have been haunted with it the whole day. It is a terror to me, for if I did, where is my help against going again?" "In God our Saviour," said Donal. "But had your uncle given you anything?" "I wish I could think so, but I do not see how he could." "You must change your room, and get Mistress Brookes to sleep near you." "I will." Gladly would Donal have offered to sleep, like one of his collies, outside her door, but Mrs. Brookes was the only one to help her. He began at once to make observations towards determining the existence or non-existence of a hidden room, but in the quietest way, so as to attract no attention, and had soon satisfied himself concerning some parts that it could not be there. Without free scope, and some one to help him, the thing was difficult. To gauge a building which had grown through centuries, to fit the varying tastes and changing needs of the generations, was in itself not easy, and he judged it all but impossible without drawing observation and rousing speculation. Great was the chaotic element in the congeries of erections and additions, brought together by various contrivances, and with daringly enforced communication. Open spaces within the walls, different heights in the stories of contiguous buildings, breaks in the continuity of floors, and various other irregularities he found confusingly obstructive. End of chapter 51. Chapter 52 of Donal Grant. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devorah Allen. Donal Grant, by George Macdonald. Chapter 52. Investigation. The autumn brought terrible storms. Many fishing boats came to grief. Of some the crews lost everything. Of others, the loss of their lives delivered their crews from smaller losses. There were many bereaved in the village, and Donal went about among them, doing what he could, and getting help for them where his own ability would not reach their necessity. Lady Arctura wanted no persuasion to go with him in some of his visits, and the intercourse she thus gained with humanity in its simpler forms, of which she had not had enough for the health of her own nature, was of high service to her. Perhaps nothing helps so much to believe in the Father as the active, practical love of the brother. If he who loveth not his own brother whom he hath seen, can ill love God whom he hath not seen, then he who loves his brother must surely find it the easier to love God. Arctura found that to visit the widow and the fatherless in their afflictions, to look on and know them as her kind, to enter into their sorrows and share the elevating influence of grief genuine and simple, the same in every human soul, was to draw near to God. She met him in his children. For to honour, love, and be just to our neighbour is religion, and he who does these things will soon find that he cannot live without the higher part of religion, the love of God. If that do not follow, the other will sooner or later die away, leaving the man the worse for having had it. She found her way to God easier through the crowd of her fellows, while their troubles took her off her own, set them at a little distance from her, and so put it in her power to understand them better. One day after the fishing boats had gone out, rose a terrible storm. Some of them made for the harbour again, such as it was. Others kept out to sea. Stephen Kennedy's boat came ashore, bottom upward. His body was cast on the sands, close to the spot where Donal dragged the net from the waves. There was sorrow afresh through the village. Kennedy was a favourite, and his mother was left childless. No son would any more come sauntering in with his long slouch in the gloamin', and whether she would ever see him again, to know him, who could tell? For the common belief does not go much farther than paganism in yielding comfort to those whose living loves have disappeared, the fault not of Christianity, but of Christians. The effect of the news upon Forgue I have some ground for conjecturing. I believe it made him care a little less about marrying the girl, now that he knew no rival ready to take her, and feel also that he had one enemy the less, one danger the less in the path he would like to take. Within a week after, he left the castle, and if his father knew where he went, he was the only one who did. He had been pressing him to show some appearance of interest in his cousin. Forgue had professed himself unequal to the task at present. If he might go away for a while, he said, he would doubtless find it easier when he returned. The storms were over, the edges and hidden roots had begun to dream of spring, and Arctura had returned to her own room to sleep, when one afternoon she came to the schoolroom, and told Donal she had had the terrible dream again. "This time," she said, "I came out in my dream on the great stair, and went up to my room and into bed before I waked. But I dare not ask Mistress Brookes whether she saw me." "You do not imagine you were out of the room?" said Donal. "I cannot tell. I hope not. If I were to find I had been, it would drive me out of my senses. I was thinking all day about the lost room. I fancy it had something to do with that." "We must find the room and have done with it," said Donal. "Are you so sure we can?" she asked, her face brightening. "If there be one, and you will help me, I think we can," he answered. "I will help you." "Then first we will try the shaft of the music chimney. That it has never smoked, at least since those wires were put there, makes it something to question, though the draught across it might doubtless have prevented it from being used. It may be the chimney to the very room. But we will first try to find out whether it belongs to any room we know. I will get a weight and a cord. The wires will be a plague, but I think we can pass them. Then we shall see how far the weight goes down, and shall know on what floor it is arrested. That will be something gained. The plane of inquiry will be determined. Only there may be a turn in the chimney, preventing the weight from going to the bottom." "When shall we set about it?" said Arctura, almost eagerly. "At once," replied Donal. She went to get a shawl. Donal went to the gardener's tool-house, and found a suitable cord. There was a 7-pound weight, but that would not pass the wires. He remembered an old 8-day clock on a back stair, which was never going. He got out its heavier weight, and carried it with the cord and the ladder to his own stair, at the foot of which was Lady Arctura, waiting for him. There was that in being thus associated with the lovely lady, in knowing that peace had begun to visit her through him, that she trusted him implicitly, looking to him for help and even protection, in knowing that nothing but wrong to her could be looked for from uncle or cousin, and that he held what might be a means of protecting her, should undue influence be brought to bear upon her. There was that in all this, I say, that stirred to its depth the devotion of Donal's nature. With the help of God he would foil her enemies, and leave her a free woman, a thing well worth a man's life. Many an angel has been sent on a smaller errand. Such were his thoughts as he followed Arctura up the stair, she carrying the weight and the cord, he the ladder, which it was not easy to get round the screw of the stair. Arctura trembled with excitement as she ascended, grew frightened as often as she found she had outstripped him, waited till the end of the ladder came poking round, and started again before the bearer appeared. Her dreams had disquieted her more than she had yet confessed. Had she been taking a way of her own, and choosing a guide instead of receiving instruction in the way of understanding? Were these things sent to her for warning, to show her into what an abyss of death her conduct was leading her? But the moment she found herself in the open air of Donal's company, her doubts and fears vanished for the time. Such a one as he must surely know better than those others the way of the spirit. Was he not more childlike, more straightforward, more simple, and, she could not but think, more obedient than those? Mr. Carmichael was older, and might be more experienced, but did his light shine clearer than Donal's? He might be a priest in the temple, but was there not a Samuel in the temple as well as an Eli? It was the young, strong, ruddy shepherd, the defender of his flock, who was sent by God to kill the giant. He was too little to wear Saul's armour, but he could kill a man too big to wear it. Thus meditated Arctura as she climbed the stair, and her hope and courage grew. A delicate conscience, sensitive feelings, and keen faculties, subjected to the rough rasping of coarse, self-satisfied, unspiritual natures, had almost lost their equilibrium. As to natural condition, no one was sounder than she, yet even now, when she had more than begun to see its falsehood, a headache would suffice to bring her afresh under the influence of the hideous system she had been taught, and wake in her all kinds of deranging doubts and consciousnesses. Subjugated so long to the untrue, she required to be for a time, until her spiritual being should be somewhat individualized, under the genial influences of one who was not afraid to believe, one who knew the Master. Nor was there danger to either, so long as he sought no end of his own, so long as he desired only his will, so long as he could say, "Whom is there in heaven but thee? And there is none upon earth that I desire besides thee." By the time she reached the top, she was radiantly joyous in the prospect of a quiet hour with him whose presence and words always gave her strength, who made the world look less mournful, and the will of God altogether beautiful, who taught her that the glory of the Father's love lay in the inexorability of its demands, that it is of his deep mercy that no one can get out until he has paid the uttermost farthing. They stepped upon the roof, and into the gorgeous afterglow of an autumn sunset. The whole country, like another sea, was flowing from that well of colour, in tidal waves of an ever-advancing creation. Its more ethereal part, rushing on above, broke on the old roofs and chimneys, and splashed its many-tinted foam all over them, while through it, enfolded in it, came a cold, thin wind that told of coming death. Arctura breathed a deep breath, and her joy grew. It is wonderful how small a physical elevation, lifting us into a slightly thinner air, serves to raise the human spirits. We are like barometers, only work the other way. The higher we go, the higher goes our mercury. They stood for a moment in deep enjoyment, then simultaneously turned to each other. "My lady," said Donal, "with such a sky as that out there, it hardly seems as if there could be such a thing as our search to-night. Hollow places, hidden away for evil cause, do not go with it at all. There is the story of gracious invention and glorious gift; here the story of greedy gathering and self-seeking, which all concealment involves." "But there may be nothing, you know, Mr. Grant," said Arctura, troubled for the house. "There may be nothing, but if there is such a room, you may be sure it has some relation with terrible wrong. What, we may never find out, or even the traces of it." "I shall not be afraid," she said, as if speaking with herself. "It is the terrible dreaming that makes me weak. In the morning I tremble as if I had been in the hands of some evil power." Donal turned his eyes upon her. How thin she looked in the last of the sunlight! A pang went through him at the thought that one day he might be alone with Davy in the huge castle, untended by the consciousness that a living light and loveliness flitted somewhere about its gloomy and ungenial walls. But he would not think the thought. How that dismal Miss Carmichael must have worried her! When the very hope of the creature in his Creator is attacked in the name of religion, when his longing after a living God is met with the offer of a paltry escape from hell, how is the creature to live? It is God we want, not heaven; his righteousness, not an imputed one for our own possession; remission, not letting off; love, not endurance for the sake of another, even if that other be the one loveliest of all. They turned from the sunset, and made their way to the chimney stack. There once more Donal set up his ladder. He tied the clock weight to the end of his cord, dropped it in, and with a little management got it through the wires. It went down and down, gently lowered, till the cord was all out, and still it would go. "Do run and get some more," said Arctura. "You do not mind being left alone?" "No, if you will not be long." "I will run," he said, and run he did, for she had scarcely begun to feel the loneliness when he returned panting. He took the end she had been holding, tied on the fresh cord he had brought, and again lowered away. As he was beginning to fear that after all he had not brought enough, the weight stopped, resting, and drew no more. "If only we had eyes in that weight," said Arctura, "like the snails at the end of their horns." "We might have greased the bottom of the weight," said Donal, "as they do the lead when they want to know what kind of bottom there is to the sea. It might have brought up ashes. If it will not go any farther, I will mark the string at the mouth and draw it up." He moved the weight up and down a little. It rested still, and he drew it up. "Now we must mark off at the height of the chimney above the parapet wall," he said, "and then I will lower the weight towards the court below, until this last knot comes to the wall. The weight will then show us on the outside how far down the house it went inside." "Ah, I thought so," he went on, looking over after the weight. "Only to the first floor, or thereabouts." "No, I think it is lower. But anyhow, my lady, as you can see, the place with which the chimney, if chimney it be, communicates, must be somewhere about the middle of the house, and perhaps is on the first floor. We can't judge very well looking down from here, and against a spot where there are no windows. Can you imagine what place it might be?" "I cannot," answered Arctura, "but I could go into every room on that floor without anyone seeing me." "Then I will let the weight down the chimney again, and leave it for you to see, if you can, below. If you find it, we must do something else." It was done, and they descended together. Donal went back to the schoolroom, not expecting to see her again till the next day. But in half an hour she came to him, saying she had been into every room on that floor, both where she thought it might be, and where she knew it could not be, and had not seen the weight. "The probability then is," replied Donal, "that thereabouts somewhere, there or farther down in that neighbourhood, lies the secret. But we cannot be sure, for the weight may not have reached the bottom of the shaft. Let us think what we shall do next." Chapter 53 of Donal Grant. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devorah Allen. Donal Grant, by George Macdonald. Chapter 53. Mistress Brookes upon the Earl. They were hardly seated when Simmons appeared, saying he had been looking everywhere for her ladyship, for his lordship was taken as he had never seen him before. He had fainted right out in the half-way room, and he could not get him to. Having given orders to send at once to Auchars for the doctor, Lady Arctura hastened with Donal to the room on the stair. The earl was stretched motionless and pale on the floor. But for a slight twitching in one muscle of the face, they might have concluded him dead. They tried to get something down his throat, but without success. The men carried him up to his chamber. He began to come to himself, and Lady Arctura left him, telling Simmons to come to the library when he could, and let them know how he was. In about an hour he came. The doctor had been, and his master was better. "Do you know any cause for the attack?" asked her ladyship. "I'll tell you all about it, my lady, so far as I know," answered the butler. "I was there in that room with him. I had taken him some accounts, and was answering some questions about them, when all at once there came a curious noise in the wall. I can't think what it was. An inward rumbling it was, that seemed to go up and down the wall with a sort of groaning, then stopped a while and came again. It sounded nothing very dreadful to me. Perhaps if it had been in the middle of the night I mightn't have liked it. His lordship started at the first sound of it, turned pale and gasped, then cried out, laid his hand on his heart, and rolled off his chair. I did what I could for him, but it wasn't like one of his ordinary attacks, and so I came to your ladyship. He's such a ticklish subject, you see, my lady. It's quite alarming to be left alone with him. It's his heart. And you know, my lady, I should be sorry to frighten you, But you know, Mr. Grant, a gentleman with that complaint may go off any moment. I must go back to him now, my lady, if you please." Arctura turned and looked at Donal. "We must be careful," he said. "We must," she answered. "Just thereabout is one of the few places in the house where you hear the music." "And thereabout the music chimney goes down. That is settled. But why should my lord be frightened so?" "I cannot tell. He is not like other people, you know." "Where else is the music heard? You and your uncle seem to hear it oftener than anyone else." "In my own room. But we will talk to morrow. Good night." "I will remain here the rest of the evening," said Donal, "in case Simmons might want me to help with his lordship." It was well into the night, and he still sat reading in the library, when Mrs. Brookes came to him. She had had to get his lordship "what he called a cat, something or other, but was nothing but mustard to the soles of his feet to draw away the blood." "He's better the noo," she said. "He's ta'en a dose o' one o' the drugs he's aye potterin' wi'. Fain to learn the trade o' livin' for ever, I reckon. But that's a thing the Lord has keepit in his ain hands. The tree o' life was never aten o', an' never will be noo in this world. It's lang transplantit. But as to livin' for ever, or I would be his lordship, I would give up the ghost at once." "What makes you say that, Mistress Brookes?" asked Donal. "It's no ilk ane I would answer sic a question till," she replied, "but I'm weel assured ye hae sense and heart enough both, not to hurt a cratur. An' I'll just gang so far as to say to yoursel', an' atween the two of us, 'at I hae heard from them 'at's awa', them 'at weel kent, bein' about the place an' trusted, that when the fit was upon him, he was fell cruel to the bonny wife he married abroad an' brought home with him, till a cold-hearted country, poor thing, she maun hae thought it." "How could he have been cruel to her in the house of his brother? Even if he was the wretch to be guilty of it, his brother would never have connived at the ill treatment of any woman under his roof." "Hoo ken ye the auld yerl so weel?" asked Mrs. Brookes with a sly glance. "I ken," answered Donal, direct as was his wont, but finding somehow a little shelter in the dialect, "'at sic a daughter could ill ha' been born to any but a man that, 'at would at least behave till a woman like a man." "Ye're in the right. He was the tenderest hearted man. But he was far frae stout, an' was a heap by himsel', nearhan' as muckle as his lordship the present yerl. An' the lady was that proud, an' that devoted to the man she called her ain, that never a word o' what gaed on came to the ears of his brother, I dare to say, or I should warran ye there would have been a fine steer. It came, she said, my old auntie said, o' some kind of a madness they hadna a name for yet. I think mysel' there is a madness o' the heart as well as o' the head, an' in that madness men take their women for a property o' their ain, to be handled any gait the deevil puts into them. Cries in the deid o' the night, an' never a shaw in the mornin' but white cheeks an' red een, tells its ain tale. In the end the poor lady died, it might hae lived but for him, an' her bairnie died afore her, an' the wrongs o' bairns an' women stick lang to the walls o' the universe. It was said she came efter him again. I kenna, but I have seen and heard in this house what I shall hold my tongue about. Sure I am he wasna a good man to the poor woman. When it comes to that, Maister Grant, it's no my lady an' mem, but we're all women thegither. She died na in this hoose, I unnerstan', but in the hoose doon in the toon, though that's neither here nor there. I wouldna wonder but the conscience might be woken up intil him. Some day it maun wake up. He'll be sorry, maybe, when he kens himsel' upon the border where a speck o' persons is ower, an' a woman's Chapter 54 of Donal Grant. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devorah Allen. Donal Grant by George Macdonald. Chapter 54. Lady Arctura's Room. The next day, when he saw Lady Arctura, Donal was glad to learn that, for all the excitement of the day before, she had passed a good night, and never dreamed at all. "I've been thinking it all over, my lady," he said, "and it seems to me that, if your uncle heard the noise of our plummet so near, the chimney can hardly rise from the floor you searched, for that room, you know, is half way between the ground floor and first floor. Still, sound does travel so. We must betake ourselves to measurement, I fear. But another thing came into my head last night, which may serve to give us a sort of parallax. You said you heard the music in your own room. Would you let me look about in it a little? Something might suggest itself. Is it the room I saw you in once?" "Not that," answered Arctura, "but the bedroom beyond it. I hear it sometimes in either room, but louder in the bedroom. You can examine it when you please. If only you could find my bad dream and drive it out! Will you come now?" "It is near the earl's room. Is there no danger of his hearing anything?" "Not the least. The room is not far from his, it is true, but it is not in the same block. There are thick walls between. Besides, he is too ill to be up." She led the way, and Donal followed her up the main staircase to the second floor, and into the small, curious, ancient room, evidently one of the oldest in the castle, which she had chosen for her sitting room. Perhaps if she had lived less in the shadow, she might have chosen a less gloomy one. The sky was visible only through a little lane of walls and gables and battlements. But it was very charming, with its odd nooks and corners, recesses and projections. It looked an afterthought, the utilization of a space accidentally defined by rejection, as if every one of its sides were the wall of a distinct building. "I do wish, my lady," said Donal, "you would not sit so much where there is so little sunlight. Outer and inner things are in their origin one. The light of the sun is the natural world clothing of the truth, and whoever sits much in the physical dark misses a great help to understanding the things of the light. If I were your director," he went on, "I would counsel you to change this room for one with a broad, fair outlook, so that, when gloomy thoughts hid God from you, they might have his eternal contradiction in the face of his heaven and earth." "It is but fair to tell you," replied Arctura, "that Sophia would have had me do so. But while I felt about God as she taught me, what could the fairest sunlight be to me?" "Yes, what indeed?" returned Donal. "Do you know," he added presently, his eyes straying about the room, "I feel almost as if I were trying to understand a human creature. A house is so like a human mind, which gradually disentangles and explains itself as you go on to know it. It is no accidental resemblance, for as an unavoidable necessity, every house must be like those that built it." "But in a very old house," said Arctura, "so many hands of so many generations have been employed in the building, and so many fancied as well as real necessities have been at work, that it must be a conflict of many natures. But where the house continues in the same family, the builders have more or less transmitted their nature, as well as their house, to those who come after them." "Do you think, then," said Arctura, almost with a shudder, "that I inherit a nature like the house left me? That the house is an outside to me, fits my very self as the shell fits the snail?" "The relation of outer and inner is there, but there is given with it an infinite power to modify. Every one is born nearer to God than to any ancestor, and it rests with him to cultivate either the godness or the selfness in him, his original or his mere ancestral nature. The fight between the natural and the spiritual man is the history of the world. The man who sets his faults inherited makes atonement for the sins of those who went before him. He is baptized for the dead, not with water, but with fire." "That seems to me strange doctrine," said Arctura, with tremulous objection. "If you do not like it, do not believe it. We inherit from our ancestors vices no more than virtues, but tendencies to both. Vice in my great-great-grandfather may in me be an impulse." "How horrible!" cried Arctura. "To say that we inherit sin from Adam horrifies nobody. The source is so far back from us that we let the stream fill our cisterns unheeded. But to say we inherit it from this or that nearer ancestor causes the fact to assume its definite and individual reality, and make a correspondent impression." "Then you allow that it is horrible to think oneself under the influence of the vices of certain wicked people, through whom we come where we are?" "I would allow it, were it not that God is nearer to us than any vices, even were they our own. He is between us and those vices. But in us they are not vices, only possibilities, which become vices when they are yielded to. Then there are at the same time all sorts of counteracting and redeeming influences. It may be that wherein a certain ancestor was most wicked, his wife was especially lovely. He may have been cruel, and she tender as the hen that gathers her chickens under her wing. The main danger is, perhaps, of being caught in some sudden gust of unsuspected impulse, and carried away of the one tendency before the other has time to assert and the will to rouse itself. But those who doubt themselves and try to do right may hope for warning. Such will not, I think, be allowed to go far out of the way for want of that. Self-confidence is the worst traitor. You comfort me a little. And then you must remember, continued Donal, that nothing in its immediate root is evil, that from best human roots worse things spring. No one, for instance, will be so full of indignation, of fierceness, of revenge, as the selfish man born with a strong sense of justice. Chapter 55 of Donal Grant. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devorah Allen. Donal Grant, by George Macdonald. Chapter 55. Her Bedchamber. Lady Arctura opened the door of her bedroom. Donal glanced round it. It was as old-fashioned as the other. "What is behind that press there? Wardrobe, I think you call it," he asked. "Only a recess," answered Lady Arctura. "The press, I am sorry to say, is too high to get into it." Possibly, had the press stood in the recess, the latter would have suggested nothing. But having caught sight of the opening behind the press, Donal was attracted by it. It was in the same wall with the fireplace, but did not seem formed by the projection of the chimney, for it did not go to the ceiling. "Would you mind if I moved the wardrobe a little on one side?" he asked. "Do what you like," she answered. Donal moved it, and found the recess rather deep for its size. The walls of the room were wainscoted to the height of 4 feet or so, but the recess was bare. There were signs of hinges on one, and of a bolt on the other of the front edges. It had seemingly been once a closet, whose door continued the wainscot. There were no signs of shelves in it. The plaster was smooth. But Donal was not satisfied. He took a big knife from his pocket, and began tapping all round. The moment he came to the right-hand side, there was a change in the sound. "You don't mind if I make a little dust, my lady?" he said. "Do anything you please," answered Arctura. He sought in several places to drive the point of his knife into the plaster. It would nowhere enter it more than 1/4 of an inch. Here was no built wall, he believed, but one smooth stone. He found nothing like a joint till he came near the edge of the recess. There was a limit of the stone, and he began at once to clear it. It gave him a straight line from the bottom to the top of the recess, where it met another at right angles. "There does seem, my lady," he said, "to be some kind of closing up here, though it may of course turn out of no interest to us. Shall I go on, and see what it is?" "By all means," she answered, but turned pale as she spoke. Donal looked at her anxiously. She understood his look. "You must not mind my feeling a little silly," she said. "I am not silly enough to give way to it." He went on again with his knife, and had presently cleared the outlines of a stone that filled nearly all the side of the recess. He paused. Go on, said Arctura. "I must first get a better tool or two," answered Donal. "Will you mind being left?" "I can bear it, but do not be long. A few minutes may evaporate my courage." Donal hurried away to get a hammer and chisel, and a pail to put the broken plaster in. Lady Arctura stood and waited. The silence closed in upon her. She began to feel eerie. She felt as if she had but to will and see through the wall to what lay beyond it. To keep herself from so willing, she had all but reduced herself to mental inaction, when she started to her feet with a smothered cry. A knock not over gentle sounded on the door of the outer room. She darted to the bedroom door and flung it to, next the press, and with one push had it nearly in its place. Then she opened again the door, thinking to wait for a second knock on the other before she answered. But as she opened the inner, the outer door also opened, slowly, and a face looked in. She would rather have had a visitor from behind the press. It was her uncle, his face cadaverous, his eyes dull but with a kind of glitter in them, his look like that of a housebreaker. In terror of himself, in terror lest he should discover what they had been about, in terror lest Donal should appear, wishing to warn the latter, and certain that, early as it was, her uncle was not himself, with intuitive impulse, the moment she saw him, she cried out, "Uncle, what is that behind you?" She felt afterwards, and was very sorry, that it was both a deceitful and cruel thing to do, but she did it, as I have said, by a swift, unreflecting instinct, which she concluded, in thinking about it, came from the ready craft of some ancestor, and illustrated what Donal had been saying. The earl turned, like one struck on the back, imagined something of which Arctura knew nothing, cowered to 2/3 of his height, and crept away. Though herself trembling from head to foot, Arctura was seized with such a pity that she followed him to his room, but she dared not go in. She stood a moment in the passage within sight of his door, and thought she heard his bell ring. Now Simmons might meet Donal. In a moment or two, however, she was relieved. Donal came round a turn, carrying his implements. She signed to him to make haste, and he was just safe inside her room, when Simmons came along on his way to his master's. She drew the door to, as if she had been just coming out, and said, "Knock at my door as you return, and tell me how your master is. I heard his bell." She then begged Donal to go on with his work, but stop it the moment she made a noise with the handle of the door, and resumed her place outside till Simmons should reappear. Full 10 minutes she stood waiting. It seemed an hour. Though she heard Donal at work within, and knew Simmons must soon come, though the room behind her was her own, and familiar to her from childhood, the long empty passage in front of her appeared frightful. What might not come pacing along towards her? At last she heard her uncle's door, steps, and the butler approached. She shook the handle of the door, and Donal's blows ceased. "I can't make him out, my lady," said Simmons. "It is nothing very bad, I think, this time, but he gets worse and worse, always taking more and more of them horrid drugs. It's no use trying to hide it. He'll drop off sudden one of these days. I've heard say laudanum don't shorten life, but it's not 1 nor 2 nor half a dozen sorts of laudanums he keeps mixing in that poor inside of his. The end must come, and what will it be? It's better you should be prepared for it when it do come, my lady. I've just been a-giving of him some into his skin, with a little sharp-pointed thing, a syringe, you know, my lady. He says it's the only way to take some medicines. He's just a slave to his medicines, my lady." As soon as he was gone, Arctura returned to Donal. He had knocked the plaster away, and uncovered a slab, very like one of the great stones on some of the roofs. The next thing was to prise it from the mortar, and that was not difficult. The instant he drew the stone away, a dank chill assailed them, accompanied by a humid smell, as from a long-closed cellar. They stood and looked, now at each other, now at the opening in the wall, where was nothing but darkness. The room grew cold and colder. Donal was anxious as to how Arctura might stand what discovery lay before them, and she was anxious to read his sensations. For her sake, he tried to hide all expression of the awe that was creeping over him, and it gave him enough to do. "We are not far from something, my lady," he said. "It makes one think of what he said who carries the light everywhere, that there is nothing covered that shall not be revealed, neither hid that shall not be known. Shall we leave it for the present?" "Anything but that," said Arctura with a shiver. "Anything but an unknown, terrible something. But what can you do with it?" "Let the daylight in upon it." Her colour returned as she spoke, and a look of determination came into her eyes. "You will not be afraid to be left, then, when I go down?" "I am cowardly enough to be afraid, but not cowardly enough to let you go alone. I will share with you. I shall not be afraid, not much, not too much, I mean, if I am with you." Donal hesitated. "See," she went on, "I am going to light a candle, and ask you to come down with me. If down it be, it may be up." "I am ready, my lady," said Donal. She lighted the candle. "Had we not better lock the door, my lady?" "That might set them wondering," she answered. "We should have to lock both the doors of this room, or else both the passage doors. The better way will be to pull the press after us when we are behind it." "You are right, my lady. Please take some matches with you." "To be sure." "You will carry the candle, please. I must have my hands free. Try to let the light shine past me as much as you can." Chapter 56 of Donal Grant. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devorah Allen. Donal Grant by George Macdonald. Chapter 56. The Lost Room. Donal then took the light from her hand, and looked in. The opening went into the further wall, and turned immediately to the left. He gave her back the candle, and went in. Arctura followed close. There was a stair in the thickness of the wall, going down steep and straight. It was not wide enough to let them go abreast. "Put your hand on my shoulder, my lady," said Donal. "That will keep us together. If I fall, you must stand stock still." She put her hand on his shoulder, and they began their descent. The steps were narrow and high, therefore the stair was steep. They had gone down from 30 to 35 steps, when they came to a level passage, turning again at right angles to the left. It was twice the width of the stair. Its sides, like those of the stair, were of roughly dressed stones, and unplastered. It led them straight to a strong door. It was locked, and in the rusty lock they could see the key from within. To the right was another door, a smaller one which stood wide open. They went through, and by a short passage entered an opener space. Here on one side there seemed to be no wall, and they stood for a moment afraid to move lest they should tumble into darkness. But sending the light about, and feeling with hands and feet, they soon came to an idea of the place they were in. It was a little gallery, with arches on one side opening into a larger place, the character of which they could only conjecture, for nearly all they could determine was, that it went below and rose above where they stood. On the other side was a plain wall, such as they had had on both sides of them. They had been speaking in awe-filled whispers, and were now in silence, endeavouring to send their sight through the darkness beyond the arches. "Listen, my lady," said Donal. From above their heads came a chord of the aerial music, soft and faint and wild. A strange effect it had. It was like news of the still airy night and the keen stars, come down through secret ways into the dark places of the earth, from spaces so wide that they seemed the most awful of prisons. It sweetly fostered Arctura's courage. "That must be how the songs of angels sounded with news of high heaven to the people of old," she said. Donal was not in so high a mood. He was occupied at the moment with the material side of things. "We can't be far," he said, "from the place where our plummet came down. But let us try a little further." The next moment they came against a cord, and at their feet was the weight of the clock. At the other end of the little gallery they came again to a door, and again to a stair, turning to the right, and again they went down. Arctura kept up bravely. The air was not so bad as might have been feared, though it was cold and damp. This time they descended but a little way, and came to a landing place, on the right of which was a door. Donal raised a rusty latch, and pushed. The door swung open against the wall, dropping from one hinge with the slight shock. 2 steps more they descended, and stood on a stone floor. Donal thought at first they must be in one of the dungeons, but soon bethought himself that they had not descended far enough for that. A halo of damp surrounded their candle. Its weak light seemed scarcely to spread beyond it. For some moments they took in nothing of what was around them. The floor first began to reveal itself to Donal's eye. In the circle of the light he saw, covered with dust as it was, its squares of black and white marble. Then came to him a gleam of white from the wall. It was a tablet, and at the other end was something like an altar or a tomb. "We are in the old chapel of the castle," he said. "But what is that?" he added instantly, with an involuntary change of voice, and a shudder through his whole nervous being. Arctura turned. Her hand sought his and clasped it convulsively. They stood close to something which the light itself had concealed from them. Ere they were conscious of an idea concerning it, each felt the muscles of neck and face drawn, as if another power than their own invaded their persons. But they were live wills and would not be overcome. They forced their gaze, perception cleared itself, and slowly they saw and understood. With strangest dream-like incongruity and unfitness, the thing beside them was a dark bedstead, with carved posts and low wooden tester, richly carved. This in the middle of a chapel. But there was no speculation in them. They could only see, not think. Donal took the candle. From the tester hung large pieces of stuff that had once made heavy curtains, but seemed hardly now to have as much cohesion as the dust on a cobweb. It held together only in virtue of the lightness to which decay had reduced it. On the bed lay a dark mass, like bedclothes and bedding not quite turned to dust. They could yet see something like embroidery in one or two places, dark like burnt paper, or half-burnt flaky rags, horrid as a dream of dead love. Heavens! What was that shape in the middle? What was that on the black pillow? What was that thick line stretching towards one of the head-posts? They stared speechless. Arctura pressed close to Donal. His arm went round her to protect her from what threatened almost to overwhelm himself, the inroad of an unearthly horror. Plain to the eyes of both, the form in the middle of the bed was that of a human body, slowly crumbling where it lay. Bed and blankets and quilt, sheets and pillows had crumbled with it through the long wasting years, but something of its old shape yet lingered with the dust. That was a head that lay on the pillow. That was the line of a long arm that pointed across the pillow to the post. What was that, hanging from the bedpost and meeting the arm? God in heaven! There was a staple in the post, and from the staple came a chain, and there at its other end a ring, lying on the pillow, and through it, yes, through it, the dust arm passed. This was no mere death-bed. It was a torture-bed, most likely a murder-bed, and on it yet lay the body that died on it. Had lain for hundreds of years, unlifted for kindly burial. The place of its decease had been made its tomb, closed up and hidden away. A bed in a chapel, and one dead thereon. How could it be? Had the woman, for Donal imagined the form yet showed it the body of a woman, been carried thither of her own desire, to die in a holy place? That could not be. There was the chain. Had she sought refuge there from some persecutor? If so, he had found her. She was a captive, mad perhaps, more likely hated and the victim of a terrible revenge, left probably enough to die of hunger or disease, neglected or tended, who could tell? One thing only was clear, that there she died, and there she was buried. Arctura was trembling. Donal drew her closer, and would have taken her away, but she said in his ear, as if in dread of disturbing the dust, "I am not frightened, not very. It is only the cold, I think." They went softly to the other end of the chapel, almost clinging together as they went. They saw 3 narrow lancet windows on their right, but no glimmer came through them. They came to what had seemed an altar, and such it still seemed, but on its marble top lay the dust plainly of an infant, sight sad as fearful, and full of agonizing suggestion. They turned away, nor either looked at the other. The awful silence of the place seemed settling on them like a weight. Donal made haste, nor did Arctura seem less anxious to leave it. When they reached the stair he made her go first. He must be between her and the terror. As they passed the door on the other side of the little gallery, down whose spiracle had come no second breath, Donal said to himself he must question that door. But to Arctura he said nothing. She had had enough of inquiry for the moment. Slowly they ascended to Arctura's chamber. Donal replaced the slab, and propped it in its position, gathered the plaster into the pail, replaced the press, and put a screw through the bottom of it into the floor. Arctura stood and watched him all the time. "You must leave your room again, my lady," said Donal. "I will. I shall speak to Mistress Brookes at once." "Will you tell her all about it?" "We must talk about that." "How will she bear it?" thought Donal. "How, after such an experience, can she spend the rest of the day alone? There is all the long afternoon and evening to be met." He gave the last turn to the screw in the floor, and rose. Then first he saw that Arctura had turned very white. "Do sit down, my lady," he said. "I would run for Mistress Brookes, but I dare not leave you." "No, no, we will go down together. Give me that bottle of eau de cologne, please." Donal did not know either eau de cologne or its bottle, but he darted to the dressing table and guessed correctly. It revived her, and she began to take deep breaths. Then with a strong effort she rose to go down. The time for speech concerning what they had seen was not come. "Would you not like, my lady," said Donal, "to come to the schoolroom this afternoon? You could sit beside while I give Davy his lessons." "Yes," she answered at once, "I should like it much. Is there not something you could give me to do? Will you not teach me something?" "I should like to begin you with Greek, and teach you a little mathematics, geometry first of all." "You frighten me." "Your fright wouldn't outlast the beginning," said Donal. "Anyhow, you will have Davy and me for company. You must be lonely sometimes. You see little of Miss Carmichael now, I fancy." "She has not been near me since that day in the avenue. We salute now and then, coming out of church. She will not come again except I ask her, and I shall be in no haste. She would only assume I was sorry, and could not do without her." "I should let her wait, my lady," said Donal. "She sorely wants humbling." "You do not know her, Mr. Grant, if you think anything I could do would have that effect on her." "Pardon me, my lady. I did not imagine it your task to humble her. But you need not let her ride over you as she used to do. She knows nothing really, and a great many things unreally. Unreal knowledge is worse than ignorance. Would not Miss Graeme be a better friend?" "She is much more lovable, but she does not trouble her head about the things I care for. I mean religion," she added hesitatingly. "So much the better." "Mr. Grant!" "You did not let me finish, my lady. So much the better, I was going to say, till she begins to trouble her heart about it, or rather to untrouble her heart with it. The Pharisee troubled his head, and no doubt his conscience too, and did not go away justified. But the poor publican, as we with our stupid pity would call him, troubled his heart about it, and that trouble once set a-going, there is no fear. Head and all must soon follow. But how am I to get rid of this plaster without being seen?" "I will show you the way to your own stair without going down. The way we came once, you may remember. You can take it to the top of the house till it is dark. But I do not feel comfortable about my uncle's visit. Can it be that he suspects something? Perhaps he knows all about the chapel, and that stair too." "He is a man to enjoy having a secret. But our discovery bears out what we were saying as to the likeness of house and man, does it not?" "You don't mean there is anything like that in me?" rejoined Arctura, looking frightened. "You!" he exclaimed. "But I mean no individual application," he added, "except as reflected from the general truth. This house is like every human soul, and so like me and you and all of us. We have found the chapel of the house, the place they used to pray to God in, built up, lost, forgotten, filled with dust and damp, and the mouldering dead lying there before the Lord, waiting to be made live again and praise him." "I said you meant me," murmured Arctura, with a faint, sad smile. "No, the time is past for that. It is long since first you were aware of the dead self in the lost chapel. A hungry soul soon misses both, and knows without being sure of it that they are somewhere. You have kept searching for them in spite of all persuasion that the quest was foolish." Arctura's eyes shone in her pale face, but they shone with gathering tears. Donal turned away, and took up the pail. Chapter 57 of Donal Grant. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devora Allen. Donal Grant, by George Macdonald. Chapter 57. The Housekeeper's Room. As the clock upon the schoolroom chimney-piece struck the hour, Arctura entered, and at once took her seat at the table with Davy, much to the boy's wonder and pleasure. Donal gave her a Euclid, and set her a task. She began at once to learn it, and after a while so brief that Davy stared incredulous, said, "If you please, Mr. Grant, I think I could be questioned upon it now." Less than a minute sufficed to show Donal that she thoroughly understood what she had been learning, and he set her then a little more. By the time their work was over, he had not a doubt left that such like intellectual occupation would greatly subserve all phases of her health. With entireness she gave herself to the thing she had to do, and Donal thought how strong must be her nature, to work so calmly and think so clearly after what she had gone through that morning. School over, and Davy gone to his rabbits. "Mistress Brookes invites us to supper with her," said Lady Arctura. "I asked her to ask us. I don't want to go to bed till I am quite sleepy. You don't mind, do you?" "I am very glad, my lady," responded Donal. "Don't you think we had better tell her all about it?" "As you think fit. The secret is in no sense mine. It is only yours, and the sooner it ceases to be a secret, the better for all of us." "I have but one reason for keeping it," she returned. "Your uncle?" "Yes. I know he will be annoyed, but there may be other reasons why I should reveal the thing." "There may, indeed," said Donal. "Still, I should be sorry to offend him more than I cannot help. If he were a man like my father, I should never dream of going against him. I should in fact leave everything to him he cared to attend to. But seeing he is the man he is, it would be absurd. I dare not let him manage my affairs for me much longer. I must understand for myself how things are going." "You will not, I hope, arrange anything without the presence of a lawyer. I fear I have less confidence in your uncle than you have." Arctura made no reply, and Donal was afraid he had hurt her, but the next moment she looked up with a sad smile, and said, "Well, poor man, we will not compare our opinions of him. He is my father's brother, and I shall be glad not to offend him. But my father would have reason to be dissatisfied if I left everything to my uncle as if he had not left everything to me. If he had been another sort of man, my father would surely have left the estate to him." At 9 o'clock they met in the housekeeper's room, low-ceilinged, large, lined almost round with oak presses, which were Mistress Brookes's delight. She welcomed them as to her own house, and made an excellent hostess. But Donal would not mix the tumbler of toddy she would have had him take. For one thing, he did not like his higher to be operated upon from his lower. It made him feel as if possessed by a not altogether real self. But the root of his objection lay in the teaching of his mother. The things he had learned of his parents were to him his patent of nobility, vouchers that he was honourably descended. Of his birth he was as proud as any man. And hence this night he was led to talk of his father and mother, and the things of his childhood. He told Arctura all about the life he had led, how at one time he kept cattle in the fields, at another sheep on the mountains; how it came that he was sent to college, and all the story of Sir Gibbie. The night wore on. Arctura listened, did nothing but listen. She was enchanted. And it surprised Donal himself to find how calmly he could now look back upon what had seemed to threaten an everlasting winter of the soul. It was indeed the better thing that Ginevra should be Gibbie's wife. A pause had come, and he had fallen into a brooding memory of things gone by, when a sudden succession of quick knocks fell on his ear. He started, strangely affected. Neither of his companions took notice of it, though it was now past 1 o'clock. It was like a knocking with knuckles against the other side of the wall of the room. "What can that be?" he said, listening for more. "Heard you never that afore, Master Grant?" said the housekeeper. "I hae grown so used till it my ears hardly take notice of it." "What is it?" asked Donal. "Ay, what is it? Tell me that, gien ye can," she returned. "It's just a chappin', an' God's truth, it's all I ken about the same. It comes, I believe I'm safe to say, ilka night, but I couldna take my oath upon it, I hae so entirely dropped paying any attention till it. There's things about many an old house, Mr. Grant, 'at'll take the day o' judgment till explain 'em. But so long as they keep to their own side of the wall, I do not see I need trouble my head about them. Efter the experience I had as a young lass, away doon in England yonner, at a place my auntie got me intil, for she kenned a heap o' grand folk through being herself so near connected with them as housekeeper in the castle here. Efter that, I'm sayin', I wouldna need to be that easy scared." "What was it?" said lady Arctura. "I don't think you ever told me." "No, my dear lady, I would hae never thought o' tellin' ye any sic story, so long as ye was ower young no to be frightit at it. For 'deed, I think they're muckle to blame 'at tells bairns the verra things they're no fit to hear, an' fix the dreid afore the sense. But I s' tell ye the noo, gien ye care to hear. It's a some awsome story, but there's something unco foolish like intil it as weel. I canna say I think muckle o' craturs 'at tribble their heads about their heads, but that's tellin' aforehand." Here the good woman paused thoughtful. "I am longing to hear your story, Mistress Brookes," said Donal, supposing she needed encouragement. "I'm but thinking how to begin," she returned, "so's to gie ye a right hold o' the thing. I'm thinking I canna do better nor just tell it as it came to mysel'. Weel, ye see, I was but a young lass, about, I might be 20, mair or less, when I gaed to the place I speyk o'. It was awa upon the borders o' Wales, like as gien folk ower there in Perth were doobtful whether sic an' sic a place was in the Hielands or the Lowlands. The maister o' the hoose was a young man awa upon his travels, I kenna where, somewhere upon the continent, but that's a mickle word, an' as he had the intention o' being awa for some time to come, no caring to settle doon offhand an' look efter his ain, there was but one gey old woman to housekeep, an' me to help her, an' a man or two about the place to look efter the garden, an' that was all. Hoose and garden was to let, and was in the hands of one of the agents, as they call them, for the same purpose to let, that is, for a term o' years. Well, one day there came a gentleman to look at the place, and he was so well pleased with it, as weel he might, for it was a bonny place. I laughin' like, whaur this place is aye in the sulks. Na, no I dinna mean that, my lady, forgettin' 'at it's yours. But ye maun own it takes a heap o' sun to gar this old house here look onything but some dour, an' I beg your pardon, my lady." "You are quite right, Mistress Brookes," said Arctura with a smile. "If it were not for you it would be dour, dour. You do not know, Mr. Grant, Mistress Brookes herself does not know how much I owe her. I should have gone out of my mind for very dreariness 100 times but for her." "The short and the long of it was," resumed Mistress Brookes, "that the place was let and the place was ta'en, mickle to the satisfaction of all parties concerned. The old housekeeper, she being a fixture like, was to bide, and I was to bide as weel, under the housekeeper, and have nothing to do with the stranger servants. They came. There was a gentleman of a middle age, and his lady some younger nor himsel', handsome but no bonny. But that has nothing to do with my tale, 'at I should take up your time with it, and it growing some late." "Never mind the time, Mistress Brookes," said Arctura. "We can do just as we please about that. One time is as good as another, isn't it, Mr. Grant?" "I sometimes sit up half the night myself," said Donal. "I like to know God's night. Only it won't do often, lest we make the brain, which is God's too, like a watch that won't go." "It's sair upsetting to the wark," said the housekeeper. "What would the house be like if I was to do that?" "Do go on, please, Mistress Brookes," said Arctura. "Please do," echoed Donal. "Sir, and my lady, I'm ready to sit till the cocks be done crawin', and the day done dawin', to pleasure the one or the two o' ye. And so for my true tale. They were very decent, well behaved folk, with a fine family, some grown and some growing. It was just a favour to see sic a halesome clan, for at aught teen or their way, down to the wee toddlin' lassie was the very apple o' the eye to all the ane about the place. But that's neither here nor yet there. All goed on as all should gang on where the servants are not ower grand for their own work, nor ower meddlesome with the work of their neighbours. Nothing was neglected, nor anything girned about, but all was peace and harmony, as quo the old sang about our bonnie Kilmeny. That is, till one night. You see I'm telling ye as it came to myself, and not till another. As I lay in my bed that night, and ye may be sure at my age I lay no longer nor just to turn me o'er once, and in general not that once. Just as I was falling asleep, up gat such a rummage in the servant hall, straight aneath where I was lying, and I thought to myself, what upon earth's come to the place? Gin it be no the day of judgment, true this no the day of small things, I said. It was as gin all the chairs and tables together were being rooted out of their places, and syne set back again, and the tables turned heels o'er head, and all the glass and all the plate for the dinner knockit about as gin they had been so many hailstones that were not wanted any mair, but might just lie where they fell. I couldna for the life of me think what it might be token, save and except a general frenzy had seized upon man and woman in the house. I got up in a hurry. Whatever was going on, I would not willingly gang, wanting my share of the sight. And just as I opened my door, who should I hear but the master crying at the head of the stair, "What in the name of all that's holy," says he, "is the meaning of this?" And I ran till him out of the passage and through the swing door into the great corridor, and says I, "'Deed, sir, I was wondering, and with your leave, sir, I'll gang and see," I said, gathering my shawl about me as well as I could to hide what was aneath it, or rather what was not aneath it, for I had not that muckle on. But says he, "No, no, you must not go. Who knows what it may be? I'll go myself. They may be robbers, and the men fighting them. You stop where you are." Saying that, he was half-ways down the stair. I stood where I was, looking down and hearkening, and the noise still going on. But he could but ha' won the length of the hall, when it stoppit all at once and all together. You may think what a din it mun ha' been, when I tell you the quiet that came upon the heels of it just seemed to sting my two lugs. The same moment I heard the maester crying to me to come down. I ran, and when I reached the servants' hall, where he stood just inside the door, I stood aside him and glowered. For would you believe me, the place was as decent and still as any kirkyard in the moonlight. There was not a thing out of its place, nor an air adist, nor the smallest disorder to be seen. All the things looked as gin they had settled themselves to sleep as usual, and had sleeped till we came and waked them. The maester glowered at me, and I glowered at the maester. But all he said was, "A false alarm, you see, Rose." What he thought I cannot tell, but without another word we turned, and goed up the stair again together. At the top of the stair, the long corridor ran away until the dark afore us, for the candle the master carried flang not light half to the end of it, and frae out of the murk on a sudden came to meet us a rampaging and a rattling like a score of knout running away with their iron tethers about their necks, sic a rattling of iron chains as ye never heard, and groaning and a grunting just fearsome. Again we stood, and looked at one another, and my word, but the maester's face was enough to fright a body of itself, let alone the thing we heard and saw nothing to account for. "Gang away back to your bed, Rose," he said. "This'll never do." "And how are you to help it, sir?" said I. "That I cannot tell," answered he, "but I wouldn't for the world your mistress heard it. I left her fast asleep, and I hope she'll sleep through it. Did you ever hear anything strange about the house before we came?" "Never, sir," said I. "As sure as I stand here shivering." For the night was in the simmer, and warm to that degree, and yet I was shivering as in the cold fit of a fever, and my mouth would hardly consent to make the words I sought to frame. We stood like mice afore the cap for a minute or two, but there came nothing more, and by degrees we grew a kind o' ashamed, like as gin we had been doubtful as to whether we had heard anything. And when again he said to me gang to my bed, I gaed to my bed, and was not long upon the road, for fear I would hear anything more, and into my bed and my head aneath the clothes, and lay trembling. But there was none more of it that night, and I wasna owersair overcome to fall asleep. In the morning I told the housekeeper all about it, but she held her tongue in a manner that was, to say the least of it, very strange. She didna laugh, nor she didna grue nor yet glower, nor yet she didna say the thing was nonsense, but she just heard, and said not a word. I thought with myself, is it possible she disna believe me? But I could not make that out either. So as she held her tongue, I just pulled the bridle o' mine, and vowed there should never be another word said by me till once she spake herself. And I would soon ha' had enough o' holding my tongue, but I had not to hold it to anybody but her. And I came to the conclusion that she was feared to be in speered questions by them 'at had a right to speir them, for that she had heard o' something afore, and kenned mair nor she was at liberty to speak about. But that was only the beginning, and little to what followed. For frae that night there was not one night passed but some one or two disturbed, and whiles it was past abiding. The noises and the rumblings, and abune all the clanking o' chains that goed on in that house, and the groans and the cries, and whiles the whistling, and what was most waur nor all, the laughing, was something dreadful, and I yont believing to any but them 'at was intil it. I sometimes think maybe the terror of it makes it look waur in the recollection nor it was, but I cannot keep my senses and not believe there was something altogether by ordinary in the affair. And when, or long, it came to the knowledge of the lady, and she was waked up at night and heard the thing, whatever it was, and syne when the bairns were waked up, and I the rummage now in this room, now in that, so that the living would be crying as loud as the dead, though they could ill make such a din, it was beyond all bearing. And the maester made up his mind to flit at once, come o' it what might. For as I ought to ha' telt ye, he had written to the owner of the house, that was my ain master, for it was not a hair o' use saying anything further to the agent. He only laughed, and declared it maun be some of his own folk was playing tricks upon him, which it angered him to hear, being as impossible as it was false. So straight away to his landlord he wrote, as I say, but as he was travelling about on the continent, he supposed either the letter had not reached him, and never would reach him, or he was sheltering himself under the idea they would think he had never had it, not wanting to move in the matter. But the very day he had made up his mind that nothing should make him spend another week in the house, for Monday nights were always the worst, there came a letter from the gentleman, saying that only that same hour that he was writing had he received the maester's letter, and he was sorry he had not had it before, but prayed him to put up with things till he got to him, and he would start at the farthest in 2 days more, and would set the thing right in less time than it would take to tell him what was amiss. A strange enough letter, to be sure. Mr. Harper, that was their butler, told me he had read every word of it. And so, as, not to mention the terrors of the night, the want of rest was like to ruin us altogether, we were all on the outlook for the appearance of our promised deliverer, so cock-sure of setting things straight again. Well, at last, and that was in a very few days, though they looked long to some in that house, he appeared, a nice-looking gentleman, with so sweet a smile it wasn't hard to believe whatever he telt you. And he had a light airy way with him that was to us oppressed creatures strangely comforting, ill as it was to believe he could ken what had been going on, and treat it in that fashion. However, and now, my lady, and Mr. Grant, I had to tell you what the butler told me, for I wasn't present to hear for myself. Maybe he wouldn't have told me, but that he wasn't an old man, though twice my age, and seemed to have taken a liking to me, though it never came to anything. And as I was always civil to any person that was civil to me, and never went farther than was becoming, he made me the return of talking to me at times, and telling me what he knew. The young gentleman was to stop and lunch with the maester, and in the meantime would have a glass of wine and a biscuit, and pulling a bunch of keys from his pocket, he desired Mr. Harper to take a certain one, and go to the door that was locked inside the wine cellar, and bring a bottle from a certain bin. Harper took the key, and was just going from the room, when he heard the visitor, though in truth he was more at home there than any of us, heard him say, "I'll tell you what you've been doing, sir, and you'll tell me whether I'm not right." Hearing that, the butler drew the door to, but not that close, and made no haste to leave it, and so heard what followed. "I'll tell you what you've been doing," says he. "Didn't you find a man's head, a skull, I mean, upon the premises?" "Well, yes, I believe we did, when I think of it," says the master, "for my butler," and there was the butler outside a listening to the whole tale. "My butler came to me one morning, saying, 'Look here, sir, that is what I found in a little box, close by the door of the wine cellar. It's a skull.' 'Oh,' said I, it was the maester that was speaking, 'it'll be some medical student has brought it home to the house.' So he asked me what he had better do with it. 'And you told him,' interrupted the gentleman, 'to bury it.' 'I did. It seemed the proper thing to do.' 'I hadn't a doubt of it,' said the gentleman. 'That is the cause of all the disturbance.' 'That?' says the master. 'That, and nothing else,' answers the gentleman. And with that, as Harper confessed when he told me, there came o'er him such a horror that he dared no longer stand at the door, but for going down to the cellar to fetch the bottle of wine, that was merely beyond his human faculty. As it happed, I met him on the stair, as white as a sheet and ready to drop. "What's the matter, Mr. Harper?" said I, and he told me all about it. "Come along," I said, "we'll go to the cellar together. It's broad daylight, and there's nothing to hurt us." So he went down. "There, that's the box the thing was lying in," said he, as we came out of the wine cellar. And with that came a groan out of the very ground at our feet. We both heard it, and stood shaking and dumb, gripping one another. "I'm sure I don't know what in the name of heaven it can all mean," said he, but that was when we were on the way up again. "Did you show any disrespect?" said I. "No," said he, "I but buried it, as I would anything else that had to be putting out of sight." And as we were talking together, that was at the top of the cellar stair, there came a great ringing at the bell, and said he, "They're wondering what's come of me and their wine, and weel they may. I maun run." As soon as he entered the room, and this again you may see, my lady and Mr. Grant, he tell't me afterwards. "Where did you bury the head you took frae the cellar?" said his master till him, and speered not a word as to how he had been so long gone for the wine. "I buried it in the garden," answered he. "I hope you know the spot," said the strange gentleman. "Yes, sir, I do," said Harper. "Then come and show me," said he. So the three of them went out together and got a spade, and luckily the butler was able to show them at once the very spot. And the gentleman, he howked up the skull with his own hands, careful not to touch it with the spade, and brought it back in his hand to the house, knocking the earth off it with his rough travelling gloves. But when Harper looked to be told to take it back to the place where he found it, and trembled at the thought, wondering how he was to get hold of me and nobody the wiser, for he didn't want to show fright in the daytime, to his great surprise and no small pleasure, the gentleman set the skull on the chimney-piece, and as lunch had been laid in the meantime, for Mr. Heywood, I had just gotten a grip of his name, had to be away again directly, he heard the whole story as he waited upon them. I suppose they thought it better he should hear and tell the rest, the sooner to gar them forget the terrors we had come through. Said the gentleman, "Now you'll have no more trouble. If you do, write to me to the care of so-and-so, and I'll release you from your agreement. But please to remember that you brought it on yourself by interfering, I can't exactly say with my property, but with the property of one who knows how to defend it without calling in the aid of the law, which indeed would probably give him little satisfaction. It was the burying of that skull that brought on you all the annoyance." "I always thought," said the master, "the dead preferred having their bones buried. Their ghosts, indeed, according to Cocker, either would not or could not lie quiet until their bodies were properly buried. Where then could be our offence?" "You may say what you will," answered Mr. Heywood, "and I cannot answer you, or pretend to explain the thing. I only know that when that head is buried, these same disagreeables always begin." "Then is the head in the way of being buried and dug up again?" asked the master. "I will tell you the whole story, if you like," answered his landlord. "I would gladly hear it," says he, "for I would fain see daylight on the affair." "That I cannot promise you," he said, "but the story, as it is handed down in the family, you shall hear." You may be sure, my lady, Harper was wide awake to hearken, and the more that he might tell it again in the hall. "Somewhere about 150 years ago," Mr. Heywood began, "on a cold stormy night, there came to the hall door a poor pedlar, a travelling merchant, you know, my lady, with his pack on his back, and would fain have parted with some of his goods to the folk of the hall. The butler, who must have been a rough sort of man, they were rough times those, told him they wanted nothing he could give them, and to go about his business. But the man, who was something obstinate, I dare say, and it may well be anxious to get shelter, as much for the night being girly as to sell his goods, keep it on begging and imploring to let the women folk at the least look at what he had brought. At last the butler, out of all patience with the man, gave him a great shove away from the door, so that the poor man fell down the steps, and banged the door to, nor ever looked to see whether the man got up again or no. In the morning, the pedlar they found him lying dead in a little wood or shaw, not far from the house. And with that up got the cry, and what said they but that the butler had murdered him? So up he was ta'en and put upon his trial for it. And whether the man was not liked in the countryside I cannot tell, said the gentleman, but the cry was against him, and things went the wrong way for him, and that though no one about the house believed he had done the deed, more than he might have caused his death by pushing him down the steps. And even that he could hardly have intended, but only to get quit of him. And likely enough the man was weak, perhaps ill, and the weight of his pack on his back pulled him as he pushed. Still, after an all, and it's mysel that's saying this, not the gentleman, my lady, in a part of the country like that, gay and lonely, it was not the night to turn a fellow creature out in. The butler was at the same time an old and trusty servant, said Mr. Heywood, and his master was greatly concerned about the thing. It is impossible at this time of day, he said, to understand how such a thing could be, in the total absence of direct evidence, but the short and the weary long of it was, that the man was hanged, and hung in irons for the deed. And now you may be thinking the ghost of the poor pedlar began to haunt the house, but nothing of the kind. There was no disturbance of that or any other sort. The man was dead and buried, whoever did or did not kill him, and the body of him that was said to ha' killed him hung dangling in the wind, and neither of them said a word for or again the thing. But the heart of the man's master was sore. He couldna help thinking that maybe he was to blame, and might have done something more nor he thought of at the time to get the poor man off, for he was absolutely certain that, however rough he might have been, and however he might have been the cause of death to the troublesome pedlar, he hadn't meant to kill him. It was, in part at least, an accident, and he thought the hanging of him for it was hard lines. The maester was an old man, near-hand outy, and took things the mair seriously, I dare say, that he was not that far frae the grave they had sent the poor butler till afore his time, gin that could be said o' one whose grave was with the weathercock. And he took himself to task as to whether he oughtna to ha' done something more, gone to the king, maybe, for he couldna bide the thought of the poor man that had waited upon him so long and faithful, hanging and swinging up there, and the flesh dropping off of the bones of him, and still the bones hanging there, and swinging and creaking and crying. The thought, I say, was sair upon the old man. But the time passed, and I kenna how long or how short it may take for a body in sic a position to come asunder, but at last the bones began to drop, and as they droppit, there they lay, at the foot of the gallows, for nobody cared to meddle with them. And when that came to the knowledge of the old gentleman, he sent his folk to gather them up, and bury them out of sight, and what was left of the body, the upper part, holding together with the irons maybe, I kenna weel how, hung and swung there still in ilk wind that blew. But at the last, out o' sorrow and respect for the dead, however he died, his old master sent quietly one mirk night, and had the lave o' the bones ta'en down and laid in the earth. But frae that moment, think ye there was any peace in the house? A clanking o' chains got up, and a howling, and a complaining and a creaking like in the wind, sic a stramish altogether, that the house was not fit to be lived in whiles, though it was sometimes waur nor other times, and some thought it had to do with the airt the wind blew. About that I ken naething. But it goed on like that for months, maybe years. Mr. Harper was not sure how long the gentleman said, till the old man most wished himself in o' the grave and out o' the trouble. At last one day came an old man to see him, not so old as himself, but one he had kenned when they were at the college together. And this was a man that had travelled greatly, and was well learnt in a heap o' things ordinary folk that gies themselves to the land and to the growing o' corn and beasts is not likely to ken muckle about. He saw his old friend was in trouble, and didna carry his age calm like as was natural, and so speirt him what was the matter. And he told him the whole story, frae the hanging to the banging. "Well," said the learnt man, when he had heard all, "gin ye'll take my advice, ye'll just send and howk up the head, and take it into the house with ye, and let it bide there where it was used so long to be. Do that, and it's my opinion you'll hear no more o' sic unruly goings on." The old gentleman took the advice, kenning no better. But it was the right advice, for frae that moment the rumour was o'er. They had no more of it. They laid the head in a decent bit box in the cellar, and there it remained, well content there to abide the day o' that judgment that'll set many another judgment to the right about. Though what pleasure could be intil that cellar, mair nor intil a hole in the earth, is a thing not for me to say. So with that generation there was no more trouble. But in the course of time came first one and syne another, who forgot, maybe left at the whole affair, and did not believe a word of the same. But they're but fools that gang again the experience of their forebears. What would ye have but they would bury the head? And what would come o' that but an old dismay het up again? Up gat the din, the rampagin', the clankin' an' all, just the same as afore. But the minute that, frighted at the consequences of their folly, they acknowledged the property of the ghost in his own head, and took it out of the earth and into the house again, all was quiet directly, quiet as heart could desire. So that was the story. And when the lunch was o'er, and Mr. Harper was thinking the moment come when they would order him to take the head, and him trembling at the thought of touching it, and lay it where it was, and where it had so often been when it had a soul intil it, the gentleman got up, and he says till him, "Be so good," says he, "as fetch me my hat-box from the hall." Harper went and got it as desired, and the gentleman took and unlocked it, and round he turned where he stood, and up he took the skull frae the chimley-piece, neither as gin he loved it nor feared it, as what reason had he to do either, and handled it neither roughly nor with any show o' mickle care, but into the hat-box it goed willy-nilly, and the lid shutting down upon it, and the key turned in the lock of it, and as gin he would make the thing right sure o' not being putten again where it had sic an objection to gang, up he took in his hand the hat-box, and the contrary head in the inside of it, and away with him on his travels, here away and there away o'er the face of the globe. He was on his way to Spain, he said, at the moment, and we saw no more o' him nor the head, nor heard ever a sound more o' clanking, nor gurning, nor any other unholy din. And that's the truth. Make of it what ye like, my lady and Master Grant. Mistress Brookes was silent, and for some time not a syllable was uttered by either listener. At last Donal spoke. "It is a strange story, Mistress Brookes," he said, "and the stranger that it would show some of the inhabitants of the other world apparently as silly after 150 years as when first they arrived there." "I can say nothing anent that, sir," answered Mistress Brookes. "I'm not accountable for any inference that's to be drawn from it o'er true tale, and doubtless, sir, ye ken far better nor me. But where ye see many folk draw out the thread of a long life, and never one sensible thing that they could help done or said, what for should ye wonder gien now and then one in the other world show himself sick like? When ye consider the heap o' folk that dies, and how there maun be so many mair in the other world nor in this, I confess for my part, I wonder more at we're left at peace at all, and that they come not swarming about us in the night, like black doves. Ye'll maybe say they cannot, and ye'll maybe say they come, but so long as they plague me no waur nor a friend upon the tither side of the wall, I cannot say that I care that mickle. But I think whiles how the ghosts maun laugh at them 'at laughs as gin there were no such creatures in the world. For my part, I neither fear them nor seek till them. I'll be one with them myself afore long. Only I would sair wuss and hope to gang in among better behaved ones nor them 'at gangs about plaguing folk." "You speak the best of sense, Mistress Brookes," said Donal. "But I should like to understand why the poor hanged fellow should have such an objection to having his skull laid in the ground. Why had he such a fancy for his old bones? Could he be so closely associated with them that he could not get on without the plenty of fresh air they got him used to when they hung on the gallows? And why did it content him to have only his head above ground? It is bewildering. We couldn't believe our bones rise again, even if Paul hadn't as good as told us they don't. Why should the dead haunt their bones, as if to make sure of having their own again?" "But," said Mistress Brookes, "begging your pardon, sir, what ken ye as to what they think? Ye may ken better, but maybe they dinna. For haena ye just allowed that such conduct as I describe it is no fit, whoever be guilty o' the same, whether rowdy laddies in the street, or creatures ye cannot see in the house? They may think they'll want their bones by and by, though ye ken better. And whatever ye wise folk may think the noo, ye ken it's not that long sin' a'body, aye the best o' folk, thought the same, and there's no a doubt they all did at the time that man was hanged. And ye maun mind 'at in the house the head o' him wouldna waste as it would in the yard." "But why bother about his head more than the rest of his bones?" "Well, sir, I'm thinking a ghost, ghost though he be, cannot surely be in two places at once. He could never think to plague till ilk bone of finger and toe was gathered in the cellar. That would be hopeless. And thinking anything of his bones, he might weel think most of his head, and keep an eye upon that. Not many ghosts hae the chance of seeing so muckle of their bones as this one, or saying to themselves, 'Yon's mine, where it swings.' Some ghosts have a cat-like nature for places, and what for no for bones? Mony's the story that Housekeeper, honest woman, telled me. When what had come was gone, it set her opening out her pack. I could hold ye there all night, telling ye one after another of 'em. But it's time to gang till our beds." "It is our turn to tell you something," said Lady Arctura, "only you must not mention it just yet. Mr. Grant has found the lost room." For a moment Mrs. Brookes said nothing, but neither paled nor looked incredulous. Her face was only fixed and still, as if she were finding explanation in the discovery. "I was aye o' the mind it was," she said, "and many's the time I thought I would look for it to please mysel'. It's small wonder, the sounds and the raps and such like." "You will not change your mind when you hear all," said Arctura. "I asked you to give us our supper, because I was afraid to go to bed." "You shouldn't have told her, sir. I've seen it with my own eyes." "You have been into it, my lady! What? It is a chapel, the old castle chapel, mentioned, I know, somewhere in the history of the place, though no one, I suppose, ever dreamed the missing room could be that. And in the chapel," continued Arctura, hardly able to bring out the words, for a kind of cramping of the muscles of speech, "there was a bed, and in the bed the crumbling dust of a woman, and on the altar what was hardly more than the dusty shadow of a baby." "The Lord be about us!" cried the housekeeper, her well-seasoned composure giving way. "Ye saw that with your own eyen, my lady! Mr. Grant, how could ye let her ladyship look upon such things?" "I am her ladyship's servant," answered Donal. "That's verra true, but my bonnie bairn, sich sights is no for you." "I ought to know what is in the house," said Arctura, with a shudder. "But already I feel more comfortable that you know too. Mr. Grant would like to have your advice as to what— You'll come and see them, won't you?" "When you please, my lady. To night?" "No, no, not to night. Was that the knocking again? Some ghosts want their bodies to be buried, though your butler—" "I wouldna wonder," responded Mistress Brookes thoughtfully. "Where shall we bury them?" asked Donal. "In England," said the housekeeper, "I used to hear a heap about consecrated ground, but to my mind it was the bodies o' God's handiwork, not the bishop, that consecrated the ground. Where the Lord lays down what he has done with, would aye be a sacred place to me. I dare say Moses, when he came upon it again in the desert, looked upon the ground where stood the bush where it burned, as a sacred place, though the fire was long out. Think na ye, Mr. Grant?" "I do," answered Donal. "But I do not believe the Lord Jesus thought one spot on the face of the earth more holy than another. Every dust of it was his Father's, neither more nor less, existing only by the thought of that Father, and I think that is what we must come to. But where shall we bury them? Where they lie, or in the garden?" "Some would doubtless hae dust laid to dust in the kirkyard, but I would not willingly raise a clash in the countryside. Them that did it was your ain forebears, my lady, and such things are weel forgotten. And syne what would the earl say? It might upset him mair nor a bit. I'll consider of it." Donal accompanied them to the door of the chamber which again they shared, and then betook himself to his own high nest. There more than once in what remained of the night Chapter 58 of Donal Grant. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devorah Allen. Donal Grant by George Macdonald. Chapter 58. A Soul Diseased. "Papa is very ill to-day, Simmons tells me," said Davy, as Donal entered the schoolroom. "He says he has never seen him so ill. Oh, Mr. Grant, I hope he is not going to die." "I hope not," returned Donal, not very sure, he saw when he thought about it, what he meant. For if there was so little hope of his becoming a true man on this side of some awful doom, why should he hope for his life here? "I wish you would talk to him as you do to me, Mr. Grant," resumed Davy, who thought what had been good for himself must be good for everybody. Of late the boy had been more than usual with his father, and he may have dropped some word that turned his father's thoughts toward Donal and his ways of thinking. However weak the earl's will, and however dull his conscience, his mind was far from being inactive. In the afternoon the butler brought a message that his lordship would be glad to see Mr. Grant when school was over. Donal found the earl very weak, but more like a live man, he thought, than he had yet seen him. He pointed to a seat and began to talk in a way that considerably astonished the tutor. "Mr. Grant," he began, with not a little formality, "I have known you long enough to believe I know you really. Now I find myself, partly from the peculiarity of my constitution, partly from the state of my health, partly from the fact that my views do not coincide with those of the Church of Scotland, and there is no episcopal clergyman within reach of the castle, I find myself, I say, for these reasons, desirous of some conversation with you, more for the sake of identifying my own opinions, than in the hope of receiving from you what it would be unreasonable to expect from one of your years." Donal held his peace. The very power of speech seemed taken from him. He had no confidence in the man, and nothing so quenches speech as lack of faith. But the earl had no idea of this distrust, never a doubt of his listener's readiness to take any position he required him to take. Experience had taught him as little about Donal as about his own real self. "I have long been troubled," continued his lordship, after a momentary pause, "with a question of which one might think the world must by this time be weary, which yet has, and always will have, extraordinary fascination for minds of a certain sort, of which my own is one. It is the question of the freedom of the will. How far is the will free, or how far can it be called free, consistently with the notion of a God over all?" He paused, and Donal sat silent, so long that his lordship opened the eyes which, the better to enjoy the process of sentence-making, he had kept shut, and half turned his head towards him. He had begun to doubt whether he was really by his bedside, or but one of his many visions, undistinguishable by him from realities. Reassured by the glance, he resumed. "I cannot, of course, expect from you such an exhaustive and formed opinion as from an older man who had made metaphysics his business, and acquainted himself with all that had been said upon the subject. At the same time, you must have expended a considerable amount of thought on these matters." He talked in a quiet, level manner, almost without an inflection, and with his eyes again closed, very much as if he were reading a book inside him. "I have had a good deal," he went on, "to shake my belief in the common ideas on such points. Do you believe there is such a thing as free will?" He ceased, awaiting the answer which Donal felt far from prepared to give him. "My lord," he said at length, "what I believe I do not feel capable, at a moment's notice, of setting forth. Neither do I think, however unavoidable such discussions may be in the forum of one's own thoughts, that they are profitable between men. I think such questions, if they are to be treated at all between man, and not between God and man only, had better be discussed in print, where what is said is in some measure fixed, and can with a glance be considered afresh. But not so either do I think they can be discussed to any profit." "What do you mean? Surely this question is of the first importance to humanity." "I grant it, my lord, if by humanity you mean the human individual. But my meaning is, that there are many questions, and this one, that can be tested better than argued." "You seem fond of paradox." "I will speak as directly as I can. Such questions are to be answered only by the moral nature, which first and almost only they concern, and the moral nature operates in action, not discussion." "Do I not, then," said his lordship, the faintest shadow of indignation in his tone, "bring my moral nature to bear on a question which I consider from the ground of duty?" "No, my lord," answered Donal with decision. "You bring nothing but your intellectual nature to bear on it so. The moral nature, I repeat, operates only in action. To come to the point in hand, The sole way for a man to know he has freedom is to do something he ought to do which he would rather not do. He may strive to acquaint himself with the facts concerning will, and spend himself imagining its mode of working, yet all the time not know whether he has any will. But how am I to put a force in operation while I do not know whether I possess it or not? By putting it in operation. That alone. By being alive, by doing the next thing you ought to do, or abstaining from the next thing you are tempted to, knowing you ought not to do it. It sounds childish, and most people set action aside as what will do any time, and try first to settle questions which never can be settled but in just this divinely childish way. For not merely is it the only way in which a man can know whether he has a free will, but the man has in fact no will at all unless it comes into being in such action. Suppose he found he had no will, for he could not do what he wished. What he ought, I said, my lord. Well, what he ought, yielded the earl, almost angrily. He could not find it proved that he had no faculty for generating a free will. He might indeed doubt it the more, but the positive only, not the negative, can be proved. Where would be the satisfaction if he could only prove the one thing and not the other? The truth alone can be proved, my lord. How should a lie be proved? The man that wanted to prove he had no freedom of will would find no satisfaction from his test, and the less the more honest he was. But the man anxious about the dignity of the nature given him would find every needful satisfaction in the progress of his obedience. How can there be free will where the first thing demanded for its existence or knowledge of itself is obedience? There is no free will save in resisting what one would like and doing what the truth would have him do. It is true the man's liking and the truth may coincide, but therein he will not learn his freedom, though in such coincidence he will always thereafter find it, and in such coincidence alone, for freedom is harmony with the originating law of one's existence. That's dreary doctrine. My lord, I have spent no little time and thought on the subject, and the result is some sort of practical clearness to myself. But were it possible, I should not care to make it clear to another, save by persuading him to arrive at the same conviction by the same path, that namely of doing the thing required of him. Required of him by what? By anyone, anything, any thought with which can go the word required by. Anything that carries right in its demand. If a man does not do the thing which the very notion of a free will requires, what in earth, heaven, or hell would be the use of his knowing all about the will? But it is impossible he should know anything. You are a bold preacher, said the earl. Suppose now a man was unconscious of any ability to do the thing required of him. I should say there was the more need he should do the thing. That is nonsense. If it be nonsense, the nonsense lies in the supposition that a man can be conscious of not possessing a power. He can only be not conscious of possessing it, and that is a very different thing. How is a power to be known but by being a power? And how is it to be a power but in its own exercise of itself? There is more in man than he can at any given moment be conscious of. There is life, the power of the eternal, behind his consciousness, which only in action can he make his own, of which therefore only in action, that is obedience, can he become conscious, for then only is it his. You are splitting a hair. If the only way to life lay through a hair, what must you do but split it? The fact, however, is, that he who takes the live sphere of truth for a flat intellectual disc may well take the disc's edge for a hair. Come, come, how does all this apply to me? A man who would really like to make up his mind about the thing, and is not at the moment aware of any very pressing duty that he is neglecting to do. Is your lordship not aware of some not very pressing duty that you are neglecting to do? Some duties need but to be acknowledged by the smallest amount of action to become paramount in their demands upon us. That is the worst of it, murmured the earl. I refuse, I avoid such acknowledgment. Who knows whither it might carry me, or what it might not go on to demand of me? He spoke like one unaware that he spoke. Yes, my lord, said Donal, that is how most men treat the greatest things. The devil blinds us that he may guide us. The devil! Bah! cried his lordship, glad to turn at right angles from the path of the conversation. You don't surely believe in that legendary personage?" "He who does what the devil would have him do is the man who believes in him, not he who does not care whether he is or not, so long as he avoids doing his work. If there be such a one, his last thought must be to persuade men of his existence. He is a subject I do not care to discuss. He is not very interesting to me. But if your lordship now would but overcome the habit of depending on medicine, you would soon find out that you had a free will." His lordship scowled like a thundercloud. "I am certain, my lord," added Donal, "that the least question asked by the will itself will bring an answer. 1,000 asked by the intellect will bring nothing." "I did not send for you to act the part of Father Confessor, Mr. Grant," said his lordship, in a tone which rather perplexed Donal. "But as you have taken upon you the office, I may as well allow you keep it. The matter to which you refer, that of my medical treatment of myself, is precisely what has brought me into my present difficulty. It would be too long a story to tell you how, like poor Coleridge, I was first decoyed, then enticed from one stage to another. The desire to escape from pain is a natural instinct, and that, and the necessity also for escaping my past self, especially in its relations to certain others, have brought me by degrees into far too great a dependence on the use of drugs. And now that from certain symptoms I have ground to fear a change of some kind not so far off, I do not of course mean tomorrow or next year, but somewhere nearer than it was this time, I won't say last year, but say 10 years ago, why then, one begins to think about things one has been too ready to forget. I suppose, however, if the will be a natural possession of the human being, and if a man should, through actions on the tissue of his brain, have ceased to be conscious of any will, it must return to him the moment he is freed from the body, that is, from the dilapidated brain." "My lord, I would not have you count too much upon that. We know very little about these things. But what if the brain give the opportunity for the action which is to result in freedom? What if there should, without the brain, be no means of working our liberty? What if we are here like birds in a cage, with wings, able to fly, but not flying about the cage? And what if, when we are dead, we shall indeed be out of the cage, but without wings, having never made use of such as we had while we had them? Think for a moment what we should be without the senses. We shall be able at least to see and hear, else where were the use of believing in another world? I suspect, my lord, the other world does not need our believing in it to make a fact of it. But if a man were never to teach his soul to see, if he were obstinately to close his eyes upon this world, and look at nothing all the time he was in it, I should be very doubtful whether the mere fact of going a little more dead would make him see. The soul never having learned to see, its sense of seeing, correspondent to and higher than that of the body, never having been developed, how should it expand and empower itself by mere deliverance from the one best schoolmaster to whom it would give no heed? The senses are, I suspect, only the husks under which are ripening the deeper, keener, better senses belonging to the next stage of our life. And so, my lord, I cannot think that, if the will has not been developed through the means and occasions given it, the mere passing into another condition will set it free. For freedom is the unclosing of the idea which lies at our root, and is the vital power of our existence. The rose is the freedom of the rose-tree. I should think, having lost his brain, and got nothing instead, a man would find himself a mere centre of unanswerable questions." "You go too far for me," said his lordship, looking a little uncomfortable. "But I think it is time to try and break myself a little of the habit, or almost time. By degrees one might, you know, eh?" "I have little faith in doing things by degrees, my lord, except such indeed as by their very nature cannot be done at once. It is true a bad habit can only be contracted by degrees, and I will not say, because I do not know, whether anyone has ever cured himself of one by degrees, but it cannot be the best way. What is bad ought to be got rid of at once." "Ah, but don't you know? That might cost you your life." "What of that, my lord? Life, the life you mean, is not the first thing." "Not the first thing? Why, the Bible says, 'All that a man hath will he give for his life.'" "That is in the Bible, but whether the Bible says it is another thing." "I do not understand silly distinctions." "Why, my lord, who said that?"
"What does it matter who said it?"
"Much, always. Everything, sometimes."
"Who said it, then?"
"The devil."
"The devil he did! And who ought to know better, I should like to ask?"
"Every man ought to know better. And besides, it is not what a man will or will not do, but what a man ought or ought not to do."
"Ah, there you have me, I suppose.
But there are some things so damned difficult that a man must be very sure of his danger before he can bring himself to do them." "That may be, my lord. In the present case, however, you must be aware that the danger is not to the bodily health alone. These drugs undermine the moral nature as well."
"I know it. I cannot be counted guilty of many things. They were done under the influence of hellish concoctions. It was not I, but these things working in me, on my brain, making me see things in a false light. This will be taken into account when I come to be judged, if there be such a thing as the day of judgment."
"One thing I am sure of," said Donal, "that your lordship will have fair play. At first, not quite knowing what you were about, you may not have been much to blame. But afterwards, when you knew that you were putting yourself in danger of doing you did not know what, you were as much to blame as if you made a Frankenstein demon and turned him loose on the earth, knowing yourself utterly unable to control him."
"And is not that what the God you believe in does every day?"
"My lord, the God I believe in has not lost his control over either of us."
"Then let him set the thing right. Why should we draw his plough?"
"He will set it right, my lord, but probably in a way your lordship will not like. He is compelled to do terrible things sometimes."
"Compelled? What should compel him?"
"The love that is in him, the love that he is. He cannot let us have our own way to the ruin of everything in us he cares for." Then the spirit awoke in Donal, or came upon him, and he spoke. "My lord," he said, "if you would ever again be able to thank God, if there be one in the other world to whom you would go, if you would make up for any wrong you have ever done, if you would ever feel in your soul once more the innocence of a child, if you care to call God your Father, if you would fall asleep in peace and wake to a new life, I conjure you to resist the devil, to give up the evil habit that is dragging you lower and lower every hour. It will be very hard, I know. Anything I can do, watching with you night and day, giving myself to help you, I am ready for. I will do all that lies in me to deliver you from the weariness and sickness of the endeavour. I will give my life to strengthen yours and count it well spent and myself honoured. I shall then have lived a life worth living. Resolve, my lord. In God's name, resolve at once to be free. Then you shall know you have a free will, for your will have made itself free by doing the will of God against all disinclination of your own. It will be a glorious victory, and will set you high on the hill whose peak is the throne of God." "I will begin tomorrow," said the earl feebly, and with a strange look in his eyes. "But now you must leave me. I need solitude to strengthen my resolve. Come to me again tomorrow. I am weary, and must rest a while. Send Simmons." Donal was nowise misled by the easy, postponed consent, but he could not prolong the interview. He rose and went. In the act of shutting the door behind him, something, he did not know what, made him turn his head. The earl was leaning over the little table by his bedside, and pouring something from a bottle into a glass. Donal stood transfixed. The earl turned and saw him, cast on him a look almost of demoniacal hate, put the glass to his lips and drank off its contents, then threw himself back on his pillows. Donal shut the door, not so softly as he intended, for he was agitated. A loud curse at the noise came after him. He went down the stair not only with a sense of failure, but with an exhaustion such as he had never before felt. There are men of natures so inactive that they cannot even enjoy the sight of activity around them. Men with schemes and desires are in their presence intrusive. Their existence is a sleepy lake, which would not be troubled even with the wind of far-off labour. Such Lord Morven was not by nature. Up to manhood he had led even a stormy life. But when his passions began to yield, his self-indulgence began to take the form of laziness,
and it was not many years before he lay with never a struggle in the chains of the evil power which had now reduced him to moral poltroonery. The tyranny of this last wickedness grew worse after the death of his wife. The one object of his life, if life it could be called, was only and ever to make it a life of his own, not the life which God had meant it to be, and had made possible to him. On first acquaintance with the moral phenomenon, it had seemed to Donal an inhuman and strangely exceptional one. But reflecting, he came presently to see that it was only a more pronounced form of the universal human disease, a disease so deep-seated that he who has it worst least knows or can believe that he has any disease, attributing all his discomfort to the condition of things outside him, whereas his refusal to accept them as they are is one most prominent symptom of the disease. Whether by stimulants or narcotics, whether by company or ambition, whether by grasping or study, whether by self-indulgence, by art, by books, by religion, by love, by benevolence, we endeavour after another life than that which God means for us, a life of truth, namely, of obedience, humility, and self-forgetfulness, we walk equally in a vain show. For God alone is, and without him we are not. This is not the mere clang of a tinkling metaphysical cymbal. He that endeavours to live apart from God must at length find, not merely that he has been walking in a vain show, but that he has been himself but the phantom of a dream. But for the life of the living God, making him be and keeping him being, he must fade even out of the limbo of vanities. He more and more seldom went out of the house, more and more seldom left his apartment. At times he would read a great deal, then for days would not open a book, but seem absorbed in meditation, a meditation which had nothing in it worthy of the name. In his communications with Donal, he did not seem in the least aware that he had made him the holder of a secret by which he could frustrate his plans for his family. These plans he clung to, partly from paternity, partly from contempt for society, and partly in the fancy of repairing the wrong he had done his children's mother. The morally diseased will atone for wrong by fresh wrong, in its turn to demand like reparation. He would do anything now to secure his sons in the position of which in law he had deprived them by the wrong he had done the woman whom all had believed his wife. Through the marriage of the eldest with the heiress, he would make him the head of the house in power as in dignity, and this was now almost the only tie that bound him to the reality of things. He cared little enough about Forgue, but his conscience was haunted with his cruelties to the youth's mother. These were often such as I dare not put on record. They came all of the pride of self-love and self-worship, as evil demons as ever raged in the fiercest fire of Moloch. In the madness with which they possessed him, he had inflicted upon her not only sorest humiliations, but bodily tortures. He would see, he said, what she would bear for his sake. In the horrible presentments of his drug-procured dreams, they returned upon him in terrible forms of righteous retaliation. And now, though to himself he was constantly denying a life beyond, the conviction had begun to visit and overwhelm him that he must one day meet her again. Fain then would he be armed with something which for her sake he had done for her children. One of the horrible laws of the false existence he led was that, for the deadening of the mind to any evil, there was no necessity it should be done and done again. It had but to be presented in the form of a thing done, or a thing going to be done, to seem a thing reasonable and doable. In his being, a world of false appearances had taken the place of reality. A creation of his own had displaced the creation of the essential life, by whose power alone he himself falsely created, and in this world he was the dupe of his own home-born phantoms. Out of this conspiracy of marsh and mirage, what vile things might not issue! Over such a chaos, the devil has power all but creative. He cannot in truth create, but he can with the degenerate created work moral horrors too hideous to be analogized by any of the horrors of the unperfected animal world. Such are being constantly produced in human society. Many of them die in the darkness in which they are generated. Now and then one issues, blasting the public day with its hideous glare. Because they are seldom seen, many deny they exist, or need be spoken of if they do. But to terrify a man at the possibilities of his neglected nature is to do something towards the redemption of that nature. School hours were over, but Davy was seated where he had left him, still working. At sight of him, Donal, feeling as if he had just come from the presence of the damned, almost burst into tears. A moment more, and Arctura entered. It was as if the roof of hell gave way, and the blue sky of the eternal came pouring in heavenly deluge through the ruined vault. "I have been to call upon Sophia," she said. "I am glad to hear it," answered Donal. Any news from an outer world of yet solvable humanity was welcome as summer to a land of ice. "Yes," she said, "I am able to go and see her now, because I am no longer afraid of her. Partly, I think, because I no longer care what she thinks of me. Her power over me is gone." "And will never return," said Donal, "while you keep close to the Master. With him you need no human being to set you right, and will allow no human being to set you wrong. You will need neither friend nor minister nor church, though all will help you. I am very glad, for something seems to tell me I shall not be long here." Arctura dropped on a chair, pale as rosy before. "Has anything fresh happened?" she asked, in a low voice that did not sound like hers. "Surely you will not leave me while... I thought... What is it?" "It is only a feeling I have," he answered. "I believe I am out of spirits." "I never saw you so before," said Arctura. "I hope you are not going to be ill." "Oh no, it is not that. I will tell you some day, but I cannot now. All is in God's hands." She looked anxiously at him, but did not ask him any question more. Chapter 59 of Donal Grant. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devorah Allen. Donal Grant, by George Macdonald. Chapter 59. Dust to Dust. The next night, as if by a common understanding, for it was without words spoken, the three met again in the housekeeper's room, where she had supper waiting. Of business nothing was said until that was over. Mistress Brookes told them 2 or 3 of the stories of which she had so many, and Donal recounted 1 or 2 of those that floated about his countryside. "I've been thinking," said Mistress Brookes at length, "seeing it's a bonny starry night, we couldna do better than lift and lay down this very night. The hoose is asleep." "What do you say to that place in the park where was once a mausoleum?" said Donal. "It's the verra place, and the sooner the better. Dinna ye think, my lady?" Arctura, with a look, referred the question to Donal. "Surely," he answered. "But will there not be some preparations to make?" "There's no need o' many," returned the housekeeper. "I'll get a fine old sheet, and intil it we'll put the remains, and row them up, and carry them to their home. I'll go and get it, my lady." "But wouldna it be better for you and me, sir, to get all that done by ourselves? My lady could join us when we came up." "She wouldn't like to be left here alone. There is nothing to be called fearsome." "Nothing at all," said Arctura. "The forces of nature," said Donal, "are constantly at work to destroy the dreadful, and restore the wholesome. It is but a few handfuls of clean dust." The housekeeper went to one of her presses, and brought out a sheet. Donal put a plaid round Lady Arctura. They went up to her room, and so down to the chapel. Half-way down the narrow descent, Mistress Brookes murmured, "Eh, sirs," and said no more. Each carried a light, and the 2 could see the chapel better. A stately little place it was. When the windows were unmasked, it would be beautiful. They stood for some moments by the side of the bed, regarding in silence. Seldom sure had bed borne one who slept so long, one who, never waking, might lie there still. When they spoke it was in whispers. "How are we to manage it, Mistress Brookes?" said Donal. "Lay the sheet handy, along the side of the bed, Master Grant, and I shall lay in the dust, handful by handful. I hae that respect for the dead, I hae no difficulty about handling anything belonging to them." "Gien it hadna been that he took it again," said Donal, "the Lord's own body would hae come to this." As he spoke, he laid the sheet on the bed, and began to lay in it the dry dust and air-wasted bones, handling them as reverently as if the spirit had but just departed. Mistress Brookes would have prevented Arctura, but she insisted on having her share in the burying of her own. Who they were God knew, but they should be hers anyhow, and one day she would know. For to fancy we go into the other world a set of spiritual moles burrowing in the dark of a new and unknown existence, is worthy only of such as have a lifeless law to their sire. We shall enter it as children with a history, as children going home to a long line of living ancestors, to develop closest relations with them. She would yet talk, live face to face, with those whose dust she was now lifting in her two hands to restore it to its dust. Then they carried the sheet to the altar, and thence swept into it every little particle, back to its mother dust. That done, Donal knotted the sheet together, and they began to look around them. Desirous of discovering where the main entrance to the chapel had been, Donal spied under the windows a second door, and opened it with difficulty. It disclosed a passage below the stair, 3 steps lower than the floor of the chapel, parallel with the wall, and turning at right angles under the gallery. Here he saw signs of an obliterated door in the outer wall, but could examine no farther for the present. In the meantime, his companions had made another sort of discovery. Near the foot of the bed was a little table, on which were 2 drinking vessels, apparently of pewter, and a mouldering pack of cards. Card-playing and the hidden room did hold some relation with each other. The cards and the devil were real. Donal took up the sheet, a light burden, and Arctura led the way. Arrived at her room, they went softly across to the door opening on Donal's stair, not without fear of the earl, whom indeed they might meet anywhere, and by that descending, reached the open air, and took their way down the terraces and through the park to the place of burial. It was a frosty night, with the waning sickle of a moon low in the heaven, and many brilliant stars above it. Followed by faint ethereal shadows, they passed over the grass, through the ghostly luminous dusk, of funereal processions, one of the strangest that ever sought a tomb. The ruin was in a hollow, surrounded by trees. Donal removed a number of fallen stones, and dug a grave. They lowered into it the knotted sheet, threw in the earth again, heaped the stones above, and left the dust with its dust. Then silent they went back, straight along the green, moon-regarded rather than moonlit grass. If anyone had seen them through the pale starry night, he would surely have taken them for a procession of the dead themselves. No Chapter 60 of Donal Grant. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devora Allen. Donal Grant by George Macdonald. Chapter 60. A Lesson about Death. Whatever Lady Arctura might decide concerning the restoration of the chapel to the light of day, Donal thought it would not be amiss to find, without troubling her, what he could of its relation to the rest of the house, and it favoured his wish that Arctura was prevailed upon by the housekeeper to remain in bed the next day. Her strong will, good courage, and trusting heart had made severe demands upon an organization as delicate as responsive. It was now Saturday.
he resolved to go alone in the afternoon to explore, and first of all would try the door beside the little gallery. As soon as he was free, he got the tools he judged necessary, and went down. The door was of strong, sound oak, with ornate iron hinges right across it. He was on the better side for opening it, that is, the inside, but though the ends of the hinges were exposed, the door was so well within the frame that it was useless to think of heaving them off the bearing pins. The huge lock and its bolt were likewise before him, but the key was in the lock from the other side, so that it could not be picked, while the nails that fastened it to the door were probably riveted through a plate. But there was the socket into which the bolt shot. That was merely an iron staple. He might either force it out with a lever, or file it through. Having removed the roughest of the rust with which it was caked, and so reduced its thickness considerably, he set himself to the task of filing it through, first at the top, then at the bottom. It was a slow but sure process, and would make no great noise. Although it was broad daylight outside, so like midnight was it here, and the season that belongs to the dead, that he was haunted with the idea of a presence behind him. But not once did he turn his head to see, for he knew that if he yielded to the inclination it would but return the stronger. Old experience had taught him that the way to meet the horrors of the fancy is to refuse them a single hair's breadth of obedience. And as he worked, the conviction grew that the only protection against the terrors of alien presence is the consciousness of the home presence of the eternal. If a man felt that presence, how could he fear any other? But for those who are not one with the source of being, every manifestation of that being in a life other than their own must be more or less a terror to them. It is alien, antipathous, other. It may be unappeasable, implacable. The time must even come when to such their own being will be a horror of repugnant consciousness. For God, not self, is ours. His being, not our own, is our home. He is our kind. The work was slow. The impression on the hard iron of the worn file so weak that he was often on the point of giving up the attempt. Fatigue at length began to invade him, and therewith the sense of his situation grew more keen. Great weariness overcomes terror. The beginnings of weariness enhance it. Every now and then he would stop, thinking he heard the cry of a child, only to recognize it as the noise of his file. He resolved at last to stop for the night, and after tea go to the town to buy a new and fitter file. The next day was Sunday, and in the afternoon Donal and Davy were walking in the old avenue together. They had been to church, and had heard a dull sermon on the most stirring fact next to the resurrection of the Lord himself, his raising of Lazarus. The whole aspect of the theme, as presented by the preaching man, was so dull and unreal, that not a word on the subject had passed between them on the way home. "Mr. Grant, how could anybody make a dead man live again?" said Davy suddenly. "I don't know, Davy," answered Donal. "If I could know how, I should probably be able to do it myself." "It is very hard to believe." "Yes, very hard. That is, if you do not know anything about the person said to have done it, to account for his being able to do it, though another could not. But just think of this. If one had never seen or heard about death, it would be as hard, perhaps harder, to believe that anything could bring about that change. The one seems to us easy to understand, because we are familiar with it. If we had seen the other take place a few times, we should see in it nothing too strange, nothing indeed but what was to be expected in certain circumstances. But that is not enough to prove it ever did take place. Assuredly not. It cannot even make it look in the least probable." "Tell me, please, anything that would make it look probable." "I will not answer your question directly, but I will answer it. Listen, Davy. In all ages men have longed to see God, some men in a grand way. At last, according to the story of the gospel, the time came when it was fit that the Father of men should show himself to them in his Son,
the one perfect man, who was his very image. So Jesus came to them. But many would not believe he was the Son of God, for they knew God so little that they did not see how like he was to his Father. Others, who were more like God themselves, and so knew God better, did think him the Son of God, though they were not pleased that he did not make more show. His object was not to rule over them, but to make them know and trust and obey his Father, who was everything to him. Now, when anyone died, his friends were so miserable over him that they hardly thought about God, and took no comfort from him. They said the dead man would rise again at the last day, but that was so far off, the dead was gone to such a distance, that they did not care for that. Jesus wanted to make them know and feel that the dead were alive all the time, and could not be far away, seeing they were all with God in whom we live. That they had not lost them, even though they could not see them, for they were quite within his reach, as much so as ever. That they were just as safe with, and as well looked after by his Father and their Father, as they had ever been in all their lives. It was no doubt a dreadful-looking thing to have them put in a hole, and waste away to dust. But they were not therefore gone out. They were only gone in. To teach them all this he did not say much, but just called one or two of them back for a while. Of course Lazarus was going to die again, but can you think his two sisters either loved him less, or wept as much over him the next time he died? No, it would have been foolish. Well, if you think about it, you will see that no one who believes that story, and weeps as they did the first time, can escape reproof. Where Jesus called Lazarus from, there are his friends, and there are they waiting for him. Now I ask you, Davy, was it worth while for Jesus to do this for us? Is not the great misery of our life that those dear to us die? Was it, I say, a thing worth doing, to let us see that they are alive with God all the time, and can be produced any moment he pleases? Surely it was, sir. It ought to take away all the misery. Then it was a natural thing to do, and it is a reasonable thing to think that it was done. It was natural that God should want to let his children see him, and natural he should let them know that he still saw and cared for those they had lost sight of. The whole thing seems to me reasonable. I can believe it. It implies, indeed, a world of things of which we know nothing, but that is for, not against it, seeing such a world we need. And if anyone insists on believing nothing but what he has seen something like, I leave him to his misery and the mercy of God. If the world had been so made that men could easily believe in the Maker of it, it would not have been a world worth any man's living in. Neither would the God that made such a world, and so revealed himself to such people, be worth believing in. God alone knows what life is enough for us to live, what life is worth his and our while. We may be sure he is laboring to make it ours. He would have it as full, as lovely, as grand as the sparing of nothing. Not even his own Son can render it. If we would only let him have his own way with us. If we do not trust him, will not work with him, are always thwarting his endeavours to make us alive, then we must be miserable. There is no help for it. As to death, we know next to nothing about it. Do we not? Say the faithless. Do we not know the darkness, the emptiness, the tears, the sinkings of heart, the desolation? Yes, you know those, but those are your things, not death's. About death you know nothing. God has told us only that the dead are alive to him, and that one day they will be alive again to us. The world beyond the gates of death is, I suspect, a far more home-like place to those that enter it than this world is to us. "I don't like death," said Davy, after a silence. "I don't want you to like what you call death, for that is not the thing itself. It is only your fancy about it. You need not think about it at all. The way to get ready for it is to live, that is, to do what you have to do." "But I do not want to get ready for it. I don't want to go to it, and to prepare for it is like going straight into it." "You will have to go to it whether you prepare for it or not. You cannot help going to it. But it must be like this world, seeing the only way to prepare for it is to do the thing God gives us to do." "Aren't you afraid of death, Mr. Grant?" "No, I am not. Why should I fear the best thing that in its time can come to me? Neither will you be afraid when it comes. It is not the dreadful thing it looks." "Why should it look dreadful if it is not dreadful?" "That is a very proper question. It looks dreadful, and must look dreadful, to everyone who cannot see in it that which alone makes life not dreadful. If you saw a great dark cloak coming along the road as if it were round somebody, but nobody inside it, you would be frightened, would you not?"
"Indeed I should. It would be awful."
"It would. But if you spied inside the cloak, and making it come towards you, the most beautiful loving face you ever saw, of a man carrying in his arms a little child, and saw the child clinging to him, and looking in his face with a blessed smile, would you be frightened at the black cloak?"
"No, that would be silly."
"You have your answer. The thing that makes death look so fearful is that we do not see inside it. Those who see only the black cloak, and think it is moving along of itself, may well be frightened. But those who see the face inside the cloak would be fools indeed to be frightened. Before Jesus came, people lived in great misery about death. But after he rose again, those who believed in him always talked of dying as falling asleep. And I dare say the story of Lazarus, though it was not such a great thing after the rising of the Lord himself, had a large share in enabling them to think that way about it. When they went home, Davy, running up to Lady Arctura's room, recounted to her, as well as he could, the conversation he had just had with Mr. Grant.
"Oh, Arkie," he said, "to hear him talk, you would think death hadn't a leg to stand upon."
Arctura smiled, but it was a smile through a cloud of unshed tears. Lovely as death might be, she would like to get the good of this world before going to the next. As if God would deny us any good! At one time she had been willing. Chapter 61 of Donal Grant. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devorah Allen. Donal Grant, by George Macdonald. Chapter 61. The Bureau. On the Monday night, Donal again went down into the hidden parts of the castle. Arctura had come to the schoolroom, but seemed ill able for her work, and he did not tell her what he was doing farther. They were rather the ghosts of fears than fears themselves that had assailed him, and this time they hardly came near him as he wrought. With his new file he made better work than before, and soon finished cutting through the top of the staple. Trying it then with a poker as a lever, he broke the bottom part across, so there was nothing to hold the bolt, and with a creaking noise of rusty hinges the door slowly opened to his steady pull. Nothing appeared but a wall of plank. He gave it a push. It yielded. Another door, close-fitting and without any fastening, flew open, revealing a small closet or press, and on the opposite side of it a third door. This he could not at once open. It was secured, however, with a common lock, which cost him scarcely any trouble. It opened on a little room, of about 9 feet by 7. He went in. It contained nothing but an old-fashioned secretary or bureau, and a seat like a low music-stool. It may have been a vestry for the priest, thought Donal, but it must have been used later than the chapel, for this desk is not older than the one at the Mains, which Mistress Jean said was made for her grandmother. Then how did it get into the place? There was no other door. Above the bureau was a small window, or what seemed a window, doubtful with dirt, but door there was not. It was not too large to enter by the oak door, but it could not have got to it along any of the passages he had come through. It followed that there must, and that not so very long ago, have been another entrance to the place in which he stood. He turned to look at the way he had himself come. It was through a common press of painted deal, filling the end of the little room, there narrowed to about 5 feet. When the door in the back of it was shut, it looked merely a part of the back of the press. He turned again to the bureau, with a strange feeling at his heart. The cover was down, and on it lay some sheets of paper, discoloured with dust and age. A pen lay with them, and beside was an ink bottle of the commonest type, the ink in powder and flakes. He took up one of the sheets. It had a great stain on it. The bottle must have been overturned. But was it ink? No, it stood too thick on the paper. With a gruesome shiver, Donal wetted his finger and tried the surface of it. A little came off, a tinge of suspicious brown. There was writing on the paper. What was it? He held the faded lines close to the candle. They were not difficult to decipher. He sat down on the stool and read thus, his reading broken by the stain. There was no date. My husband, for such I will blot, are in the sight of God. Blot. Men, why are you so cruel? What blot deserve these terrors? Blot. In thought have I blot. Hard upon me to think of another. Here the writing came below the blot, and went on unbroken. My little one is gone, and I am left lonely, oh, so lonely. I cannot but think that if you had loved me as you once did, I should yet be clasping my little one to my bosom, and you would have a daughter to comfort you after I am gone. I feel sure I cannot long survive this. Ah, there my hand has burst out bleeding again. But do not think I mind it. I know it was only an accident. You never meant to do it, though you teased me by refusing to say so. Besides, it is nothing. You might draw every drop of blood from my body, and I would not care if only you would not make my heart bleed so. Oh, it is gone all over my paper, and you will think I have done it to let you see how it bleeds. But I cannot write it all over again, it is too great a labour and too painful to write, so you must see it just as it is. I dare not think where my baby is, for if I should be doomed never to see her because of the love I have borne to you, and consented to be as you wished, if I am cast out from God because I loved you more than him, I shall never see you again. For to be where I could see you would never be punishment enough for my sins. Here the writing stopped. The bleeding of the hand had probably brought it to a close. The letter had never been folded, but lying there, had lain there. He looked if he could find a date. There was none. He held the sheet up to the light, and saw a paper mark, while close by lay another sheet with merely a date, in the same hand, as if the writer had been about to commence another in lieu of the letter spoiled. Strange, thought Donal with himself. An old withered grief looks almost as pitiful as an old withered joy. But who is to say either is withered? Those who look upon death as an evil, yet regard it as the healer of sorrows. Is it such? No one can tell how long a grief may last unwithered. Surely till the life heals it. He is a coward who would be cured of his sorrow by mere lapse of time, by the mere forgetting of a brain that grows musty with age. It is God alone who can heal, the God of the dead and of the living, and the dead must find him or be miserable for evermore. He had not a doubt that the letter he had read was in the writing of the mother of the present earl's children. What was he to do? He had thought he was looking into matters much older, things over which the permission of Lady Arctura extended, and in truth what he had discovered, or seen corroborated, was a thing she had a right to know, but whether he ought to tell her at once he did not yet see. He took up his candle, and with a feeling of helpless dismay withdrew to his chamber. But when he reached the door of it, yielding to a sudden impulse, he turned away, and went farther up the stair and out upon the bartizan. It was a frosty night, and the stars were brilliant. He looked up and said, "O Saviour of men, thy house is vaulted with light. Thy secret places are secret from excess of light. In thee is no darkness at all. Thou hast no terrible crypts and built-up places. Thy light is the terror of those who love the darkness. Fill my heart with thy light. Let me never hunger or thirst after anything but thy will, that I may walk in the light, and light, not darkness, may go forth from me." As he turned to go in, came a faint chord from the Aeolian harp. "It sings, brooding over the very nest of evil deeds," he thought. "The light eternal, with keen arrows of radiant victory, will yet at last rout from the souls of his creatures the demons that haunt them. But if there be creatures of God that have turned to demons, may not human souls themselves turn to demons? Would they then be victorious over God, too strong for him to overcome, beyond the reach of repentance? How would they live? By their own power? Then were they gods. But they did not make themselves, and could not live of themselves. If not, then they must live by God's power. How then should they be beyond his reach? If the demons can never be brought back, then the life of God, the all-pure, goes out to keep alive, in and for evil, that which is essentially bad. For that which is irredeemable is essentially bad. Thus reasoned Donal with himself, and his reasoning, instead of troubling his faith, caused him to cling the more to the only one, the sole hope and saviour of the hearts of his men and women, without whom the whole universe were but a charnel house in which the ghosts of the dead went about crying, not over the life that was gone from them, but its sorrows. He stood and gazed out over the cold sea. And as he gazed, a shivering surge of doubt, a chill wave of negation, came rolling over him. He knew that in a moment he would strike out with the energy of a strong swimmer, and rise to the top of it, but now it was tumbling him about at its evil will. He stood and gazed, with a dull sense that he was waiting for his will. Suddenly came the consciousness that he and his will were one, that he had not to wait for his will, but had to wake, to will, that is, and do, and so be. And therewith he said to himself, "It is neither time nor eternity, nor human consolation, nor everlasting sleep, nor the satisfied judgment, nor attained ambition even in love itself that is the cure for things. It is the heart, the will, the being of the Father. While that remains, the irremediable, the irredeemable cannot be. If there arose a grief in the heart of one of his creatures not otherwise to be destroyed, he would take it into himself, there consume it in his own creative fire, himself bearing the grief, carrying the sorrow. Christ died, and would die again rather than leave one heartache in the realms of his love, that is, of his creation. Blessed are they who have not seen, and yet have believed." Over his head the sky was full of shining worlds, mansions in the Father's house, built or building. We are not at the end of things, he thought, but in the beginnings and on the threshold of creation. The Father is as young as when first the stars of the morning sang, the Ancient of Days, who can never grow old. He who has ever filled the dull unbelieving nations with food and gladness, has a splendor Chapter 62 of Donal Grant. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devora Allen. Donal Grant, by George Macdonald. Chapter 62. The Crypt. "When are you going down again to the chapel, Mr. Grant?" said Lady Arctura. She was better now, and able to work. "I was down last night, and want to go again this evening by myself, if you don't mind, my lady," he answered. "I am sure it will be better for you not to go down till you are ready to give your orders to have everything cleared away for the light and air to enter. The damp and closeness of the place are too much for you." "I think it was rather the want of sleep that made me ill," she answered, "but you can do just as you please." "I thank you for your confidence, my lady," returned Donal. "I do not think you will repent it."
I know I shall not." Having some things to do first, it was late before Donal went down, intent on learning the former main entrance, and verifying the position of the chapel in the castle. He betook himself to the end of the passage under the little gallery, and there examined the signs he had observed. Those must be the outer ends of two of the steps of the great staircase. They came through, resting on the wall. That end of the chapel, then, adjoined the main stair. Evidently, too, a door had been built up in the process of constructing the stair. The chapel, then, had not been entered from that level since the building of the stair. Originally there had, most likely, been an outside stair to this door, in an open court. After a little more examination, partial of necessity from lack of light, he was on his way out, and already near the top of the mural stair, thinking of the fresh observations he would take outside in the morning, when behind, overtaking him from the regions he had left, came a blast of air, and blew out his candle. He shivered, not with the cold of it, though it did breathe of underground damps and doubtful growths, but from a feeling of its having been sent after him to make him go down again. For did it not indicate some opening to the outer air? He relighted his candle and descended, carefully guarding it with one hand. The cold sigh seemed to linger about him as he went, gruesome as from a closed depth, the secret bosom of the castle into which the light never entered. But wherever it came from last, however earthy and fearful, it came first from the open regions of life, and had but passed through a gloom that life itself must pass. Could it have been a draught down the pipe of the music chords? No, for they would have loosed some light-winged messenger with it. He must search till he found its entrance below. He crossed the little gallery, descended, and went again into the chapel. It lay as still as the tomb which it was no more. He seemed to miss the presence of the dead, and feel the place deserted. All round its walls, as far as he could reach or see, he searched carefully, but could perceive no sign of possible entrance for the messenger blast. It came again, plainly through the open door under the windows. He went again into the passage outside the wall, and the moment he turned into it, the draught seemed to come from beneath, blowing upwards. He stooped to examine. His candle was again extinguished. Once more he relighted it. Searching then along the floor and the foot of the walls, he presently found, in the wall of the chapel itself, close to the ground, a narrow horizontal opening. It must pass under the floor of the chapel. All he saw was a mere slit, but the opening might be larger, and partially covered by the flooring slab, which went all the length of the slit. He would try to raise it. That would want a crowbar, but having got so far, he would not rest till he knew more. It must be very late, and the domestics all in bed. But what hour it was he could not tell, for he had left his watch in his room. It might be midnight, and he burrowing like a mole about the roots of the old house, or like an evil thing in the heart of a man. No matter, he would follow up his search. After what, he did not know. He crept up and out of the castle by his own stair, so to the tool-house. It was locked, but lying near was a half-worn shovel. That might do. He would have a try with it. Like one in a dream of ancient ruins, creeping through mouldy and low-browed places, he went down once more into the entrails of the house. Inserting the sharp edge of the worn shovel in the gap between the stone and that next it, he raised it more readily than he had hoped, and saw below it a small window, whose sill sloped steeply inward. How deep the place might be, and whether it would be possible to get out of it again, he must discover before entering. He took a letter from his pocket, lighted it, and threw it in. It revealed a descent of about 7 feet, into what looked like a cellar. He blew his candle out, put it in his pocket, got into the window, slid down the slope, and reached his new level with ease. He then lighted his candle, and looked about him. His eye first fell on a large flat stone in the floor, like a gravestone, but without any ornament or inscription. It was a roughly vaulted place, unpaved, its floor of damp, hard-beaten earth. In the wall to the right of that through which he had entered was another opening, low down, like the crown of an arch, the rest of which was beneath the floor. As near as he could judge, it was right under the built-up door in the passage above. He crept through it, and found himself under the spiral of the great stair, in the small space at the bottom of its well. On the floor lay a dustpan and a housemaid's brush, and there was the tiny door at which they were shoved in after their morning's use upon the stair. It was open, inwards. He crept through it. He was in the great hall of the house, and there was one of its windows wide open. Afraid of being by any chance discovered, he put out his light, and proceeded up the stair in the dark. He had gone but a few steps when he heard the sound of descending feet. He stopped and listened. They turned into the half-way room. When he reached it, he heard sounds which showed that the earl was in the closet behind it. Things rushed together in his mind. He hurried up to Lady Arctura's room, thence descended, for the third time that night, but no farther than the oak door, passed through it, entered the little chamber, and hastening to the farther end of it, laid his ear against the wall. Plainly enough, he heard the sounds he had expected, those of the dream-walking rather than sleep-walking earl, moaning, and calling in a low voice of entreaty after some one whose name did not grow audible to the listener. Ah, thought Donal, who would find it hard to believe in roaming and haunting ghosts that had once seen this poor man roaming his own house, and haunting that chamber? How easily I could punish him now with a lightning blast of terror! It was but a thought. It did not amount to a temptation. Donal knew he had no right. Vengeance belongs to the Lord, for he alone knows how to use it. I do not believe that mere punishment exists anywhere in the economy of the highest. I think mere punishment a human idea, not a divine one. But the consuming fire is more terrible than any punishment invented by riotous and cruel imagination. Punishment indeed it is, not mere punishment, a power of God for his creature. Love is God's being. Love is his creative energy. They are one. God's punishments are for the casting out of the sin that uncreates, for the recreating of the things his love made and sin has unmade. He heard the lean hands of the earl go slowly sweeping, at the ends of his long arms, over the wall. He had seen the thing, else he could hardly have interpreted the sounds. And he heard him muttering on and on, though much too low for his words to be distinguishable. Had they been, Donal by this time was so convinced that he had to do with an evil and dangerous man, that he would have had little scruple in listening. It is only righteousness that has a right to secrecy, and does not want it. Evil has no right to secrecy, alone intensely desires it, and rages at being foiled of it. For when its deeds come to the light, even evil has righteousness enough left to be ashamed of them. But he could remain no longer. His very soul felt sick within him. He turned hastily away to leave the place, but carrying his light too much in front, and forgetting the stool, he came against it and knocked it over, not without noise. A loud cry from the other side of the wall revealed the dismay he had caused. It was followed by a stillness, and then a moaning. Chapter 63 of Donal Grant. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devora Allen. Donal Grant, by George Macdonald. Chapter 63. The Closet. Tender over Lady Arctura, Donal would ask a question or two of the housekeeper before disclosing what further he had found. He sought her room, therefore, while Arctura and Davy, much together now, were reading in the library. "Did you ever hear anything about that little room on the stair, Mistress Brookes?" he asked.
"I cannot say,"
she answered, but thoughtfully.
"Bide a wee. Old auntie did mention something once about—bide a wee. I have a woolen memory. maybe I'll mind upon it in the know. It was something about bigging up and taking down. Something he was to do, and something he never did. I'm sure I cannot tell, but gie me time, and I'll mind upon it. Once as I with me, only I mun have time.
Donal waited, and said not a word.
I mind this much, she said at length, that they used to be together in that room. I mind too that there was something about building up one wall and pulling down another. It's coming back to me.
She paused again a while, and then said,
All I can recollect, Mr. Grant, is this, that after her death he biggit up something not far frae that room. What was it noo? And there was something about making of the room bigger. Who that could be by building up, I can't think. Yet I feel sure that was what he did.
Would you mind coming to the place? Said Donal. To see it might help you to remember.
I will, sir. Come ye here about 10:30, and we to gang together.
As soon as the house was quiet, they went. But Mistress Brookes could recall nothing, and Donal gazed about him to no purpose. "What's that?" he said at last, pointing to the wall on the other side of which was the little chamber. Two arches, in chalk, as it seemed, had attracted his gaze. Light surely was about to draw nigh through the darkness. Chaos surely was settling a little towards order. The one arch was drawn opposite the hidden chamber, the other against the earl's closet, as it had come to be called in the house, most of the domestics thinking he there said his prayers. It looked as if there had been an intention of piercing the wall with such arches, to throw the two small rooms on the other side as recesses into the larger. But if that had been the intent, what could the building of a wall, vaguely recollected by Mistress Brookes, have been for? That a wall had been built he did not doubt, for he believed he knew the wall. But why? "What's that?" said Donal. "What?" returned Mistress Brookes. "Those two arches." The housekeeper looked at them thoughtfully for a few moments.
"I canna help fancying," she said slowly. "Yes, I'm sure that's the very thing my aunt told me about. That's the two places where he was going to take the wall down to make the room larger. But I'm sure she said something about building the wall as well."
"Look here," said Donal. "I will measure the distance from the door to this other side of the first arch. Now come into the closet behind. Look here. This same measurement takes us right up to the end of the place. So you see, if we were to open the other arch, it would be into something behind this wall."
"Then this may be the very wall he biggit?"
"I don't doubt it. But what could he have built it for if he was going to open the other wall? I must think it all over. It was after his wife's death, you say?"
"Yes, I believe so."
"One might have thought he would not care about enlarging the room after she was gone."
"But, sir, he wasna just a pattern of a good man," said the housekeeper. "And what for make this room less?"
"May it not have been for the sake of shutting out or hiding something?" suggested Donal.
"I do remember a certain thing. Curious! But what then as to the opening of it after?"
"He has never done it," said Donal significantly. "The thing takes shape to me in this way, that he wanted to build something out of sight, to annihilate it, but in order to prevent speculation, he professed the intention of casting the one room into the other, then built the wall across, on the pretence that it was necessary for support when the other was broken through, or perhaps that two recesses with arches would look better. But when he had got the wall built, he put off opening the arches on one pretext or another, till the thing should be forgotten altogether, as you see it is already, almost entirely. I have been at the back of that wall, and heard the earl moaning and crying on this side of it."
"God bless me!" cried the good woman. "I'm no easy scared, but that's fearful to think of."
"You would not care to come there with me?"
"Not the night, sir. Come to my room again, and I shall make ye a cup of coffee and tell ye the story. It's all come back to me now, the thing that made my aunt tell me about the building of this wall. 'Deed, sir, I hae hardly a doubt the thing was just as ye say."
They went to her room. There was Lady Arctura sitting by the fire.
"My lady!" cried the housekeeper. "I thought I left ye sound asleep."
"So I was, I dare say," answered Arctura. "But I woke again, and finding you had not come up, I thought I would go down to you. I was certain you and Mr. Grant would be somewhere together. Have you been discovering anything more?" Mrs. Brookes gave Donal a look. He left her to tell as much or as little as she pleased.
"We have been prowling about the hoose, but not down yonder, my lady. I think you and me would do weel to leave that to Mr. Grant."
"When your ladyship is quite ready to have everything set to rights," said Donal, "and to have a resurrection of the chapel, then I shall be glad to go with you again. But I would rather not even talk more about it just at present."
"As you please, Mr. Grant," replied lady Arctura. "We will say nothing more till I have made up my mind. I don't want to vex my uncle, and I find the question Chapter 64 of Donal Grant. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devora Allen. Donal Grant, by George Macdonald. Chapter 64. The Garland-Room. All through the terrible time, the sense of help and comfort and protection in the presence of the young tutor went on growing in the mind of Arctura. It was nothing to her, what could it be, that he was the son of a very humble pair, that he had been a shepherd and a cowherd and a farm labourer, less than nothing. She never thought of the facts of his life except sympathetically, seeking to enter into the feelings of his memorial childhood and youth. She would never have known anything of those facts but for their lovely intimacies of all sorts with nature divine, human, animal, cosmical. By sharing with her his emotional history, Donal had made its facts precious to her. Through them he had gathered his best, by home and by prayer, by mother and father, by sheep and mountains and wind and sky. And now he was to her a tower of strength, a refuge, a strong city, the shadow of a great rock in a weary land. She trusted him the more that he never invited her trust, never put himself before her, for always before her he set life, the perfect heart origin of her and his yet unperfected humanity, teaching her to hunger and thirst after being righteous like God, with the assurance of being filled. She had once trusted in Miss Carmichael, not with her higher being, only with her judgment, and both her judgment and her friend had misled her. Donal had taught her that obedience, not to man but to God, was the only guide to holy liberty, and so had helped her to break the bonds of those traditions which, in the shape of authoritative utterances of this or that church, lay burdens grievous to be borne upon the souls of men. For Christ, against all the churches, seemed to her to express Donal's mission. An air of peace, an atmosphere of summer twilight after the going down of the sun, seemed to her to precede him, and announce his approach with a radiation felt as rest. She questioned herself nowise about him. Falling in love was a thing unsuggested to her. If she was in what is called danger, it was of a better thing. The next day she did not appear. Mistress Brookes had persuaded her to keep her bed again for a day or two. There was nothing really the matter with her, she said herself, but she was so tired she did not care to lift her head from the pillow. She had slept well, and was troubled about nothing. She sent to beg Mr. Grant to let Davy go and read to her, and to give him something to read, good for him as well as for her. Donal did not see Davy again till the next morning. "Oh, Mr. Grant," he said, "you never saw anything so pretty as Arkie is in bed. She is so white and so sweet, and she speaks with a voice so gentle and low. She was so kind to me for going to read to her. I never saw anybody like her. She looks as if she had just said her prayers, and God had told her she should have everything she wanted." Donal wondered a little, but hoped more. Surely she must be finding rest in the consciousness of God. But why was she so white? Was she going to die? A pang shot to his heart. If she were to go from the castle, it would be hard to stay in it, even for the sake of Davy. Donal, no more than Arctura, imagined himself fallen in love. He had loved once, and his heart had not yet done aching, though more with the memory than the presence of pain. He was utterly satisfied with what the father of the children had decreed, and would never love again. But he did not seek to hide from himself that the friendship of lady Arctura, and the help she sought and he gave, had added a fresh and strong interest to his life. At the first dawn of power in his heart, when he began to make songs in the fields and on the hills, he had felt that to brighten with true light the clouded lives of despondent brothers and sisters was the one thing worth its living for. It was what the Lord came into the world for. Neither had his trouble made him forget it, for more than 1 week or so. While the pain was yet gnawing grievously, he woke to it again with self-accusation, almost self-contempt. To have helped this lovely creature, whose life had seemed lapped in an ever closer clasping shroud of perplexity, was a thing to be glad of. Not to the day of his death, but to the never-ending end of his life, was an honour conferred upon him by the Father to last for evermore. For he had helped to open a human door for the Lord to enter. She within heard him knock, but trying was unable to open. To be God's helper with our fellows is the one high calling, the presence of God in the house the one high condition. At the end of a week Arctura was better, and able to see Donal. She had had Mistress Brookes's bed moved into the same room with her own, and had made the dressing-room into a sitting-room. It was sunny and pleasant, the very place Donal thought he would have chosen for her. The bedroom, too, which the housekeeper had persuaded her to take when she left her own, was one of the largest in the castle, the Garland-Room. Old-fashioned, of course, but as cheerful as stateliness would permit, with gorgeous hangings and great pictures, far from homely, but with sun in it half the day. Donal congratulated her on the change. She had been prevented from making one sooner, she said, by the dread of owing any comfort to circumstance. It might deceive her as to her real condition. "It could not deceive God, though," answered Donal, "who fills with righteousness those who hunger after it. It is pride to refuse anything that might help us to know him, and of all things his sunlit world speaks of the Father of lights. If that makes us happier, it makes us fitter to understand him, and he can easily send what cloud may be needful to temper it. We must not make our own world, inflict our own punishments, or order our own instruction. We must simply obey the voice in our hearts and take lovingly what he sends." The next day she told him she had had a beautiful night, full of the loveliest dreams. One of them was, that a child came out of a grassy hillock by the wayside, called her mamma, and said she was much obliged to her for taking her off of the cold stone, and making her a butterfly. And with that the child spread out gorgeous and great wings, and soared up to a white cloud, and there sat laughing merrily to her. Every afternoon Davy read to her, and thence Donal gained a duty, that of finding suitable pabulum for the two. Chapter 65 of Donal Grant. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devorah Allen. Donal Grant, by George Macdonald. Chapter 65. The Wall. On the day after the last triad in the housekeeper's parlour, as Donal sat in the schoolroom with Davy, about noon it was, he became aware that for some time he had been hearing laborious blows apparently at a great distance. Now that he attended, they seemed to be in the castle itself, deadened by mass, not distance. With a fear gradually becoming more definite, he sat listening for a few moments. "Davy," he said, "run and see what is going on." The boy came rushing back in great excitement. "Oh, Mr. Grant, what do you think?" he cried. "I do believe my father is after the lost room! They are breaking down a wall!" "Where?" asked Donal, half starting from his seat. "In the little room behind the half-way room, on the stair, you know." Donal was silent. What might not be the consequences? "You may go and see them at work, Davy," he said. "We shall have no more lessons this morning. Was your papa with them?" "No, sir. At least, I did not see him. Simmons told me he sent for the masons this morning, and set them to take the wall down. Oh, thank you, Mr. Grant! It is such fun! I do wonder what is behind it. It may be a place you know quite well, or a place you never saw before." Davy ran off, and Donal instantly sped to a corner where he had hidden some tools, thence to Lady Arctura's deserted room, and so to the oak door. He remembered seeing another staple in the same post, a little lower down. If he could get that out, he would drive it in beside the remains of the other, so as to hold the bolt of the lock. If the earl knew the way in, as doubtless he did, he must not learn that another had found it. Not yet, at least. As he went down, every blow of the masons pounding at the wall seemed in his very ears. He peeped through the press door. They had not yet got through the wall. No light was visible. He made haste to restore things, only a stool and a few papers, to their exact positions when first he entered. Close to him, on the other side of the partition, shaking the place, the huge blows were falling like those of a ram on the wall of a besieged city, of which he was the whole garrison. He stepped into the press and drew the door after him. With his last glance behind him, he saw, in the faint gleam of light that came with it, a stone fall. He must make haste. The demolition would go on much faster now, but before they had the opening large enough to pass, he would have done what he wanted. With a strong piece of iron for a lever, he drew the staple from the post, then drove it in astride of the bolt, careful to time his blows to those of the masons. That done, he ran down to the chapel, gathered what dust he could sweep up from behind the altar, and laid it on its top, restored on the bed with its own dust a little of the outline of what had lain there, dropped the slab to its place in the floor of the passage, closed the door of the chapel with some difficulty because of its broken hinge, and ascended. The sounds of battering had ceased, and as he passed the oak door he laid his ear to it. Some one was in the place. The lid of the bureau shut with a loud bang, and he heard a lock turned. The wall could not be half down yet. The earl must have entered the moment he could get through. Donal hastened up and out of the dreadful place, put the slab in the opening, secured it with a strut against the opposite side of the recess, and closed the shutters and drew the curtains of the room. If the earl came up the stair in the wall, found the stone immovable, and saw no light through any chink about its edges, he would not suspect it had been displaced. He then went to Lady Arctura. "I have a great deal to tell you," he said, "but at this moment I cannot. I am afraid of the earl finding me with you." "Why should you mind that?" said Arctura. "Because I think he is suspicious about the lost room. He has had a wall taken down this morning. Please do not let him see you know anything about it. Davy thinks he is set on finding the lost room. I think he knew all about it long ago. You can ask him what he has been doing. You must have heard the masons." "I hope I shall not stumble into anything like a story, for if I do I must out with everything." In the afternoon, Davy was full of the curious little place his father had discovered behind the wall. But if that was the lost room, he said, it was not at all worth making such a fuss about. It was nothing but a big closet with an old desk kind of thing in it. In the afternoon also, the earl went to see his niece. It was the first time they met after his rude behaviour on her proposal to search for the lost room. "What were you doing this morning, uncle?" she said. "There was such a thumping and banging somewhere in the castle. Davy said you were determined, he thought, to find the lost room." "Nothing of the kind, my love," answered the earl. "I do hope they will not spoil the stair carrying the stones and mortar down." "What was it then, uncle?" "Simply this, my dear. My late wife, your aunt, and I had a plan for taking that closet behind my room on the stair into the room itself. In preparation, I had a wall built across the middle of the closet so as to divide it and make 2 recesses of it, and act also as a buttress to the weakened wall. Then your aunt died, and I hadn't the heart to open the recesses or do anything more in the matter. So one half of the closet was cut off and remained inaccessible. But there had been left in it an old bureau containing papers of some consequence, for it was heavy, and intended to occupy the same position after the arches were opened. Now, as it happens, I want one of those papers, so the wall has had to come down again." "But, uncle, what a pity!" said Arctura. "Why did you not open the arches? The recesses would have been so pretty in that room." "I am sorry I did not think of asking you what you would like done about it, my child. The fact is, I never thought of your taking any interest in the matter. I had naturally lost all mine. You will please to observe, however, I have only restored what I had myself disarranged, not meddled with anything belonging to the castle." "But now you have the masons here, why not go on and make a little search for the lost room?" said Arctura, venturing once more. "We might pull down the castle and be none the wiser. Bah! The building up of half the closet may have given rise to the whole story." "Surely, uncle, the legend is older than that." "It may be. You cannot be sure.
Once a-going, it would immediately cry back to a remote age. Prove that anyone ever spoke of it before the building of that foolish wall."
"Surely some remember hearing it long before that."
"Nothing is more treacherous than a memory confronted with a general belief," said the earl, and took his leave.
The next morning Arctura went to see the alteration. She opened the door of the little room. It was twice its former size, and 2 bureaus were standing against the wall. She peeped into the cupboard at the end of it, but saw nothing there. The same morning she made up her mind that she would go no farther at present in regard to the chapel. It would be to break with her uncle. In the evening she acquainted Donal with her resolve, and he could not say she was wrong. There was no necessity for opposing her uncle. There might soon come one. He told her how he had entered the closet from behind, and of the noise he had made the night before, which had perhaps led to the opening of the place. But he did not tell her of what he had found on the bureau. The time might come when he must do so, but now he dared not render her relations with her uncle yet more uncomfortable. Neither was it likely such a woman would consent to marry such a man as her cousin had shown himself. When that danger appeared, it would be time to interpose. For the mere succession to an empty title, he was not sure that he was bound to speak. The branch which could produce such scions might well be itself a false graft on the true stem of the family. If not, what Chapter 66 of Donal Grant. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devorah Allen. Donal Grant, by George Macdonald. Chapter 66. Progress and Change. Things went on very quietly for a time. Arctura grew better, resumed her studies, and made excellent progress. She would have worked harder, but Donal would not let her. He hated forcing, even with the good will of the plant itself. He believed in a holy, unhasting growth. God's ways want God's time. Long after, people would sometimes say to him, "That is very well in the abstract, but in these days of hurry a young fellow would that way be left ages behind." "With God," would Donal say. "Tut, tut, the thing would never work." "For your ends," Donal would answer, "it certainly would never work. But your ends are not those of the universe." "I do not pretend they are, but they are the success of the boy." "That is one of the ends of the universe, and your reward will be to thwart it for a season. I decline to make one in a conspiracy against the design of our Creator. I would fain die loyal." He was of course laughed at, and not a little despised, as an extravagant enthusiast. But those who laughed found it hard to say for what he was enthusiastic. It seemed hardly for education, when he would even do what he could sometimes to keep a pupil back. He did not care to make the best of anyone. The truth was, Donal's best was so many miles ahead of theirs that it was below their horizon altogether. If there be any relation between time and the human mind, every forcing of human process, whether in spirit or intellect, is hurtful, a retarding of God's plan. Lady Arctura's old troubles were gradually fading into the limbo of vanities. At times, however, mostly when unwell, they would come in upon her like a flood. What if, after all, God were the self-loving being theology presented, a being from whom no loving human heart could but recoil with a holy dislike? What if it was because of a nature specially evil that she could not accept the God in whom the priests and elders of her people believed? But again and again, in the midst of profound wretchedness from such doubt, had a sudden flush of the world's beauty, that beauty which Jesus has told us to consider, and the modern Pharisee to avoid, broken like gentlest, mightiest sunrise through the hellish fog, and she had felt a power upon her as from the heart of a very God, a God such as she would give her life to believe in, one before whom she would cast herself in speechless adoration, not of his greatness, of that she felt little, but of his loving kindness, the gentleness that was making her great. Then would she care utterly for God and his Christ, nothing for what men said about them. The Lord never meant his lambs to be under the tyranny of any, least of all the tyranny of his own most imperfect church. Its work is to teach. Where it cannot teach, it must not rule. Then would God appear to her not only true, but real, the heart of the human to which she could cling and so rest. The corruption of all religion comes of leaving the human, and God is the causing human, for something imagined holier. Men who do not see the loveliness of the truth search till they find a lie they can call lovely. What but a human reality could the heart of man ever love? What else are we offered in Jesus but the absolutely human? That Jesus has two natures is of the most mischievous fictions of theology. The divine and the human are not two. Suddenly, after an absence of months, reappeared Lord Forgue, cheerful, manly, on the best terms with his father, and plainly willing to be on still better terms with his cousin. He had left the place a mooning youth. He came back a man of the world, easy in carriage, courteous in manners, serene in temper, abounding in what seemed the results of observation, attentive but not too attentive, jolly with Davy, distant with Donal, polite to all. Donal could hardly receive the evidence of his senses. He would have wondered more had he known every factor in the change. All about him seemed to say it should not be his fault if the follies of his youth remained unforgotten, and his airy carriage sat well upon him. None the less, Donal felt there was no restoration of the charm which had at first attracted him. That was utterly vanished. He felt certain he had been going downhill, and was now, instead of negatively, consciously and positively untrue. With gradations undefined, but not unmarked of Donal, as if the man found himself under influences of which the youth had been unaware, he began to show himself not indifferent to the attractions of his cousin. He expressed concern that her health was not what it had been, sought her in her room when she did not appear, professed an interest in knowing what books she was reading, and what were her studies with Donal, behaved like a good brother cousin, who would not be sorry to be something more. And now the earl, to the astonishment of the household, began to appear at table, and apparently as a consequence of this, Donal was requested rather than invited to take his meals with the family, not altogether to his satisfaction, seeing he could not only read while he ate alone, but could get through more quickly, and have the time thus saved for things of greater consequence. His presence made it easier for Lord Forgue to act his part, and the manners he brought to the front left little to be desired. He bowed to the judgment of Arctura, and seemed to welcome that of his father, to whom he was now as respectful as moralist could desire. Yet he sometimes faced a card he did not mean to show. Who that is not absolutely true can escape the mishap? There was condescension in his politeness to Donal, and this, had there been nothing else, would have been enough to revolt Arctura. But in truth he impressed her altogether as a man of outsides. She felt that she did not see the man he was, but the nearest approach he could make to the man he would be taken for. He was gracious, dignified, responsive, kind, amusing, accurate, ready, everything but true. He would make of his outer man all but what it was meant for, a revelation of the inner. It was that, notwithstanding. He was a man dressed in a man, and his dress was a revelation of much that he was, while he intended it only to show much that he was not. No man can help unveiling himself, however long he may escape even his own detection. There is nothing covered that shall not be revealed. Things were meant to come out and be read and understood in the face of the universe. The soul of every man is as a secret book, whose content is yet written on its cover for the reading of the wise. How differently it is read by the fool, whose very understanding is a misunderstanding. He takes a man for a god when on the point of being eaten up of worms. He buys for 30 pieces of silver him whom the sepulchre cannot hold. Well for those in the world of revelation who give their sins no quarter in this. Forgue had been in Edinburgh a part of the time, in England another part. He had many things to tell of the people he had seen, and the sports he had shared in. He had developed and enlarged a vein of gentlemanly satire, which he kept supplied by the observation and analysis of the peculiarities, generally weaknesses, of others. These, as a matter of course, he judged merely by the poor standard of society. Questioned concerning any upon the larger human scale, he could give no account of them. Chapter 67 of Donal Grant. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devorah Allen. Donal Grant, by George Macdonald. Chapter 67. The Breakfast Room. 2 years before, Lady Arctura had been in the habit of riding a good deal, but after an accident to a favourite horse, for which she blamed herself, she had scarcely ridden at all. It was quite as much, however, from the influence of Miss Carmichael upon her spirits that she had forsaken the exercise. Partly because her uncle was neither much respected nor much liked, she had visited very little, and after mental trouble assailed her, growing under the false prescriptions of the soul doctors she had called in, she withdrew more and more, avoiding even company she would have enjoyed, and which would before now have led her to resume it. For a time she persisted in refusing to ride with Forgue. In vain he offered his horse, assuring her that Davy's pony was quite able to carry him. She had no inclination to ride, she said. But at last one day, lest she should be guilty of unkindness, she consented, and so enjoyed the ride, felt indeed so much the better for it, that she did not thereafter so positively as before decline to allow her cousin to look out for a horse fit to carry her. And Forgue, taking her consent for granted, succeeded, with the help of the factor, in finding for her a beautiful creature, just of the sort to please her. Almost at sight of him she agreed to his purchase. This put Forgue in great spirits, and much contentment with himself. He did not doubt that, gaining thus opportunity so excellent, he would quickly succeed in withdrawing her from the absurd influence which, to his dismay, he discovered his enemy had in his absence gained over her. He ought not to have been such a fool, he said to himself, as to leave the poor child to the temptations naturally arising in such a dreary solitude. He noted with satisfaction, however, that the parson's daughter seemed to have forsaken the house. And now at last, having got rid of the folly that a while possessed him, he was prepared to do his duty by the family, and to that end would make unfaltering use of the fascinations experience had taught him he was, in a most exceptional degree, gifted with. He would at once take Arctura's education in his own hands, and give his full energy to it. She should speedily learn the difference between the assistance of a gentleman and that of a clotpole. He had in England improved in his riding as well as his manners, and knew at least how a gentleman, if not how a man, ought to behave to the beast that carried him. Also, having ridden a good deal with ladies, he was now able to give Arctura not a few hints to the improvement of her seat, her hand, her courage. Nor was there any nearer road, he judged from what he knew of his cousin, to her confidence and gratitude, than showing her a better way in a thing. But thinking that in teaching her to ride, he could make her forget the man who had been teaching her to live, he was not a little mistaken in the woman he desired to captivate. He did not yet love her even in the way he called loving, else he might have been less confident, but he found her very pleasing. Invigorated by the bright frosty air, the life of the animal under her, and the exultation of rapid motion, she seemed better in health, more merry and full of life than he had ever seen her. He put all down to his success with her. He was incapable of suspecting how little of it was owing to him, incapable of believing how much to the fact that she now turned to the Father of Spirits without fear, almost without doubt, thought of him as the root of every delight of the world, at the heart of the horse she rode, in the wind that blew joy into hers as she swept through its yielding bosom, knew him as altogether loving and true, the Father of Jesus Christ, as like him as like could be like, more like him than anyone else in the universe could be like another, like him as only eternal Son can be like eternal Father. It was no wonder that with such a well of living water in her heart she should be glad, merry even, and ready for anything her horse could do. Flying across a field in the very wildness of pleasure, her hair streaming behind her, and her pale face glowing, she would now and then take a jump Forgue declared he could not face in cold blood. He did not know how far from cold her blood was. He began to wonder he had been such a fool as to neglect her for, well, never mind, and to feel something that was like love, and was indeed admiration. But for the searing brand of his past he might have loved her truly, as a man may without being the most exalted of mortals. For in love we are beyond our ordinary selves. The deep thing in us peers up into the human air, and is of God. Therefore cannot live long in the mephitic air of a selfish and low nature, but sinks again out of sight. He was not at his ease with Arctura. He was afraid of her. When a man is conscious of wrong, knows in his history what would draw a hideous smudge over the portrait he would present to the eyes of her he would please, he may well be afraid of her. He makes liberal allowance for himself, but is not sure she will. And before Forgue lay a social gulf which he could pass only on the narrow plank of her favour. The more he was with her, the more he admired her, the more he desired to marry her. The more satisfied he grew with his own improvement, the more determined he became that for no poor, unjust scruples would he forego his happiness. There was but one trifle to be kept from the world. It might know everything else about him, and once in possession of the property, who would dispute the title? Then again, he was not certain that his father had not merely invented a threat. Surely if the fact were such, he would, even in rage diabolical, have kept it to himself. Impetuous, and accustomed to what he counted success, he soon began to make plainer advance toward the end on which his self-love and cupidity at least were set. But knowing in a vague manner how he had carried himself before he went, Arctura, uninfluenced by the ways of the world, her judgment unwarped, her perception undimmed, her instincts nice, her personal delicacy exacting, had never imagined he could approach her on any ground but that of cousinship and a childhood of shared sports. She had seen that Donal was far from pleased with him, and believed Forgue knew that she knew he had been behaving badly. Her behaviour to him was indeed largely based on the fact that he was in disgrace. She was sorry for him. By and by, however, she perceived that she had been allowing too much freedom where she was not prepared to allow more, and so one day declined to go with him. They had not had a ride for a fortnight, the weather having been unfavourable, and now, when a morning broke into the season like a smile from an estranged friend, she would not go. He was annoyed, then alarmed, fearing adverse influence. They were alone in the breakfast-room. "Why will you not, Arctura?" he asked reproachfully. "Do you not feel well?" "I am quite well," she answered. "It is such a lovely day," he pleaded. "I am not in the mood. There are other things in the world besides riding, and I have been wasting my time, riding too much. I have learnt next to nothing since Larkie came." "Oh, bother! What have you to do with learning? Health is the first thing." "I don't think so, and learning is good for the health. Besides, I would not be a mere animal for perfect health. Let me help you, then, with your studies." "Thank you," she answered, laughing a little, "but I have a good master already. That is Davy and I, are reading Greek and mathematics with Mr. Grant." Forgue's face flushed. "I ought to know as much of both as he does," he said. "Ought, perhaps, but you know you do not." "I know enough to be your tutor." "Yes, but I know enough not to be your pupil." "What do you mean?" "That you can't teach." "How do you know that?" "Because you do not love either Greek or mathematics, and no one who does not love can teach." "That is nonsense. If I don't love Greek enough to teach it, I love you enough to teach you," said Forgue. "You are my writing master," said Arctura. "Mr. Grant is my master in Greek." Forgue strangled an imprecation on Mr. Grant, and tried to laugh, but there was not a laugh inside him. "Then you won't ride to-day?" he said. "I think not," replied Arctura. She ought to have said she would not. It is a pity to let doubt alight on decision. Her reply reopened the whole question. "I cannot see what should induce you to allow that fellow the honour of reading with you," said Forgue. "He's a long-winded, pedantic, ill-bred lout." "Mr. Grant is my friend," said Arctura, and raising her head looked him in the eyes. "Take my word for it, you are mistaken in him," he said. "I neither value nor ask your opinion of him," returned Arctura. "I merely acquaint you with the fact that he is my friend." "Here's the devil and all to pay," thought Forgue. "I beg your pardon," he said. "You do not know him as I do." "Not? And with so much better opportunity of judging." "He has never played the dominie with you," said Forgue foolishly. "Indeed he has." "He has! Confound his insolence! How?" "He won't let me study as I want. How has he interfered with you?" "We won't quarrel about him," rejoined Forgue.
attempting a tone of gaiety, but instantly growing serious. We who ought to be so much to each other. Something told him he had already gone too far. "I do not know what you mean, or rather I am not willing to think I know what you mean," said Arctura. "After what took place—" In her turn she ceased. He had said nothing. "Jealous," concluded Forgue. "A good sign." "I see he has been talking against me," he said. "If you mean Mr. Grant, you mistake. He never, so far as I remember, once mentioned you to me." "I know better." "You are rude. He never spoke of it, but I have seen enough with my own eyes." "If you mean that silly fancy, why, Arctura, you know it was but a boyish folly." "And since then you have grown a man. How many months has it taken?" "I assure you, on the word of a gentleman, there is nothing in it now. It is all over, and I am heartily ashamed of it." A pause of a few seconds followed. It seemed as many minutes, and unbearable. "You will come out with me?" said Forgue. She might be relenting, though she did not look like it. "No," she said, "I will not." "Well," he returned, with simulated coolness, "this is rather cavalier treatment, I must say, to throw a man over who has loved you so long, and for the sake of a lesson in Greek." "How long, pray, have you loved me?" said Arctura, growing angry. "I was willing to be friendly with you, so much so that I am sorry it is no longer possible." "You punish me pretty sharply, my lady, for a trifle of which I told you I was ashamed," said Forgue, biting his lip. "It was the merest—" "I do not wish to hear anything about it," said Arctura sternly. Then, afraid she had been unkind, she added in altered tone, "You had better go and have a gallop. You may have Larkie if you like." He turned and left the room. She only meant to pique him, he said to himself. She had been cherishing her displeasure, and now that she had had her revenge, would feel better and be sorry next. It was a very good morning's work after all. It was absurd to think she preferred a Greek lesson from a clown to a ride with Lord Forgue. Was not she too a Graham? Partly to make the reconciliation the easier, partly because the horse was superior to his own, he would ride Larkie. But his reasoning was not so satisfactory to him as to put him in a good temper, and poor Larkie had to suffer for his ill humour. His least movement that displeased him put him in a rage, and he rode him so foolishly as well as tyrannically that he brought him home quite lame, thus putting an end for a time to all hope of riding again with Arctura. Instead of going and telling her what he had done, he sent for the farrier, and gave orders that the mishap should not be mentioned. A week passed, and then another, and as he could say nothing about riding, he was in a measure self-banished from Arctura's company. A furious jealousy began to master him. He scorned to give place to it, because of the insult to himself if he allowed a true ground for it. But it gradually gained power. This country bumpkin, this cowherd, this man of spelling books and grammars to come between his cousin and him! Of course he was not so silly as imagine for a moment she cared for him, that she would disgrace herself by falling in love with a fellow just loosed from the plough-tail. She was a Graham, and could never be a traitor to her blood. If only he had not been such an infernal fool! A vulgar little thing without an idea in her head, so unpleasant, so disgusting at last with her love-making. Nothing pleased her but hugging and kissing. That was how he spoke to himself of the girl he had been in love with. Damn that schoolmaster! She would never fall in love with him, but he might prevent her from falling in love with another. No attractions could make way against certain prepossessions. The girl had a fancy for being a saint, and the lout burned incense to her. So much he gathered from Davy. His father must get rid of the fellow. If he thought he was doing so well with Davy, why not send the two away together till things were settled? But the earl thought it would be better to win Donal. He counselled him that every Grant was Lord Seafield's cousin, and every Highlander an implacable enemy where his pride was hurt. His lordship did not reflect that, if what he said were true of Donal, he must have left the castle long ago. There was but one thing that would have made it impossible for Donal to remain, interference, namely, between him and his pupil. Forgue did not argue with his father, he had given that up. At the same time, if he had told all that had passed between him and Donal, the earl would have confessed he had advised an impossibility. Forgue took a step in a very different direction. He began to draw to himself the good graces of Miss Carmichael. He did not know how little she could serve him. Without being consciously insincere, She flattered him, and speedily gained his confidence. Well descended on the mother's side, she had grown up fit, her father said, to adorn any society. With a keen appreciation of the claims and dignities of the aristocracy, she was well able to flatter the prejudices she honoured and shared in. Careful not to say a word against his cousin, she made him feel more and more that his chief danger lay in the influence of Donal. She fanned thus his hatred of the man who first came between him and his wrath, next between him and his love, and last between him and his fortunes. If only Davy would fall ill and require change of air! But Davy was always in splendid health. Now that he saw himself in such danger of failing, he fancied himself far more in love with Arctura than he was, and as he got familiarized with the idea of his illegitimacy, although he would not assent to it, he made less and less of it, which would have been a proof to any other than himself that he believed it. In further sign of the same, he made no inquiry into the matter, did not once even question his father about it. If it was true, he did not want to know it. He would treat his lack of proof as ignorance, and act as with the innocence of ignorance. A fellow must take for granted what was commonly believed. At last, and the last was not long in arriving, he almost ceased to trouble himself about it. His father laughed at his fear of failure with Arctura, but at times contemplated the thing as an awful possibility. Not that he loved Forgue much. The only way fathers in sight of the grave can fancy themselves holding on to the things they must leave, is in their children. But Lord Morven had a stronger and better reason for his unrighteousness. In a troubled, self-reproachful way, he loved the memory of their mother, and through her cared even for Forgue more than he knew. They were also his own, as much as if he had been legally married to her. For the relation in which they stood to society, he cared little so long as it continued undiscovered. He enjoyed the idea of stealing a march on society, and seeing the sons he had left at such a disadvantage behind him, ruffling it, in spite of absurd law, with the foolish best. From the grave he would so have his foot on the neck of his enemy, Law. He was one of the many who can rejoice in even a stolen victory. Nor would he ever have been the fool to let the truth fly, except under the reaction of evil drugs, and the rush of fierce wrath at the threatened ruin of his cherished scheme. Arctura thenceforth avoided her cousin as much as she could, only remembering that the house was hers, and she must not make him feel he was not welcome to use it. They met at meals, and she tried to behave as if nothing unpleasant had happened, and things were as before he went away. "You are very cruel, Arctura," he said one morning he met her in the terrace avenue. "Cruel," returned Arctura coldly. "I am not cruel. I would not willingly hurt anyone." "You hurt me much. You give me not a morsel, not a crumb of your society." "Percy," said Arctura, "if you will be content to be my cousin, we shall get on well enough. But if you are set on what cannot be, once for all, believe me, it is of no use. You care for none of the things I live for. I feel as if we belonged to different worlds, so little have we in common. You may think me hard, but it is better we should understand each other. If you imagine that because I have the property you have a claim on me, be sure I will never acknowledge it. I would 1,000 times rather you had the property and I were in my grave. I will be anything, do anything, learn anything you please," cried Forgue, his heart aching with disappointment. "I know what such submission is worth," said Arctura. "I should be everything till we were married, and then nothing. You dissemble, you hide even from yourself, but you are not hard to read." Perhaps she would not have spoken just so severely, had she not been that morning unusually annoyed with his behaviour to Donal, and at the same time specially pleased with the calm, unconsciously dignified way in which Donal took it, casting it from him as the rock throws aside the sea wave. It did not concern him. The dull world has got the wrong phrase. Chapter 68 of Donal Grant. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devorah Allen. Donal Grant by George Macdonald.
Chapter 68. Larkie. It was a lovely day in spring.
"Please, Mr. Grant," said Davy, "may I have a holiday?"
Donal looked at him with a little wonder. The boy had never before made such a request. But he answered him at once. "Yes, certainly, Davy. But I should like to know what you want it for."
"Arkie very much wants to have a ride to-day. She says Larkie— I gave him his name, to rhyme with Arkie. She says Larkie will forget her, and she does not wish to go out with Forgue, so she wants me to go with her on my pony."
"You will take good care of her, Davy."
"I will take care of her, but you need not be anxious about us, Mr. Grant. Arkie is a splendid rider, and much pluckier than she used to be."
Donal did, however, he could not have said why, feel a little anxiety. He repressed it as unfaithfulness, but it kept returning. He could not go with them, there was no horse for him, and to go on foot would, he feared, spoil their ride. He was so much afraid also of presuming on Lady Arctura's regard for him, that he would have shrunk from offering had it been more feasible. He got a book and strolled into the park, not even going to see them off. Forgue might be about the stable, and make things unpleasant. Had Forgue been about the stable, he would, I think, have somehow managed to prevent the ride, for Larkie, though much better, was not yet cured of his lameness. Arctura did not know he had been lame, or that he had therefore been very little exercised, and was now rather wild, with a pastern joint far from equal to his spirit. There was but a boy about the stable, who either did not understand or was afraid to speak. She rode in a danger of which she knew nothing. The consequence was that, jumping the merest little ditch in a field outside the park, they had a fall. The horse got up and trotted limping to the stable. His mistress lay where she fell. Davy, wild with misery, galloped home. From the height of the park Donal saw him tearing along, and knew something was amiss. He ran, got over the wall, found the pony's track, and following it, came where Arctura lay. There was a little clear water in the ditch. He wet his handkerchief and bathed her face. She came to herself, opened her eyes with a faint smile, and tried to raise herself, but fell back helpless, and closed her eyes again. "I believe I am hurt," she murmured. "I think Larkie must have fallen." Donal would have carried her, but she moaned so that he gave up the idea at once. Davy was gone for help. It would be better to wait. He pulled off his coat and laid it over her, then kneeling, raised her head a little from the damp ground upon his arm. She let him do as he pleased, but did not open her eyes. They had not long to wait. Several came running, among them Lord Forgue. He fell beside his cousin on his knees, and took her hand in his. She neither moved nor spoke. As instead of doing anything he merely persisted in claiming her attention, Donal saw it was for him to give orders. "My lady is much hurt," he said. "One of you go at once for the doctor. The others bring a hand-barrow. I know there is one about the place. Lay the squab of a sofa on it, and make haste. Let Mistress Brookes know." "Mind your own business," said Forgue. "Do as Mr. Grant tells you," said Lady Arctura, without opening her eyes. The men departed running. Forgue rose from his knees, and walked slowly to a little distance, where he stood gnawing his lip. "My lord," said Donal, "please run and fetch a little brandy for her ladyship. She has fainted." What could Forgue do but obey? He started at once, and with tolerable speed. Then Arctura opened her eyes and smiled. "Are you suffering much, my lady?" asked Donal. "A good deal," she answered, "but I don't mind it. Thank you for not leaving me. It is no more than I can bear, only bad when I try to move." "They will not be long now," he said. Again she closed her eyes, and was silent. Donal watched the sweet face, which a cloud of suffering would every now and then cross, and lifted up his heart to the Saviour of men. He saw them coming with the extemporized litter, behind them Mistress Brookes, with Forgue and one of the maids. When she came up, she addressed herself in silence to Donal. He told her he feared her ladyship's spine was hurt. After his direction, she put her hands under her, and the maid took her feet, while he, placing his other arm under her shoulders, and gently rising, raised her body. Being all strong and gentle, they managed the moving well, and laid her slowly on the litter. Except a moan or two, and a gathering of the brows, she gave no sign of suffering. Nothing to be called a cry escaped her. Donal at the head, and a groom at the foot, lifted the litter, and with ordered step started for the house. Once or twice she opened her eyes and looked up at Donal, then, as if satisfied, closed them again. Before they reached the house, the doctor met them, for they had to walk slowly. Forgue came behind, in a devilish humour. He knew that first his ill usage of Larkie, and then his preventing anything being said about it, must have been the cause of the accident. But he felt with some satisfaction, for self simply makes devils of us, that if she had not refused to go out with him, it would not have happened. He would not have allowed her to mount Larkie. Served her right, he caught himself saying once, and was ashamed. But presently
Chapter 69 of Donal Grant. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devora Allen. Donal Grant, by George Macdonald. Chapter 69. The Sick Chamber. She was carried to her room, and laid on her bed. The doctor requested Mrs. Brookes and Donal to remain, and dismissed the rest, then proceeded to examine her. There were no bones broken, he said, but she must be kept very quiet. The windows must be darkened, and she must, if possible, sleep. She gave Donal a faint smile, and a pitiful glance, but did not speak. As he was following the doctor from the room, she made a sign to Mrs. Brookes with her eyes that she wanted to speak to him. He came, and bent over to hear, for she spoke very feebly.
"You will come and see me, Mr. Grant?"
"I will indeed, my lady."
"Every day?"
"Yes, most certainly," he replied. She smiled, and so dismissed him. He went with his heart full. A little way from the door stood Forgue, waiting for him to come out. He had sent the doctor to his father. Donal passed him with a bend of the head. He followed him to the schoolroom. "It is time this farce was over, Grant," he said. "Farce, my lord!" repeated Donal indignantly. "These attentions to my lady." "I have paid her no more attention than I would your lordship had you required it," answered Donal sternly. "That would have been convenient, doubtless. But there has been enough of humbug, and now for an end to it. Ever since you came here you have been at work on the mind of that inexperienced girl, with your damned religion, for what end you know best, and now you've half killed her by persuading her to go out with you instead of me. The brute was lame and not fit to ride, any fool might have seen that." "I had nothing to do with her going, my lord. She asked Davy to go with her, and he had a holiday on purpose." "All very fine, but, my lord, I have told you the truth, but not to justify myself. You must be aware your opinion is of no value in my eyes. But tell me one thing, my lord. If my lady's horse was lame, how was it she did not know? You did." Forgue thought Donal knew more than he did, and was taken aback. "It is time the place was clear of you," he said. "I am your father's servant, not yours," answered Donal, "and do not trouble myself as to your pleasure concerning me. But I think it is only fair to warn you that, though you cannot hurt me, nothing but honesty can take you out of my power." Forgue turned on his heel, went to his father, and told him he knew now that Donal was prejudicing the mind of Lady Arctura against him, but not until it came in the course of the conversation did he mention the accident she had had. The earl professed himself greatly shocked, got up with something almost like alacrity from his sofa, and went down to inquire after his niece. He would have compelled Mrs. Brookes to admit him, but she was determined her lady should not be waked from a sleep invaluable to her for the sake of receiving his condolements, and he had to return to his room without gaining anything. If she were to go, the property would be his, and he could will it as he pleased. That was, if she left no will. He sent for his son, and cautioned him over and over to do nothing to offend her, but wait. What might come, who could tell? It might prove a serious affair. Forgue tried to feel shocked at the coolness of his father's speculation, but allowed that, if she was determined not to receive him as her husband, the next best thing, in the exigence of affairs, would certainly be that she should leave a world for whose uses she was ill-fitted, and go where she would be happier. The things she would then have no farther need of would be welcome to those to whom by right they belonged more really than to her. She was a pleasant thing to look upon, and if she had loved him, he would rather have had the property with than without her. But there was this advantage: he would be left free to choose. Lady Arctura lay suffering, feverish, and restless. Mrs. Brookes would let no one sit up with her but herself. The earl would have sent for a suitable nurse. A friend of his in London would find one, but she would not hear of it. And before the night was over she had greater reason still for refusing to yield her post. It was evident her young mistress was more occupied with Donal Grant than with the pain she was suffering. In her delirium she was constantly desiring his presence. "I know he can help me," she would say. "He is a shepherd, like the Lord himself." And Mistress Brookes, though by no means devoid of the prejudices of the rank with which her life had been so much associated, could not but allow that a nobler life must be possible with one like Donal Grant than with one like Lord Forgue. In the middle of the night Arctura became so unquiet that her nurse, calling the maid she had in a room near, flew like a bird to Donal, and asked him to come down. He had but partially undressed, thinking his help might be wanted, and was down almost as soon as she. Ere he came, however, she had dismissed the maid. Donal went to the bedside. Arctura was moaning and starting, sometimes opening her eyes, but distinguishing nothing. Her hand lay on the counterpane. He laid his upon it. She gave a sigh as of one relieved. A smile came flickering over her face, and she lay still for some time. Donal sat down beside her and watched. The moment he saw her begin to be restless or look distressed, he laid his hand upon hers. She was immediately quiet, and lay for a time as if she knew herself safe. When she seemed about to wake, he withdrew. So things went on for many nights. Donal slept instead of working when his duties with Davy were over, and lay at night in the corridor, wrapped in his plaid. For even after Arctura began to recover, her nights were sorely troubled, and her restoration would have been much retarded had not Donal been near to make her feel she was not abandoned to the terrors she passed through. One night the earl, wandering about in the anomalous condition of neither ghost nor genuine mortal, came suddenly upon what he took for a huge animal in wait to devour. He was not terrified, for he was accustomed to such things, and thought at first it was not of this world. He had no doubt of the reality of his visions, even when he knew they were invisible to others, and even in his waking moments had begun to believe in them as much as in the things then evident to him, or rather, perhaps, to disbelieve equally in both. He approached to see what it was, and stood staring down upon the mass. Gently it rose and confronted him, if confronting that may be called where the face remained so undefined, for Donal took care to keep his plaid over his head. Chapter 70 of Donal Grant. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devorah Allen. Donal Grant, by George Macdonald. Chapter 70. A Plot. But his lordship had his suspicions, and took measures to confirm or set them at rest, with the result that he concluded Donal madly in love with his niece, and unable while she was ill to rest anywhere but, with the devotion of a savage, outside her door. If he did not take precautions, the lout would oust the lord. Ever since Donal spoke so plainly against his self-indulgence, he had not merely hated but feared the country lad. He recognized that Donal feared nothing, had no respect of persons, would speak out before the world. He was doubtful also whether he had not allowed him to know more than it was well he should know. It was time to get rid of him, only it must be done cautiously, with the appearance of a good understanding. If he had him out of the house before she was able to see him again, that would do, and if in the meantime she should die, all would be well. His distrust, once roused, went farther than that of his son. He had not the same confidence in blue blood. He knew a few things more than Forgue, believed it quite possible that the daughter of a long descent of lords and ladies should fall in love with a shepherd lad. And as no one could tell what might have to be done if the legal owner of the property persisted in refusing her hand to the rightful owner of it, the fellow might be seriously in the way. Arctura slowly recovered. She had not yet left her room, but had been a few hours on the couch every day for a fortnight, and the doctor, now sanguine of her final recovery, began to talk of carrying her to the library. The earl, who never suspected that Mrs. Brookes, having hitherto kept himself from her room, would admit the tutor, the moment he learned that the library was in view for her, decided that there must be no more delay. He had by this time contrived a neat little plan. He sent for Donal. He had been thinking, the earl said, that he must want a holiday. He had not seen his parents since he came to the castle, and he had been thinking besides how desirable it was that Davy should see some other phases of life than those to which he had hitherto been accustomed. There was great danger of boys brought up in his position getting narrow, and careless of the lives and feelings of their fellow men. He would take it as a great kindness if Donal, who had a regard to the real education of his pupil, would take him to his home, and let him understand the ways of life among the humbler classes of the nation, so that, if ever he went into Parliament, he might have the advantage of knowing the heart of the people for whom he would have to legislate. Donal listened, and could not but agree with the remarks of his lordship. In himself he had not the least faith, wondered indeed which of them thought the other the greater fool to imagine that after all that had passed Donal would place any confidence in what the earl said, but he listened. What Lord Morven really had in his mind he could not surmise, but not the less to take Davy to his father and mother was a delightful idea. The boy was growing fast, and had revealed a faculty quite rare in one so young for looking to the heart of things, and seeing the relation of man to man. Therefore such a lesson as the earl proposed would indeed be invaluable to him. Then again, this faculty had been opened in him through a willing perception of those eternal truths in a still higher relation of persons, which are open only to the childlike nature, whence he would be especially fitted for such company as that of his father and mother, who could now easily receive the boy as well as himself, since their house and their general worldly condition had been so much bettered by their friend, Sir Gibbie. With them, Davy would see genuine life, simplicity, dignity, and unselfishness, the very embodiment of the things he held constantly before him. There might be some other reason behind the earl's request which it would be well for him to know, but he would sooner discover that by a free consent than by hanging back. Anything bad it could hardly be. He shrank indeed from leaving Lady Arctura while she was yet so far from well, but she was getting well much faster now. For a fortnight there had been no necessity for his presence to soothe her while she slept. Neither did she yet know, so far at least as he or Mistress Brookes was aware, that he had ever been near her in the night. It was well also because of the position of things between him and Lord Forgue that he should be away for a while. It would give a chance for that foolish soul to settle down, and let common sense assume the reins, while yet the better coachman was not allowed to mount the box. He had of course heard nothing of the strained relations between him and Lady Arctura. He might otherwise have been a little more anxious. For the earl, Davy, he thought, would be a kind of pledge or hostage. In regard of what, he could not specify, but, though he little suspected what such a man was capable of sacrificing to gain a cherished end, some security for him, some hold over him, seemed to Donal not undesirable. When Davy heard the proposal, he was wild with joy. Actually to see the mountains and the sheep and the collies of which Donal had told him such wonderful things, to be out all night perhaps with Donal and the dogs and the stars and the winds. Perhaps a storm would come, and he would lie on Donal's plaid under some great rock, and hear the wind roaring around them, but not able to get at them, and the sheep would come and huddle close up to them and keep them warm with their woolly sides, and he would stroke their heads and love them. Davy was no longer a mere child, far from it, but what is loveliest in the child's heart was only the stronger in him, and the prospect of going with Donal was a thing to be dreamed of day and night till it came. Nor were the days many before their departure was definitely settled. The earl would have Mr. Grant treat his pupil precisely as one of his own standing. He might take him on foot if he pleased. The suggestion was eagerly accepted by both. They got their boxes ready for the carrier, packed their wallets, and one lovely morning late in spring, Just as summer was showing her womanly face through its smiles and tears, they set out together. It was with no small dismay that Arctura heard of the proposal. She said nothing, however, only when Donal came to take his leave she broke down a little. "We shall often wish, Davy and I, that you were with us, my lady," he said. "Why?" she asked, unable to say more. "Because we shall often feel happy, and what then can we do but wish you shared our happiness?" She burst into tears, and presently was able to speak. "Don't think me silly," she said. "I know God is with me, and as soon as you are gone I will go to him to comfort me, but I cannot help feeling as if you were leaving me like a lamb among wolves. I can give no reason for it, I only feel as if some danger were near me. But I have you yet, Mistress Brookes. God and you will take care of me. Indeed, if I hadn't you," she added, laughing through her tears, "I should run away with Mr. Grant and Davy." "If I had known you felt like that," said Donal, "I would not have gone. Yet I hardly see how I could have avoided it, being Davy's tutor, and bound to do as his father wishes with him. Only, dear Lady Arctura, there is no chance, in this or in anything. We will not forget you, and in 3 weeks or a month we shall be back." "That is a long time," said Arctura, ready to weep again. Is it necessary to say she was not a weak woman? It is not betrayal of feeling, but avoidance of duty that constitutes weakness. After an illness he has borne like a hero, a strong man may be ready to weep like a child. What the common people of society think about strength and weakness is poor stuff, like the rest of their wisdom. She speedily recovered her composure, and with the gentlest smile bade Donal good-bye. She was in her sitting-room next the state-chamber where she now slept. The sun was shining in at the open window, and with it came the song of a little bird, clear and sweet. "You hear him," said Donal, "how he trusts God without knowing it. We are made able to trust him, knowing in whom we believe. Ah, dear Lady Arctura, no heart even yet can tell what things God has in store for them who will just let him have his way with them. Good-bye. Write to me if anything comes to you that I can help you in, and be sure I will make haste to you the moment you let me know you want me." "Thank you, Mr. Grant. I know you mean every word you say. If I need you, I will not hesitate to send for you. Only if you come, it will be as my friend, and not—" "It will be as your servant, not Lord Morven's," said Donal. "I quite understand. Good-bye. The Father of Jesus Christ, who was so sure of him, will take care of you." Chapter 71 of Donal Grant. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devorah Allen. Donal Grant, by George Macdonald. Chapter 71. Glashgar. Out of Arctura's sight, Donal had his turn of so-called weakness. The day was a glorious one, and Davy, full of spirits, could not understand why he seemed so unlike himself. "Arkie would scold you, Mr. Grant," he said. Donal avoided the town, and walked a long way round to get into the road beyond it, his head bent as if he were pondering a pain. At moments he felt as if he must return at once, and refused to leave the castle for any reason, but he could not see that it was the will of God that he should do so. A presentiment is not a command. A prophecy may fail of the least indication of duty. Hamlet, defying augury, is the consistent religious man Shakespeare takes pains to show him. A presentiment may be true, may be from God himself, yet involve no reason why a man should change his way, should turn a step aside from the path before him. St. Paul received warning after warning on his road to Jerusalem that bonds and imprisonment awaited him, and these warnings he knew came from the spirit of prophecy, but he heeded them only to set his face like a flint. He knew better than imagine duty determined by consequences, or take foresight for direction. There is a higher guide, and he followed that. So did Donal now. Moved to go back, he did not go back. neither afterwards repented that he did not. I will not describe the journey. Suffice it to say that after a few days of such walking as befitted an unaccustomed boy, they climbed the last hill, crossed the threshold of Robert Grant's cottage, and were both clasped in the embrace of Janet. For Davy rushed into the arms of Donal's mother, and she took him to the same heart to which she had taken wee Sir Gibbie. The bosom of the peasant woman was indeed one to flee to. Then followed delights which more than equalled the expectations of Davy. One of them was seeing how Donal was loved. Another was a new sense of freedom. He had never imagined such liberty as he now enjoyed. It was as if God were giving it to him fresh out of his sky, his mountains, his winds. Then there was the twilight on the hillside, with the sheep growing dusky around him, when Donal would talk about the shepherd of the human sheep. And hearing him, Davy felt not only that there was once, but that there is now, a man altogether lovely, the heart of all beauty everywhere, a man who gave himself up to his perfect Father and his Father's most imperfect children, that he might bring his brothers and sisters home to their Father, for all his delight is in his Father and his Father's children. He showed him how the heart of Jesus was all through the heart of a son that adored his perfect Father, and how if he had not had his perfect Son to help him, God could not have made any of us, could never have got us to be his little sons and daughters, loving him with all our might. Then Davy's heart would glow, and he would feel ready to do whatever that Son might want him to do. And Donal hoped, and had good ground for hoping, that when the hour of trial came, the youth would be able to hold, not merely by the unseen, but by the seemingly unpresent and unfelt, in the name of the eternally true. Donal's youth began to seem far behind him. All bitterness was gone out of his memories of Lady Galbraith. He loved her tenderly, but was pleased she should be Gibbie's. How much of this happy change was owing to his interest in Lady Arctura he did not inquire. Greatly interested in her, more in very important ways than he had ever been in Lady Galbraith, he was so jealous of his heart, shrank so much from the danger of folly, knew so well how small an amount of yielding might unfit him for the manly and fresh performance of his duties, among which came first a due regard for her well-being, lest he should himself fail or mislead her, that he often turned his thoughts into another channel, lest in that they should run too swiftly, deepen it too fast, and go far to imprison themselves in another agony. To Lady Galbraith he confided his uneasiness about Lady Arctura. Not that he could explain, he could only confess himself infected with her uneasiness, and the rather that he knew better than she the nature of those with whom she might have to cope. If Mrs. Brookes had not been there, he dared not have come away, he said, leaving her with such a dread upon her. Sir Gibbie listened open-mouthed to the tale of the finding of the lost chapel, hidden away because it held the dust of the dead, and perhaps sometimes their wandering ghosts. They assured him that, if he would bring Lady Arctura to them, they would take care of her. Had she not better give up the weary property, they said, and come and live with them, and be free as the lark? But Donal said that, if God had given her a property, he would not have her forsake her post, but wait for him to relieve her. She must administer Chapter 72 of Donal Grant. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devorah Allen. Donal Grant, by George Macdonald. Chapter 72. Sent, Not Called. He had been at home about 10 days, during which not a word had come to Davy or himself from the castle, and was beginning to grow, not perhaps anxious, but hungry for news of Lady Arctura, when from a sound sleep he started suddenly awake one midnight to find his mother by his bedside. She had roused him with difficulty. "Laddie," she said, "I'm thinking you're wanted." "Where am I wanted, mother?" he asked, rubbing his eyes, but with anxiety already throbbing at his heart. "At the castle," she replied. "How ken ye that?" he asked. "It would be ill telling ye," she answered. "But gien I was you, Donal, I would be off afore the daybreak,
to see what they're doing wi' yon poor lady at the muckle place ye left. My heart's that sair about her, I cannot rest a moment till I hae ye awa upo' the road till her." Long before his mother had ended, Donal was out of bed and hurrying on his clothes. He had the profoundest faith in whatever his mother said. Was it a vision she had had? He had never been told she had the second sight. It might have been only a dream, or an impression so deep she must heed it. One thing was plain: there was no time to ask questions. It was enough that his mother said go; more than enough that it was for Lady Arctura. How quickest could he go? There were horses at Sir Gibbie's. He would make free with one. He put a crust of bread in his pocket, and set out running. There was a little moonlight, enough for one who knew every foot of the way, and in half an hour of swift descent he was at the stable door of Glashgar. Finding himself unable to rouse anyone, he crept through a way he knew, opened the door, without a moment's hesitation saddled and bridled Sir Gibbie's favourite mare, led her out, and mounted her. Safe in the saddle, with 4 legs busy under him, he had time to think, and began to turn over in his mind what he must do. But he soon saw there was no planning anything till he knew what was the matter, of which he had dreadful forebodings. His imagination started and spurred by fear, he thought of many dread possibilities concerning which he wondered that he had never thought of them before. If he had, he could not have left the castle. What might not a man in the mental and moral condition of the earl, unrestrained by law or conscience, risk to secure the property for his son? Might he not poison her, smother her, kill her somehow, anyhow that was safest? Then rushed into his mind what the housekeeper had told him of his cruelty to his wife. A man like that, no longer feeling, however knowing the difference between right and wrong, hardly knowing the difference between dreaming a thing and doing the thing, was no fitter member of a family than any devil in or out of hell. He would have blamed himself bitterly, had he not been sure he was not following his own will in going away. If there were a better way, it had not been intended he should take it, else it would have been shown him. But now he would be restrained by no delicacy towards the earl. Whatever his hand found to do, he would do, regardless of appearances. If he could not reach Lady Arctura, he would seek the help of the law, tell what he knew, and get a warrant of search. He dared not think what he dreaded, but he would trust nothing but seeing her with his own eyes, and hearing from her own mouth that all was well. Which could not be, else why should his mother have sent him to her? Doubtless the way would unfold before him as he went on, but if everything should seem to go against him, he would yet say with Sir Philip Sidney that, since a man is bound no farther to himself than to do wisely, chance is only to trouble them that stand upon chance. If his plans or attempts should one after the other fail, there's a divinity that shapes our ends, rough hew them how we will. So he rode on, careful over his mare, lest much haste should be little speed. The animal was strong and in good condition, and by the time Donal had seen the sun rise, ascend the heavens, and go half-way down their western slope, and had stopped 3 times to refresh the mare, he found himself, after much climbing and descent, on a good level road that promised by nightfall to bring him to the place of his desire. But the mare was now getting tired, and no wonder, for she had had more than a hard day's work. Donal dismounted every now and then to relieve her, that he might go the faster when he mounted again, comforting himself that in the true path the delays are as important as the speed, for the hour is the point, not the swiftness. An hour too soon may even be more disastrous than an hour too late. He would arrive at the right time for him whose ways are not our ways, inasmuch as they are greatly better. The sun went down, and the stars came out, and the long twilight began. But before he was a mile farther he became aware that the sky had clouded over, the stars had vanished, and rain was at hand. The day had been sultry, and relief was come. Lightning flamed out, and darkness full of thunder followed. The storm was drawing near, but his mare, though young and high-spirited, was too weary to be frightened. The rain refreshed both, and they made a little more speed. But it was dark night, with now grumbling Chapter 73 of Donal Grant.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devorah Allen. Donal Grant, by George Macdonald. Chapter 73. In the Night. When he reached the town, he rode into the yard of the Morven Arms, and having found a sleepy ostler, gave up his mare. He would be better without her at the castle, whither he was setting out to walk, when the landlord appeared. "We didna look to see you, sir, at this time," he said. "Why not?" returned Donal. "We thought you was away for the summer, seeing you took the young gentleman wi' you, and the yerl himself followed." "Where is he gone?" asked Donal. "Oh, dinna ye ken, sir? Hanna ye heard?" "Not a word." "That's very strange, sir. There's a clean clearance at the castle. First gaed my lord Forgue, and syne my lord himsel' and my lady, and syne gaed the housekeeper. Her mither was dyin', they said. I'm thinking there maun be a wedding to the fore. There was some word o' fitting up the old hoose in the town, 'cause lord Forgue didna care about being at the castle any longer. It's strange ye hadna heard, sir." Donal stood absorbed in awful hearing. Surely some letter must have miscarried. The sure and firm-set earth seemed giving way under his feet. "I will run up to the castle and hear all about it," he said. "Look after my mare, will you?" "But I'm telling ye, sir, you'll find naebody there," said the man. "They're a' gone frae the hoose, onygait. There's no a soul about that but deif Betty Lobbin, who wouldna hear the angel wi' the last trump. Mair by token, she's that feared for robbers she gangs till her bed the minute it begins to grow dark, and sticks her head aneath the bedclothes, no 'at that makes her any deifer." "Then you think there is no use in going up?" "Not the smallest," answered the innkeeper. "Get me some supper, then. I will take a look at my mare." He went and saw that she was attended to, then set off for the castle as fast as his legs would carry him. There was foul play beyond a doubt. Of what sort he could not tell. If the man's report was correct, he would go straight to the police. Then first he remembered, in addition to the other reported absences, that before he left with Davy, the factor and his sister had gone together for a holiday. Had this been contrived? He mounted the hill and drew near the castle. A terrible gloom fell upon him. There was not a light in the sullen pile. It was darksome even to terror. He went to the main entrance, and rang the great bell as loud as he could ring it, but there was no answer to the summons, which echoed and yelled horribly, as if the house were actually empty. He rang again, and again came the horrible yelling echo, but no more answer than if it had been a mausoleum. He had been told what to expect, yet his heart sank within him. Once more he rang and waited, but there was no sound of hearing. The place grew terrible to him. But his mother had sent him there, and into it he must go. He must at least learn whether it was indeed abandoned. There was false play, he kept repeating to himself, but what was it? Where and how was it to be met? As to getting into the house, there was no difficulty. He had but to climb 2 walls to get to the door of Baliol's tower, and the key of that he always carried. If he had not had it, he would yet soon have got in. He knew the place better than anyone else about it. Happily he had left the door locked when he went away, else probably they would have secured it otherwise. He entered softly, and with a strange feeling of dread, went winding up the stair to his room. Slowly, because he did not yet know at all what he was to do. If there were no false play, surely at least Mrs. Brookes would have written to tell him they were going. If only he could learn where she was! Before he reached the top, he found himself very weary. He staggered in, and fell on his bed in the dark. But he could not rest. The air seemed stifling. The storm had lulled, but the atmosphere was full of thunder. He got up and opened the window. A little breath came in and revived him. Then came a little wind, and in the wind the moan of its harp. It woke many memories. There again was the lightning. The thunder broke with a great bellowing roar among the roofs and chimneys. It was to his mind. He went out on the roof, and mechanically took his way toward the nest of the music. At the base of the chimneys he sat down and stared into the darkness. The lightning came. He saw the sea lie watching like a perfect peace to take up drift souls, and the land bordering it like a waste of dread. Then the darkness swallowed both, and the thunder came so loud that it not only deafened but seemed to blind him beyond the darkness, that his brain turned to a lump of clay. Then came a silence, and the silence was like a deeper deafness. But from the deafness burst and trickled a faint doubtful stream. Could it be a voice, calling from a great distance? Was he the fool of weariness and excitement, or did he actually hear his own name? Whose voice could it be but Lady Arctura's, calling to him from the spirit world? They had killed her, and she was calling to let him know she was in the land of liberty. With that came another flash, and another roar of thunder, and there was the voice again. "Mr. Grant! Mr. Grant! Come! Come! You promised!" Did he actually hear the words? They sounded so far away that it seemed as if he ought not to hear them. But could the voice be from the spirit land? Would she claim his promise thence, tempting him thither? She would not. And she knew he would not go before his hour, if all the spirits on the other side were calling him. But he had heard of voices from far away, while those who called were yet in the body. If she would but say whither, he would follow her that moment. Once more it came, but very faint. He could not tell what it said. A wail of the ghost music followed close. God in heaven! Could she be down in the chapel? He sprang to his feet. With superhuman energy he leaped up and caught the edge of the cleft, drew himself up till his mouth reached it, and cried aloud, "Lady Arctura!" There came no answer. "I am stupid as death," he said to himself. "I have let her call me in vain." "I am coming!" he cried again, revived with sudden joy. He dropped on the roof, and sped down the stair to the door that opened on the second floor. All was dark as underground, but he knew the way so well he needed but a little guidance from his hands. He hurried to Lady Arctura's chamber, and the spot where the press stood, ready with one shove to send it yards out of his way. There was no press there. Nothing but a smooth, cold, damp wall. His heart sank within him. Was he in a terrible dream? No, no, he had but made a mistake, had trusted too much to his knowledge of the house, and was not where he thought he was. He struck a light. Alas! Alas! He was where he had intended. It was her room. There was the wardrobe, but nearer the door. Where it had stood was no recess, nothing but a great patch of fresh plaster. It was no dream, but a true horror. Instinctively clutching his skein dhu, he darted to the great stair. It must have been the voice of Arctura he had heard. She was walled up in the chapel. Down the stair, with swift, noiseless foot he sped, and stopped at the door of the half-way room. It was locked. There was but one way left. To the foot of the stair he shot. Good heavens, if that way also should have been known to the earl! He crept through the little door underneath the stair, feeling with his hands ere his body was through. The arch was open. In an instant he was in the crypt. But now to get up through the opening into the passage above, stopped with a heavy slab. He sprang at the steep slope of the window-sill, but there was no hold, and as often as he sprang he slipped down again. He tried and tried until he was worn out and almost in despair. She might be dying. He was close to her. He could not reach her. He stood still for a moment to think. To his mind came the word, "He that believeth shall not make haste." He thought with himself, God cannot help men with wisdom when their minds are in too great a tumult to hear what he says. He tried to lift up his heart and make a silence in his soul. As he stood, he seemed to see through the dark the gloomy place as it first appeared when he threw in the lighted letter. All at once he started from his quiescence, dropped on his hands and knees, and crawled until he found the flat stone like a gravestone. Out came his knife, and he dug away the earth at one end, until he could get both hands under it. Chapter 74 of Donal Grant. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devora Allen. Donal Grant, by George Macdonald. Chapter 74. A Moral Fungus. Spiritual insanity, cupidity, cruelty, and possibly immediate demoniacal temptation, had long been working in and on a mind that had now ceased almost to distinguish between the real and the unreal. Every man who bends the energies of an immortal spirit to further the ends and objects of his lower being fails so to distinguish. But with the Earl the blindness had wrought outward as well as inwardly, so that he was even unable, during considerable portions of his life, to tell whether things took place outside or inside him. Nor did this trouble him. He was past caring. He would argue that what equally affected him had an equal right to be by him regarded as existent. He paid no heed to the different natures of the two kinds of existence, their different laws, and the different demands they made upon the two consciousnesses. He had, in fact, by a long course of disobedience growing to utter disuse of conscience, arrived nearly at non-individuality. In regard to what was outside him he was but a mirror; in regard to what was inside him, a mere vessel of imperfectly interacting forces. And now his capacities and incapacities together had culminated in a hideous plot, in which it would be hard to say whether the folly, the crime, or the cunning predominated. He had made up his mind that, if the daughter of his brother refused to wed her cousin, and so carry out what he asserted to have been the declared wish of her father, she should go after her father, and leave her property to the next heir, so that if not in one way, then in another the law of nature might be fulfilled, and title and property united without the intervention of a marriage. As to any evil that therein might be imagined to befall his niece, he quoted the words of Hamlet: "Since no man has aught of what he leaves, what is it to leave betimes?" She would be no worse than she must have been when the few years of her natural pilgrimage were of necessity over. The difference to her was not worth thinking of besides the difference to the family. At the same time, perhaps a scare might serve, and she would consent to marry Forgue to escape a frightful end. The moment Donal was gone, he sent Forgue to London, and set himself to overcome the distrust of him which he could not but see had for some time been growing in her. With the sweet prejudices of a loving nature to assist him, he soon prevailed so far that, without much entreaty, she consented to accompany him to London. For a month or so, he said, while Davy was gone. The proposal had charms for her. She had been there with her father when a mere child, and never since. She wrote to Donal to let him know. How it was that her letter never reached him, it is hardly needful to inquire. The Earl, in order, he said, to show his recognition of her sweet compliance, made arrangements for posting it all the way. He would take her by the road he used to travel himself when he was a young man. She should judge whether more had not been lost than gained by rapidity. Whatever shortened any natural process, he said, simply shortened life itself. Simmons should go before, and find a suitable place for them. They were hardly gone when Mrs. Brookes received a letter pretendedly from the clergyman of the parish in a remote part of the south, where her mother, now a very old woman, lived, saying she was at the point of death, and could not die in peace without seeing her daughter. She went at once. The scheme was a madman's, excellently contrived for the instant object, but with no outlook for immediately resulting perils. After the first night on the road, he turned across country, and a little towards home. After the next night, he drove straight back, but as it was by a different road, Arctura suspected nothing. When they came within a few hours of the castle, they stopped at a little inn for tea. There he contrived to give her a certain dose. At the next place where they stopped, he represented her as his daughter, taken suddenly ill. He must go straight home with her, however late they might be. Giving an imaginary name to their destination, and keeping on the last post-boy, who knew nothing of the country, he directed him so as completely to bewilder him, with the result that he set them down at the castle, supposing it a different place, and in a different part of the country. The thing was after the Earl's own heart.
He delighted in making a fool of a fellow mortal. He sent him away so as not to enter the town. It was of importance his return should not be known. It is a marvel he could effect what followed, but he had the remnants of great strength, and when under influences he knew too well how to manage, was for the time almost as powerful. Chapter 75 of Donal Grant. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devorah Allen. Donal Grant, by George Macdonald. Chapter 75. The Porch of Hades. When Arctura woke from her unnatural sleep, she lay a while without thought, then began to localize herself. The last place she recalled was the inn where they had tea. She must have been there taken ill, she thought, and was now in a room of the same. It was quite dark. They might have left a light by her. She lay comfortably enough, but had a suspicion that the place was not over clean, and was glad to find herself not undressed. She turned on her side. Something pulled her by the wrist. She must have a bracelet on, and it was entangled in the coverlet. She tried to unclasp it, but could not. Which of her bracelets could it be? There was something attached to it. A chain. A thick chain. How odd! What could it mean? She lay quiet, slowly waking to fuller consciousness. Was there not a strange air, a dull odour in the room? Undefined as it was, she had smelt it before, and not long since. It was the smell of the lost chapel. But that was at home in the castle. She had left it 2 days before. Was she going out of her mind? The dew of agony burst from her forehead. She would have started up, but was pulled hard by the wrist. She cried on God. Yes, she was lying on the very spot where that heap of woman dust had lain. She was manacled with the same ring from which that woman's arm had wasted, the decay of centuries her slow redeemer. Her being recoiled so wildly from the horror that for a moment she seemed on the edge of madness. But madness is not the sole refuge from terror. Where the door of the spirit has once been opened wide to God, there is he, the present help in time of trouble. With him in the house, it is not only that we need fear nothing, but that is there which in its own being and nature casts out fear. God and fear cannot be together. It is a God far off that causes fear. In thy presence is fullness of joy. Such a sense of absolute helplessness overwhelmed Arctura that she felt awake in her an endless claim upon the protection of her original, the source of her being. And what sooner would any father have of his children than action on such claim? God is always calling us as his children, and when we call him as our Father, then, and not till then, does he begin to be satisfied. And with that there fell upon Arctura a kind of sleep, which yet was not sleep. It was a repose such as perhaps is the sleep of a spirit. Again the external began to intrude. She pictured to herself what the darkness was hiding. Her feelings when first she came down into the place returned on her memory. The tide of terror began again to rise. It rose, and threatened to become monstrous. She reasoned with herself. Had she not been brought in safety through its first and most dangerous inroad? But reason could not outface terror. It was fear, the most terrible of all terrors, that she feared. Then again woke her faith. If the night hideth not from him, neither does the darkness of fear. It began to thunder, first with a low, distant, muttering roll, then with a loud and near bellowing. Was it God coming to her? Some are strangely terrified at thunder. Arctura had the child's feeling that it was God that thundered. It comforted her as with the assurance that God was near. As she lay and heard the great organ of the heavens, its voice seemed to grow articulate. God was calling to her and saying, "Here I am, my child. Be not afraid." Then she began to reason with herself that the worst that could happen to her was to lie there till she died of hunger, and that could not be so very bad. And therewith across the muttering thunder came a wail of the ghost music. She started. Had she not heard it 100 times before, as she lay there in the dark alone? Was she only now for the first time waking up to it? She, the lady they had shut up there to die, where she had lain for ages, with every now and then that sound of the angels singing, far above her in the blue sky? She was beginning to wonder. She reasoned with herself and dismissed the fancy, but it came again and again, mingled with real memories, mostly of the roof and Donal. By and by she fell asleep, and woke in a terror which seemed to have been growing in her sleep. She sat up and stared into the dark. From where stood the altar seemed to rise and approach her a form of deeper darkness. She heard nothing, saw nothing, but something was there. It came nearer. It was but a fancy, she knew it, but the fancy assumed to be. The moment she gave way and acknowledged it, that moment it would have the reality it had been waiting for, and clasp her in its skeleton arms. She cried aloud, but it only came nearer. It was about to seize her. A sudden, divine change. Her fear was gone, and in its place a sense of absolute safety. There was nothing in all the universe to be afraid of. It was a night of June, with roses, roses everywhere. Glory be to the Father. But how was it? Had he sent her mother to think her full of roses? Why her mother? God himself is the heart of every rose that ever bloomed. She would have sung aloud for joy, but no voice came. She could not utter a sound. What a thing this would be to tell Donal Grant! This poor woman cried, and God heard her, and saved her out of all her distresses. The Father had come to his child. The cry had gone from her heart into his. If she died there, would Donal come one day and find her? No, no, she would speak to him in a dream, and beg him not to go near the place. She would not have him see her lie like that he and she standing together had there looked upon. With that came Donal's voice, floated and rolled in music and thunder. It came from far away. She did not know whether she fancied or really heard it. She would have responded with Chapter 76 of Donal Grant. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devorah Allen. Donal Grant, by George Macdonald. Chapter 76. The Angel of the Lord. Standing upon the edge of the stone leaned against the wall, Donal seized the edge of the slab which crossed the opening near the top, and drew himself up into the sloping window-sill. Pressing with all his might against the sides of the window, he succeeded at last in pushing up the slab so far as to get a hold with one hand on the next to it. Then, slowly turning himself on his side, while the whole weight of the stone rested on his fingers, he got the other hand also through the crack. This effected, he hauled and pushed himself up with his whole force, careless of what might happen to his head. The top of it came bang against the stone, and lifted it so far that he got head and neck through. The thing was done. With one more Herculean lift of his body and the stone together, like a man rising from the dead, he rose from the crypt into the passage. But the door of the chapel would not yield to a gentle push. "My lady," he cried, "don't be afraid. I must make a noise. It's only Donal Grant. I'm going to drive the door open." She heard the words. They woke her from her swoon of joy. Only Donal Grant. What less of an only could there be in the world for her? Was he not the messenger who raised the dead? She tried to speak, but not a word would come. Donal drew back a pace, and sent such a shoulder against the door that it flew to the wall, then fell with a great crash on the floor. "Where are you, my lady?" he cried. But still she could not speak. He began feeling about. "Not on that terrible bed," she heard him murmur. Fear lest in the darkness he should not find her gave her back her voice. "I don't mind it now," she said feebly. "Thank God!" cried Donal. "I found you at last." Worn out, he sank on his knees, with his head on the bed, and fell a-sobbing like a child. She would have put out her hand through the darkness to find him, but the chain checked it. He heard the rattle of it, and understood. "Chain to, my dove," he said, but in Gaelic. His weakness was over. He thanked God, and took courage. New life rushed through every vein. He rose to his feet in conscious strength. "Can you strike a light, and let me see you, Donal?" said Arctura. Then first she called him by his Christian name. It had been so often in her heart, if not on her lips, that night. The dim light wasted the darkness of the long buried place, and for a moment they looked at each other. She was not so changed as Donal had feared to find her, hardly so changed to him as he was to her. Terrible as had been her trial, it had not lasted long, and had been succeeded by a heavenly joy. She was paler than usual, yet there was a rosy flush over her beautiful face. Her hand was stretched towards him, its wrist clasped by the rusty ring, and tightening the chain that held it to the post. "How pale and tired you look!" she said. "I am a little tired," he answered. "I came almost without stopping. My mother sent me. She said I must come, but she did not tell me why." "It was God sent you," said Arctura. Then she briefly told him what she knew of her own story. "How did he get the ring onto your wrist?" said Donal. He looked closer, and saw that her hand was swollen, and the skin abraded. "He forced it on," he said. "How it must hurt you!" "It does hurt, now you speak of it," she replied. "I did not notice it before. Do you suppose he left me here to die?" "Who can tell?" returned Donal. "I suspect he is more of a madman than we knew. I wonder if a soul can be mad. Yes, the devil must be mad with self-worship. Hell is the great madhouse of creation." "Take me away," she said. "I must first get you free," answered Donal. She heard him rise. "You are not going to leave me?" she said. "Only to get a tool or two." "And after that?" she said. Chapter 77 of Donal Grant. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devorah Allen. Donal Grant, by George Macdonald. Chapter 77. The Angel of the Devil. There came a great burst of thunder. It was the last of the storm. It bellowed and shuddered, went and came rolling up again. It died away at last in the great distance, with a low continuous rumbling as if it would never cease. The silence that followed was like the Egyptian darkness. It might be felt. Out of the tense heart of the silence came a faint sound. It came again and again at regular intervals. "That is my uncle's step," said Arctura in a scared whisper through the dark. It was plainly a slow step, far off, but approaching. "I wonder if he has a light," she added hurriedly. "He often goes in the dark without one. If he has, you must get behind the altar." "Do not speak a word," said Donal. "Let him think you are asleep. If he has no light, I will stand so that he cannot come near the bed without coming against me. Do not be afraid. He shall not touch you." The steps were coming nearer all the time. A door opened and shut. Then they were loud. They were coming along the gallery. They ceased. He was standing up there in the thick darkness. "Arctura!" said a deep, awful voice. It was that of the earl. Arctura made no answer. "Dead of fright," muttered the voice. "All goes well. I will go down and see. She might have proved as obstinate as the boy's mother." Again the steps began. They were coming down the stair. The door at the foot of it opened. The earl entered a step or two, then stopped. Through the darkness Donal seemed to know exactly where he stood. He knew also that he was fumbling for a match, and watched intently for the first spark. There came a sputter and a gleam, and the match failed. Ere he could try another, Donal made a swift blow at his arm. It knocked the box from his hand. "Ha!" he cried, and there was terror in the cry. "She strikes at me through the dark." Donal kept very still. Arctura kept as still as he. The earl turned and went away. "I will bring a candle," he muttered. "Now, my lady, we must make haste," said Donal. "Do you mind being left while I fetch my tools?" "No, but make haste," she answered. "I shall be back before him," he returned. "Be careful you do not meet him," said Arctura. There was no difficulty now, either in going or returning. He sped, and in a space that even to Arctura seemed short, was back. There was no time to use the file. He attacked the staple, and drew it from the bedpost, then wound the chain about her arm and tied it there. He had already made up his mind what to do with her. He had been inclined to carry her away from the house. Dorry would take care of her. But he saw that to leave the enemy in possession would be to yield him an advantage. Awkward things might result from it. The tongues of inventive ignorance and stupidity would wag wildly. He would take her to her room, and there watch her as he would the pearl of price. "There, you are free, my lady," he said. "Now come." He took her hands, and she raised herself wearily. "The air is so stifling," she said. "We shall soon have better," answered Donal. "Shall we go on the roof?" she said, like one talking in her sleep. "I will take you to your own room," replied Donal. "But I will not leave you," he added quickly, seeing a look of anxiety cloud her face, "so long as your uncle is in the house." "Take me where you will," rejoined Arctura. There was no way but through the crypt. She followed him without hesitation. They crept through the little closet under the stair, and were in the hall of the castle. As they went softly up the stair, Donal had an idea. "He is not back yet," he said. "We will take the key from the oak door. He will think he has mislaid it, and will not find out that you are gone. I wonder what he will do." Cautiously listening to be sure the earl was not there, he ran to the oak door, locked it, and brought away the key. Then they went to the room Arctura had last occupied. The door was ajar. There was a light in the room. They went softly and peeped in. The earl was there, turning over the contents of her writing desk. "He will find nothing," she whispered with a smile. Donal led her away. "We will go to your old room," he said. "The whole recess is built up with stone and lime. He cannot come near you that way." She made no objection. Donal secured the doors, lighted a fire, and went to look for food. They had agreed upon a certain knock, without which she was to open to none. While she was yet changing the garments in which she had lain on the terrible bed, she heard the earl go by, and the door of his room close. Apparently he had concluded to let her pass the night without another visit. He had himself had a bad fright, and had probably not got over it. A little longer, and she heard Donal's gentle signal at the door of the sitting-room. He had brought some biscuits and a little wine in the bottom of a decanter from the housekeeper's room. There was literally nothing in the larder, he said. They sat down and ate the biscuits. Donal told his adventures. They agreed that she must write to the factor to come home at once, and bring his sister. Then Donal set to with his file upon the ring. Her hand was much too swollen to admit of its being removed, as it had been put on. It was not easy to cut it, partly from the constant danger of hurting her swollen hand, partly that the rust filled and blunted the file. "There," he said at last, "you are free. And now, my lady, you must take some rest. The door to the passage is secure. Lock this one inside, and I will draw the sofa across it outside. If he come wandering in the night and get into this room, he will not reach your door." Weary as he was, Donal could not sleep much. In the middle of the night he heard the earl's door open, and watched and followed him. He went to the oak door, and tried in vain to open it. "She has taken it," he muttered, in what seemed to Donal an awestruck voice. All night long he roamed the house, a spirit grievously tormented. In the grey of the morning, having perhaps persuaded himself that the whole affair was a trick of his imagination, he went back to his room. In the morning Donal left the house, having first called to Arctura and warned her to lock the door of the sitting-room the moment he was gone. He ran all the way down to the inn, paid his bill, bought some things in the town for their breakfast, and taking the mare, rode up to the castle and rang the bell. No notice was taken. He went and put up his animal, then let himself into the house by Baliol's tower, and began to sing. So singing, he went up the great stair, and into and along the corridor where the earl lay. The singing roused him, and brought him to his door in a rage. But the moment he saw Donal, his countenance fell. "What the devil are you doing here?" he said. "They told me in the town you were in England, my lord." "I wrote to you," said the earl, "that we were gone to London, and that you need be in no haste to return. I trust you have not brought Davy with you." "I have not, my lord." "Then make what haste back to him you can. He must not be alone with bumpkins. You may stay there with him till I send for you. Only mind you go on with your studies. Now be off. I am at home but for a few hours on business, and leave again by the afternoon coach." "I do not go, my lord, until I have seen my mistress." "Your mistress? Who, pray, is your mistress?" "I am no longer in your service, my lord." "Then what, in the name of God, have you done with my son?" "In good time, my lord, when you have told me where my mistress is. I am in this house as Lady Arctura's servant, and I desire to know where I shall find her." "In London." "What address, please your lordship? I will wait her orders here." "You will leave this house at once," said the earl. "I will not have you here in both her ladyship's absence and my own." "My lord, I am not ignorant how things stand. I am in Lady Arctura's house, and here I remain till I receive her commands." "Very well, by all means." "I ask you again for her address, my lord." "Find it for yourself. You will not obey my orders. Am I to obey yours?" He turned on his heel and flung to his door. Donal went to Lady Arctura. She was in the sitting-room, anxiously waiting his return. She had heard their voices, but nothing that passed. He told her what he had done, then produced his provisions, and together they prepared their breakfast. By and by they heard the earl come from his room, go here and there through the still house, and return to his apartment. In the afternoon he left the house. They watched him away, ill able apparently even to crawl along. He went down the hill, nor once lifted his head. They turned and looked at each other. Profound pity for the wretched old man was the feeling of both. It was followed by one of intense relief and liberty. "You would like to be rid of me now, my lady," said Donal, "but I don't see how I can leave you. Shall I go and fetch Miss Carmichael?" "No, certainly," answered Arctura. "I cannot apply to her." "It would be a pity to lose the advantage of your uncle's not knowing what has become of you." "I wonder what he will do next. If I were to die now, the property would be his, and then Forgue's." "You can will it away, I suppose, my lady," answered Donal. Arctura stood thoughtful. "Is Forgue a bad man, Mr. Grant?" "I dare not trust him," answered Donal. "Do you think he had any knowledge of—" Chapter 78 of Donal Grant. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devorah Allen. Donal Grant, by George Macdonald. Chapter 78. Restoration. The same afternoon, while Donal was reading to Arctura in the library, there came a loud ringing of the door-bell. Donal ran to see, and to his great delight, there was Mistress Brookes, half wild with anxious terror. "Is my lady safe?" she cried, then clasped Donal in her arms, and embraced him as if he had been her son. From the moment she discovered herself fooled, she had been imagining all manner of terrible things, yet none so terrible as the truth. There was no end to her objurgations, exclamations, anathemas, and interjections. "Now I can leave you in peace, my lady," said Donal, who had not resumed his seat. "Noo ye can bide where ye are, and be thankful," said Mistress Brookes. "Who daur meddle wi' ye, and me in the hoose? An' who kens what the mad yerl, for mad I shall uphold him, and fit only to be locked up, who kens what he may do next? Maister Grant, I canna let ye oot o' the house." "I was only going as far as Mistress Comin's," replied Donal. "Weel, ye can gang, but mind ye're home in good time." "I thought of putting up there, but I will do as my lady pleases." "Come home," said Arctura. Donal went, and the first person he saw when he entered the house was Eppy. She turned instantly away and left the room. He could not help seeing why. The old woman welcomed him with her usual cordiality, but not her usual cheerfulness. He had scarcely noted since her husband's death any change on her manner till now. She looked weary of the world. She sat down, smoothed her apron on her knees, gave him one glance in the face, then looked down at her hands, and said nothing. "I ken what ails ye, Doory," said Donal, "but in the name o' him 'at's awa', hearken till me. The lass is no lost, neither is the Lord asleep. Yer lamb's been sair misguided, sair pluckit o' her bonnie wool, but gien for that she haud the closer by the Lord's flock, she'll ken it wasna for want o' his care that Tod got a grup o' her. It's a terrible pity for the bonnie cratur, disgracin' them 'at aught her. What for winna young folk believe them 'at speaks true, but wull believe them 'at tells them little but lies? Still, it's no as gien she had been stealin'. She's wronged her poor sel', an' she's wronged us all, an' she's wronged the Lord, but for all that ye canna look down upon her, as upon the man 'at's grown rich at the cost o' his neighbours. There's mony a gran' prood lady 'll hae to stand aside to let Eppy pass up, when we're afore the righteous judge." "Eh, but ye speak like my Anerew!" cried the poor woman, wiping her old eyes with her rough apron. "I s' do what I can for her, but there's no hidin' of it." "Hidin' of it!" cried Donal. "The Lord forbid! Sic things are no to be hidden. So long as she's in the world, the thing has to be kenned o' all 'at come nigh her. She maun bear her burden, poor lass. The Lord he'll lighten it till her, but he'll hae naething smugglet up. That's not the way o' his kingdom. I suppose there's no doubt who?" "None. The Lord forbid!" 2 days after, Mr. Graeme and his sister returned, and at Lady Arctura's request took up their abode at the castle. She told them that of late she had become convinced her uncle was no longer capable of attending to her affairs, that he was gone to London, that she had gone away with him, and was supposed to be with him still, though she had returned, and he did not know where she was. She did not wish him to know, but desired for the present to remain concealed. She had her reasons, and requested therefore as a personal favour that they would not once or to any one allude to her being at the castle. Mr. Graeme would in the meantime be so good as make himself acquainted, so far as possible, with the state of affairs between her and her uncle. In the course of the investigations thereupon following, it became clear that a large portion of the moneys of the estate received by his lordship were nowise accounted for. Lady Arctura directed that further inquiry should in the meantime be stayed, but that no more money should be handed over to him. For some time the factor heard nothing from his lordship. At length came instructions as to the forwarding of money, Forgue writing and his father signing. Mr. Graeme replied, excusing himself as he could, but sending no money. They wrote again. Again he excused himself. The earl threatened. Mr. Graeme took no heed. His lordship continued to demand and threaten, but neither he nor his son appeared. The factor at length wrote that he would pay no money but to Lady Arctura. The earl himself wrote in a reply, saying, had he been out of the country that he did not know she was dead and 6 weeks in her grave? Again the factor did not reply. Donal rode back to Glashgar, and brought Davy home. Lessons were resumed, and Arctura took her full share in them. Soon all about the castle was bustle and labour, masons and carpenters busy from morning to night. The wall that masked the windows of the chapel was pulled down. The windows, of stained glass with never a crack, were cleaned. The passage under them was open to the great stair. Lady Arctura had a small sweet-toned organ built in the little gallery, and the mural stair from her own room opened again, that she might go down when she pleased to play on it. Sometimes, in south-easterly winds, to listen to the aeolian harp dreaming out the music of the spheres. In the process of removing the bed, much of it crumbled to dust. The carved tester and back were set up, the one over the great chimney-piece in the hall, the other over that in Arctura's room. The altar was replaced where the bed had been. The story of the finding of the lost chapel was written by Donal, and placed by Arctura among the records of the family. But it soon became evident that what she had passed through had exercised a hurtful influence on Lady Arctura's health. She was almost always happy, but her strength at times would suddenly desert her. Both Donal and Mistress Brookes regarded her with some anxiety. Her organ, to which she gave more labour than she was quite equal to, was now one of her main delights.
Often would its cords be heard creeping through the long ducts and passages of the castle. Either for a small instrument its tone was peculiarly penetrating, or the chapel was the centre of the system of the house. On the roof would Donal often sit listening to the sounds that rose through the shaft, airs and harmonies freed by her worshipping fingers, rejoicing to think how her spirit was following the sounds, guided by them in lovely search after her native country. One day she went on playing till she forgot everything but her music, and almost unconsciously began to sing, "The Lord is mindful of his own." She was unaware that she had two listeners, one on the roof above, one in the chapel below. When 12 months were come and gone since his departure, the earl one bright morning approached the door of the castle, half doubting, half believing it his own. He was determined on dismissing the factor after rigorous examination of his accounts, and he wanted to see Davy. He had driven to the stables, and thence walked out on the uppermost terrace, passing the chapel without observing its unmasked windows. The great door was standing open. He went in and up the stair, haunted by sounds of music he had been hearing ever since he stepped on the terrace. But on the stair was a door he had never seen. Who dared make changes in his house? The thing was bewildering, but he was accustomed to be bewildered. He opened the door, plainly a new one, and entered a gloomy little passage, lighted from a small aperture unfit to be called a window. The underside of the bare steps of a narrow stone stair were above his head. Had he or had he not ever seen the place before? On the right was a door. He went to it, opened it, and the hitherto muffled music burst loud on his ear. He started back in dismal apprehension. There was the chapel, wide open to the eye of day, clear and clean, gone the hideous bed, gone the damp and the dust, while the fresh air trembled with the organ breath rushing and rippling through it, and setting it in sweetest turmoil. He had never had such a peculiar experience. He had often doubted whether things were or were not projections from his own brain. He moved and acted in a world of subdued fact and enhanced fiction. He knew that sometimes he could not tell the one from the other, but never had he had the apparently real and the actually unreal brought so much face to face with each other. Everything was as clear to his eyes as in their prime of vision, and yet there could be no reality in what he saw. Ever since he left the castle, he had been greatly uncertain whether the things that seemed to have taken place there had really taken place. He got himself in doubt about them the moment he failed to find the key of the oak door. When he asked himself what then could have become of his niece, he would reply that doubtless she was all right. She did not want to marry Forgue, and had slipped out of the way. She had never cared about the property. To have her own will was all women cared about. Would his factor otherwise have dared such liberties with him, the lady's guardian? He had not yet rendered his accounts, or yielded his stewardship. When she died, the property would be his. If she was dead, it was his. She would never have dreamed of willing it away from him. She did not know she could. How should she? Girls never thought about such things. Besides, she would not have the heart. He had loved her as his own flesh and blood. At intervals, nevertheless, he was assailed, at times overwhelmed, by the partial conviction that he had starved her to death in the chapel. Then he was tormented as with all the furies of hell. In his night visions he would see her lie wasting, hear her moaning and crying in vain for help. The hardest heart is yet at the mercy of aroused imagination. He saw her body in its progressive stages of decay as the weeks passed, and longed for the process to be over that he might go back, and pretending to have just found the lost room, carry it away, and have it honourably buried. Should he take it for granted that it had lain there for centuries, or suggest it must be Lady Arctura, that she had got shut up there like the bride in the chest? If he could but find an old spring lock to put on the door! But people were so plaguy sharp nowadays, they found out everything. He could not afford to have everything found out. God himself must not be allowed to know everything. He stood staring. As he stood and stared, his mind began to change. Perhaps, after all, what he saw might be. The whole thing it had displaced must then be a fancy, a creation of the dreaming brain. God in heaven! If it could but be proven that he had never done it! All the other wicked things he was, or supposed himself, guilty of,
some of them so heavy that it had never seemed of the smallest use to repent of them. All the rest might be forgiven him. But what difference would that make to the fact that he had done them? He could never take his place as a gentleman where all was known. They made such a fuss about a sin or two, that a man went and did worse out of pure despair. But if he had never murdered anybody, in that case he could almost consent there should be a God. He could almost even thank him. For what? That he was not to be damned for the thing he had not done? A thing he had had the misfortune to dream he had done, God never interfering to protect him from the horrible fancy? What was the good of a God that would not do that much for you, that left his creatures to make fools of themselves and only laughed at them? Bah! There was life in the old dog yet. If only he knew the thing for a fancy. The music ceased, and the silence was a shock to him. Again he began to stare about him. He looked up. Before him in the air hovered the pale face of the girl he had, or had not, murdered. It was one of his visions, but not therefore more unreal than any other appearance. She came from the world of his imagination, so real to him that in expectant moods it was the world into which he was to step the moment he left the body. She looked sweetly at him. She was come to forgive his sins. Was it then true? Was there no sin of murder on his soul? Was she there to assure him that he might yet hope for the world to come? He stretched out his arms to her. She turned away. He thought she had vanished. The next moment she was in the chapel, but he did not hear her, and stood gazing up. She threw her arms around him. The contact of the material startled him with such a revulsion that he uttered a cry, staggered back, and stood looking at her in worse perplexity still. He had done the awful thing, yet had not done it. He stood as one bound to know the thing that could not be. "Don't be frightened, uncle," said Arctura. "I am not dead. The sepulchre is only the resurrection house. Uncle, uncle, thank God with me." The earl stood motionless. Strange thoughts passed through him at their will. Had her presence dispelled darkness and death, and restored the lost chapel to the light of day? Had she haunted it ever since, dead yet alive, watching for his return to pardon him? Would his wife so receive him at the last with forgiveness and endearment? His eyes were fixed upon her. His lips moved tremulously once or twice, but no word came. He turned from her, glanced round the place, and said, "It is a great improvement." I wonder how it would be with souls if they waked up and found all their sins but hideous dreams. How many would loathe the sin? How many would remain capable of doing all again? But few, perhaps no burdened souls can have any idea of the power that lies in God's forgiveness to relieve their consciousness of defilement. Those who say, "Even God cannot destroy the fact," care more about their own cursed shame than their Father's blessed truth. Such will rather excuse than confess. When a man heartily confesses, leaving excuse to God, the truth makes him free. He knows that the evil has gone from him, as a man knows that he is cured of his plague. "I did the thing," he says, "but I could not do it now. I am the same, yet not the same. I confess, I would not hide it, but I loathe it, 10 times the more that the evil thing was mine." Had the earl been able to say thus, he would have felt his soul a cleansed chapel, new open to the light and air. Nay, better, a fresh-watered garden, in which the fruits of the Spirit had begun to grow. God's forgiveness is as the burst of a spring morning into the heart of winter. His autumn is the paying of the uttermost farthing. To let us go without that would be the pardon of a demon, not the forgiveness of the eternally loving God. But "not yet, alas, not yet," has to be said over so many souls. Arctura was struck dumb. She turned and walked out upon the great stair, her uncle following her. All the way up to the 2nd floor she felt as if he were about to stab her in the back, but she would not look behind her. She went straight to her room, and heard her uncle go on to his. She rang her bell, sent for Donal, and told him what had passed. "I will go to him," said Donal. Arctura said nothing more, thus leaving the matter entirely in his hands. Donal found him lying on the couch. "My lord," he said, "you must be aware of the reasons why you should not present yourself here." The earl started up in one of his ready rages, they were real enough. With epithets of contemptuous hatred, he ordered Donal from the room and the house. Donal answered nothing till the rush of his wrath had abated. "My lord," he said, "there is nothing I would not do to serve your lordship, but I have no choice but tell you that if you do not walk out you shall be expelled." "Expelled, you dog!" "Expelled, my lord. The would-be murderer of his hostess must at least be put out of the house." "Good heavens!" cried the earl, changing his tone with an attempted laugh. "Has the poor hysterical girl succeeded in persuading a man of your sense to believe her childish fancies?" "I believe every word my lady says, my lord. I know that you had nearly murdered her." The earl caught up the poker and struck at his head. Donal avoided the blow. It fell on the marble chimney-piece. While his arm was yet jarred by the impact, Donal wrenched the poker from him. "My lord," he said, "with my own hands I drew the staple of the chain that fastened her to the bed on which you left her to die. You were yet in the house when I did so." "You damned rascal, you stole the key! If it had not been for that, I should have gone to her again. I only wanted to bring her to reason." "But as you had lost the key, rather than expose your cruelty, you went away and left her to perish. You wanted her to die unless you could compel her to marry your son, that the title and property might go together, and that when with my own ears I heard your lordship tell that son that he had no right to any title." "What a man may say in a rage goes for nothing," answered the earl, sulkily rather than fiercely. "But not what a woman writes in sorrow," rejoined Donal. "I know the truth from the testimony of her you called your wife, as well as from your own mouth." "The testimony of the dead, and at second hand, will hardly be received in court," returned the earl. "If after your lordship's death the man now called Lord Forgue dares assume the title of Morven, I will publish what I know. In view of that, your lordship had better furnish him with the vouchers of his mother's marriage. My lord, I again beg you to leave the house." The earl cast his eyes round the walls, as if looking for a weapon. Donal took him by the arm. "There is no farther room for ceremony," he said. "I am sorry to be rough with your lordship, but you compel me. Please remember I am the younger and the stronger man." As he spoke, he let the earl feel the ploughman's grasp. It was useless to struggle. His lordship threw himself on the couch. "I will not leave the house! I am come home to die!" he yelled. "I'm dying now, I tell you! I cannot leave the house! I have no money! Forgue has taken all!" "You owe a large sum to the estate," said Donal. "It is lost! All lost, I tell you! I have nowhere to go to! I am dying!" He looked so utterly wretched that Donal's heart smote him. He stood back a little, and gave himself time. "You would wish then to retire, my lord, I presume?" he said. "Immediately, to be rid of you," the earl answered. "I fear, my lord, if you stay, you will not soon be rid of me. Have you brought Simmons with you?" "No, damn him! He is like all the rest of you. He has left me." "I will help you to bed, my lord." "Go about your business. I will get myself to bed." "I will not leave you except in bed," rejoined Donal with decision, and ringing the bell he desired the servant to ask Mistress Brookes to come to him. She came instantly. Before the earl had time even to look at her, Donal asked her to get his lordship's bed ready. If she would not mind doing it herself, he said, he would help her. He must see his lordship to bed. She looked a whole book at him, but said nothing. Donal returned her gaze with one of quiet confidence, and she understood it. What it said was, "I know what I am doing, Mistress Brookes. My lady must not turn him out. I will take care of him." "What are you two whispering at there?" cried the earl. "Here I am at the point of death, and you will not even let me go to bed." "Your room will be ready in a few minutes, my lord," said Mrs. Brookes, and she and Donal went to work in earnest, but with the door open between the rooms. When it was ready, "Now, my lord," said Donal, "will you come?" "When you are gone. I will have none of your cursed help." "My lord, I am not going to leave you." With much grumbling and a very ill grace, his lordship submitted, and Donal got him to bed. "Now put that cabinet by me on the table," he said. The cabinet was that in which he kept his drugs, and had not been touched since he left it. Donal opened the window, took up the cabinet, and threw it out. With a bellow like that of a bull, the earl sprang out of bed, and just as the crash came from below, ran at Donal where he stood shutting the window, as if he would have sent him after the cabinet. Donal caught him and held him fast. "My lord," he said, "I will nurse you, serve you, do anything, everything for you. But for the devil I'll be damned if I move hand or foot. Not one drop of hellish stuff shall pass your lips while I am with you." "But I am dying! I shall die of the horrors!" shrieked the earl, struggling to get to the window, as if he might yet do something to save his precious extracts, tinctures, essences, and compounds. "We will send for the doctor," said Donal. "A very clever young fellow has come to the town since you left. Perhaps he can help you. I will do what I can to make you give your life fair play." "Come, come, none of that damned rubbish! My life is of no end of value to me. Besides, it's too late. If I were young now, with a constitution like yours and the world before me, there might be some good in a paring or two of self-denial. But you wouldn't stab your murderer for fear of the clasp-knife closing on your hand. You would not fire your pistol at him for fear of its bursting and blowing your brains out. I have no desire to keep you alive, my lord, but I would give my life to let you get some of the good of this world before you pass to the next. To lengthen your life infinitely, I would not give you a single drop of any one of those cursed drugs." He rang the bell again. "You're a friendly fellow," grunted his lordship, and went back to his bed to ponder how to gain the solace of his passion. Mrs. Brookes came. "Will you please send to Mr. Avery, the new surgeon," said Donal, "and ask him in my name to come to the castle?" The earl was so ill, however, as to be doubtful, much as he desired them, whether, while rendering him for the moment less sensible to them, any of his drugs would do no other than increase his sufferings. He lay with closed eyes, a strange expression of pain, mingled with something like fear, every now and then passing over his face. I doubt if his conscience troubled him. It is in general those, I think, who through comparatively small sins have come to see the true nature of them, whose consciences trouble them greatly. Those who have gone from bad to worse through many years of moral decay are seldom troubled as other men, or have any bands in their death. His lordship, it is true, suffered terribly at times because of the things he had done, but it was through the medium of aroused imagination rather than aroused conscience. The former deals with consequences, the latter with the deeds themselves. He declared he would see no doctor but his old attendant Dowster, yet all the time was longing for the young man to appear. He might, who could tell, save him from the dreaded jaws of death. He came. Donal went to him. He had summoned him, he said, without his lordship's consent, but believed he would see him. The earl had been long in the habit of using narcotics and stimulants, though not alcohol, he thought. He trusted Mr. Avery would give his sanction to the entire disuse of them, for they were killing him, body and soul. To give them up at once and entirely would cost him considerable suffering, said the doctor. He knows that, and does not in the least desire to give them up. It is absolutely necessary he should be delivered from the passion. "If I am to undertake the case, it must be after my own judgment," said the doctor. "You must undertake two things, or give up the case," persisted Donal. "I may as well hear what they are." "One is, that you make his final deliverance from the habit your object. The other, that you will give no medicine into his own hands. I agree to both, but all will depend on his nurse. I will be his nurse." The doctor went to see his patient. The earl gave one glance at him, recognized firmness, and said not a word. But when he would have applied to his wrist an instrument recording in curves the motions of the pulse, he would not consent. He would have no liberties taken with him, he said. "My lord, it is but to inquire into the action of your heart," said Mr. Avery. "I'll have no spying into my heart. It acts just like other people's." The doctor put his instrument aside, and laid his finger on the pulse instead. His business was to help, not to conquer, he said to himself. If he might not do what he would do what he could. While he was with the earl, Chapter 79 of Donal Grant. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devorah Allen. Donal Grant, by George Macdonald. Chapter 79. A Slow Transition. A dreary time followed. Sometimes the patient would lie awake half the night, howling with misery, and accusing Donal of heartless cruelty. He knew as well as he what would ease his pain and give him sleep, but not a finger would he move to save him. He was taking the meanest of revenges. What did it matter to him what became of his soul? Surely it was worse to hate as he made him hate, than to swallow any amount of narcotics. "I tell you, Grant," he said once, "I was never so cruel to those I treated worst. There's nothing in the Persian hells which beat all the rest to come up to what I go through for want of my comfort. Promise to give it to me, and I will tell you where to find some." As often as Donal refused, he would break out in a torrent of curses, then lie still for a space. "How do you think you will do without it," Donal once rejoined, "when you find yourself bodiless in the other world?" "I'm not there yet. When that comes, it will be under new conditions, if not unconditioned altogether. We'll take the world we have. So, my dear boy, just go and get me what I want. There are the keys." "I dare not." "You wish to kill me." "I wouldn't keep you alive to eat opium. I have other work than that. Not a finger would I move to save a life for such a life. But I would willingly risk my own to make you able to do without it. There would be some good in that." "Oh, damn your preaching!" But the force of the habit abated a little. Now and then it seemed to return as strong as ever, but the fit went off again. His sufferings plainly decreased. The doctor, having little yet of a practice, was able to be with him several hours every day, so that Donal could lie down. As he grew better, Davy, or Mistress Brookes, or Lady Arctura would sit with him. But Donal was never farther off than the next room. The earl's madness was the worst of any, a moral madness. It could not fail to affect the brain, but had not yet put him beyond his own control. Repeatedly had Donal been on the verge of using force to restrain him, but had not yet found himself absolutely compelled to do so. Fearless of him, he postponed it always to the very last, and the last had not yet arrived. The gentle ministrations of his niece by and by seemed to touch him. He was growing to love her a little. He would smile when she came into the room, and ask her how she did. Once he sat looking at her for some time, then said, "I hope I did not hurt you much." "When?" she asked. "Then," he answered. "Oh, no, you did not hurt me much. Another time I was very cruel to your aunt. Do you think she will forgive me?" "Yes, I do." "Then you have forgiven me?" "Of course I have." "Then of course God will forgive me too." "He will, if you leave off, you know, uncle." "That's more than I can promise." "If you try, he will help you." "How can he? It is a second nature now." "He is your first nature. He can help you too by taking away the body and its nature together." "You're a fine comforter. God will help me to be good by taking away my life. A nice encouragement to try. Hadn't I better kill myself and save him the trouble?" "It's not the dying, uncle. No amount of dying would ever make one good. It might only make it less difficult to be good." "But I might after all refuse to be good. I feel sure I should. He had better let me alone." "God can do more than that to compel us to be good. A great deal more than that. Indeed, uncle, we must repent." He said no more for some minutes, then suddenly spoke again. "I suppose you mean to marry that rascal of a tutor," he said. She started up and called Donal, but to her relief he did not answer. He was fast asleep. "He would not thank you for the suggestion, I fear," she said, sitting down again. "He is far above me." "Is there no chance for Forgue, then?" "Not the smallest. I would rather have died where you left me than—" "If you love me, don't mention that," he cried. "I was not myself. Indeed I was not. I don't know now. That is, I can't believe sometimes I ever did it." "Uncle, have you asked God to forgive you?" "I have, 1,000 times." "Then I will never speak of it again." In general, however, he was sullen, cantankerous, abusive. They were all compassionate to him, treating him like a spoiled, but not the less in reality a sickly child. Arctura thought her grandmother could not have brought him up well. More might surely have been made of him. But Arctura had him after a lifetime fertile in cause of self-reproach, had him in the net of sore sickness, at the mercy of the Spirit of God. He was a bad old child, this much only the wiser for being old, that he had found the ways of transgressors hard. One night Donal, hearing him restless, got up from the chair where he watched by him most nights, and saw him staring, but not seeing.
His eyes showed that they regarded nothing material. After a moment he gave a great sigh, and his jaw fell. Donal thought he was dead. But presently he came to himself like one escaping from torture. A terrible dream was behind him, pulling at the skirts of his consciousness. "I've seen her," he said. "She's waiting for me to take me, but where I do not know. She did not look angry, but then she seldom looked angry when I was worst to her. Grant, I beg of you, don't lose sight of Davy. Make a man of him, and his mother will thank you. She was a good woman, his mother, though I did what I could to spoil her. It was no use. I never could, and that was how she kept her hold of me. If I had succeeded, there would have been an end of her power, and a genuine heir to the earldom. What a damned fool I was to let it out! Who would have been the worse? He's a heartless, unnatural rascal, though," he resumed, "and has made of me the fool I deserve to be made. His mother must see it was not my fault. I would have set things right if I could, but it was too late. And you tell me she has had a hand in letting the truth out, leaving her letters about. That's some comfort. She was always fair, and will be the less hard on me. If I could see a chance of God being half as good to me as my poor wife. She was my wife. I will say it in spite of all the priests in the stupid universe. She was my wife and deserved to be my wife, and if I had her now I would marry her because she would be foolish enough to like it, though I would not do it all the time she was alive, let her beg ever so. Where was the use of giving in when I kept her in hand so easily that way? That was it. It was not that I wanted to do her any wrong, but you should keep the lead. A man mustn't play out his last trump and lose the lead. But then you never know about dying. If I had known my poor wife was going to die, I would have done whatever she wanted. We had merry times together. It was those cursed drugs that wiled the soul out of me, and then the devil went in and took its place. There was curara in that last medicine, I'll swear. Look you here now, Grant. If there were any way of persuading God to give me a fresh lease of life, you say he hears prayer. Why shouldn't you ask him? I would make you any promise you pleased, give you any security you wanted hereafter to live a godly, righteous, and sober life." "But," said Donal, "suppose God, reading your heart, saw that you would go on as bad as ever, and that to leave you any longer would only be to make it the more difficult for him to do anything with you afterwards." "He might give me a chance. It is hard to expect the poor fellow to be as good as he is himself." "The poor fellow was made in his image," suggested Donal. "Very poorly made, then," said the earl with a sneer. "We might as well have been made in some other body's image." Donal thought with himself. "Did you ever know a good woman, my lord?" he asked. "Know a good woman? Hundreds of them. The other sort was more to my taste. But there was my own mother. She was rather hard on my father now and then, but she was a good woman." "Suppose you had been in her image, what then?" "You would have had some respect for me." "Then she was nearer the image of God than you?" "Thousands of miles." "Did you ever know a bad woman?" "Know a bad woman? Hundreds that would take your heart's blood as you slept to make a filter with." "Then you saw a difference between such a woman and your mother?" "The one was of heaven, the other of hell. That was all the little difference." "Did you ever know a bad woman grow better?" "No, never. Stop, let me see. I did once know a woman. She was a married woman, too. That made it all the worse. All the better, I mean. She took poison, in good earnest, and died. Died, sir. Died, I say, when she came to herself and knew what she had done. That was the only woman I ever knew that grew better. How long she might have gone on better if she hadn't taken the poison, I can't tell. That fixed her good, you see." "If she had gone on, she might have got as good as your mother?" "Oh, hang it! No, I did not say that." "I mean with God teaching her all the time. For 10,000 years, say, and she always doing what he told her." "Oh, well, I don't know anything about that. I don't know what God had to do with my mother being so good. She was none of your canting sort." "There is an old story," said Donal, "of a man who was the very image of God, and ever so much better than the best of women." "He couldn't have been much of a man, then." "Were you ever afraid, my lord?" "Yes, several times. Many a time." "That man never knew what fear was." "By Jove!" "His mother was good, and he was better. Your mother was good, and you are worse. Whose fault is that?"
My own. I'm not ashamed to confess it." "Would to God you were," said Donal. "You shame your mother in being worse than she was. You were made in the image of God, but you don't look like him now any more than you look like your mother. I have a father and mother, my lord, as like God as they can look." Of course, of course. In their position there are no such temptations as in ours." "I am sure of one thing, my lord, that you will never be at any peace until you begin to show the image in which you are made. By that time you will care for nothing so much as that he should have his way with you in the whole world." "It will be long before I come to that." "Probably, but you will never have a moment's peace till you begin. It is no use talking, though. God has not made you miserable enough yet." "I am more miserable than you can think." "Why don't you cry to him to deliver you?" "I would kill myself if it weren't for one thing." "It is from yourself he would deliver you." "I would, but that I want to put off seeing my wife as long as I can." "I thought you wanted to see her." "I long for her sometimes more than tongue can tell." "And you don't want to see her?" "Not yet. Not just yet. I should like to be a little better, to do something or other, I don't know what, first. I doubt if she would touch me now, with that small, firm hand she would catch hold of me with when I hurt her. By Jove, if she had been a man, she would have made her mark in the world. She had a will and a way with her. If it hadn't been that she loved me— Me! Do you hear, you dog? Though there's nobody left to care a worm-eaten nut about me, it makes me proud as Lucifer merely to think of it. I don't care if there's never another to love me to all eternity. I have been loved as never man was loved. All for my own sake, mind you. In the way of money I was no great catch, and for the rank she never got any good of that, nor would if she had lived till I was earl. She had a conscience, which I never had, and would never have consented to be called countess. It will be no worse than passing for my wife now, I would say. What's either but an appearance? What's anything of all the damned humbug but appearance? One appearance is as good as another appearance. She would only smile fit to make a mule sad. And then when her baby was dying, and she wanted me to take her for a minute, and I wouldn't, she laid her down and got what she wanted herself. And when she went to take the child again, the absurd little thing was gone. Dead, I mean, gone dead, never to cry any more. There it lay motionless, like a lump of white clay. She looked at me, and never, in this world, smiled again, nor cried either, all I could do to make her." The wretched man burst into tears, and the heart of Donal gave a leap for joy. Common as tears are, fall as they may for the foolishest things, they may yet be such as to cause joy in paradise. The man himself may not know why he weeps, and his tears yet indicate his turning on his road. The earl was as far from a good man as man well could be. There were millions of spiritual miles betwixt him and the image of God. He had wept, it was hard to say at what. Not at his own cruelty, not at his wife's suffering, not in pity of the little soul that went away at last out of no human embrace. Himself least of all could have told why he wept. Yet was that weeping some sign of contact between his human soul and the great human soul of God. It was the beginning of a possible communion with the Father of all. Surely God saw this, and knew the heart he had made, saw the flax smoking yet. He who will not let us out until we have paid the uttermost farthing, rejoices over the offer of the first golden grain. Donal dropped on his knees and prayed. "O Father of us all," he said, "in whose hands are these unruly hearts of ours? We cannot manage ourselves. We ruin our own selves, but in thee is our help found." Prayer went from him. He rose from his knees. "Go on, go on! Don't stop!" cried the earl. "He may hear you, who can tell?" Donal went down on his knees again. "O God," he said, "thou knowest us, whether we speak to thee or not. Take from this man his hardness of heart. Make him love thee." There he stopped again. He could say no more. "I can't pray, my lord," he said, rising. "I don't know why. It seems as if nothing I said meant anything. I will pray for you when I am alone." "Are there so many devils about me that an honest fellow can't pray in my company?" cried the earl. "I will pray myself, in spite of the whole swarm of them, big and little. O God, save me! I don't want to be damned. I will be good if thou wilt make me. I don't care about it myself, but thou canst do as thou pleasest. It would be a fine thing if a rascal like me were to escape the devil through thy goodness after all. I'm worth nothing, but there's my wife. Pray, pray, Lord God, let me one day see my wife again. For Christ's sake. Ain't that the way, Grant? Amen."
Donal had dropped on his knees once more when the earl began to pray. He uttered a hearty Amen. The earl turned sharply towards him, and saw Chapter 80 of Donal Grant. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devorah Allen. Donal Grant, by George Macdonald. Chapter 80. A Wayfaring. Suddenly, what strength Lady Arctura had gave way, and she began to sink. But it was spring, with the summer at hand. They hoped she would recover sufficiently to be removed to a fitter climate. She did not herself think so. She had hardly a doubt that her time was come. She was calm, often cheerful, but her spirits were variable. Donal's heart was sorer than he had thought it could be again. One day, having been reading a little to her, he sat looking at her. He did not know how sad was the expression of his countenance. She looked up, smiled, and said, "You think I am unhappy. You could not look at me like that if you did not think so. I am only tired. I am not unhappy. I hardly know now what unhappiness is. If ever I look as if I were unhappy, it is only that I am waiting for more life. It is on the way. I feel it is, because I am so content with everything. I would have nothing other than it is. It is very hard for God that his children will not trust him to do with them what he pleases. I am sure, Mr. Grant, the world is all wrong, and on the way to be all wondrously right. It will cost God much labour yet. We will cost him as little as we can, won't we? Oh, Mr. Grant, if it hadn't been for you, God would have been far away still. For a God I should have had something half an idol, half a commonplace tyrant. I should never have dreamed of the glory of God." "No, my lady," returned Donal. "If God had not sent me, he would have sent somebody else. You were ready. I am very glad he sent you. I should never have loved any other so much." Donal's eyes filled with tears. He was simple as a child. No male vanity, no self-exaltation that a woman should love him and tell him she loved him sprang up in his heart. He knew she loved him. He loved her. All was so natural it could not be otherwise. He never presumed to imagine her once thinking of him as he had thought of Ginevra. He was her servant, willing and loving as any angel of God. That was all, and enough. "You are not vexed with your pupil, are you?" she resumed, again looking up in his face, this time with a rosy flush on her own. "Why?" said Donal, with wonder. "For speaking so to my master. Angry because you love me?" "No, of course," she responded, at once satisfied. "You knew that must be. How could I but love you, better than anyone else in the world? You have given me life. I was dead. You have been like another father to me," she added, with a smile of heavenly tenderness. "But I could not have spoken to you like this if I had not known I was dying." The word shot a sting as of fire through Donal's heart. "You are always a child, Mr. Grant," she went on. "Death is making a child of me. It makes us all children. As if we were two little children together, I tell you I love you. Don't look like that," she continued. "You must not forget what you have been teaching me all this time, that the will of God, the perfect God, is all in all. He is not a God far off. To know that is enough to have lived for. You have taught me that, and I love you with a true heart fervently." Donal could not speak. He knew she was dying. "Mr. Grant," she began again, My soul is open to his eyes, and is not ashamed. I know I am going to do what would by the world be counted unwomanly. But you and I stand before our Father, not before the world. I ask you in plain words, knowing that if you cannot do as I ask you willingly, you will not do it. And be sure I shall plainly be dying before I claim the fulfilment of your promise, if you give it. I do not want your answer all at once. You must think about it." Here she paused a while, then said, "I want you to marry me, if you will, before I go." Donal could not yet speak. His soul was in a tumult of emotion. "I am tired," she said. "Please go and think it over. If you say no, I shall only say, 'He knows best what is best.' I shall not be ashamed. Only you must not once think what the world would say. Of all people, we have nothing to do with the world. We have nothing to do but with God and love. If he be pleased with us, we can afford to smile at what his silly children think of us. They mind only what their vulgar nurses say, not what their perfect Father says. We need not mind them, need we? I wonder at myself," she went on, for Donal did not utter a word, "for being able to speak like this, but then I have been thinking of it for a long time, chiefly as I lie awake. I am never afraid now, not though I lie awake all night. Perfect love casteth out fear, you know. I have God to love, and Jesus to love, and you to love, and my own Father to love. When you know him, you will see how good a man can be without having been brought up like you. Oh, Donal, do say something, or I shall cry, and crying kills me." She was sitting on a low chair, with the sunlight across her lap, for she was again in the sunny Garland-Room, and the firelight on her face. Donal knelt gently down, and laid his hands in the sunlight on her lap, just as if he were going to say his prayers at his mother's knee. She laid both her hands on his. "I have something to tell you," he said, "and then you must speak again." "Tell me," said Arctura, with a little gasp. "When I came here," said Donal, "I thought my heart so broken that it would never love, that way I mean, any more. But I loved God better than ever, and as one I would fain help, I loved you from the very first. But I should have scorned myself had I once fancied you loved me more than just to do anything for me I needed done. When I saw you troubled, I longed to take you up in my arms, and carry you like a lovely bird that had fallen from one of God's nests. But never once, my lady, did I think of your caring for my love. It was yours as a matter of course. I once asked a lady to kiss me, just once, for a good-bye. She would not, and she was quite right. But after that I never spoke to a lady but she seemed to stand far away on the top of a hill against a sky." He stopped. Her hands on his fluttered a little, as if they would fly. "Is she alive?" she asked. "Oh, yes, my lady." "Then she may change," said Arctura, and stopped, for there was a stone in her heart. Donal laughed. It was an odd laugh, but it did Arctura good. "No danger of that, my lady. She has the best husband in the world, a much better than I should have made, much as I loved her." "That can't be." "Why, my lady, her husband's Sir Gibbie. She's Lady Galbraith. I would never have wished her mine if I had known she loved Gibbie. I love her next to him." Then, "What, my lady?" Then, oh, do say something." "What should I say? What God wills is fast as the roots of the universe, and lovely as its blossom." Arctura burst into tears. "Then you do not care for me?" Donal began to understand. In some things he went on so fast that he could not hear the cry behind him. She had spoken, and had been listening in vain for response. She thought herself unloved. He had shown her no sign that he loved her. His heart was so full of love and the joy of love that they had made him very still. Now the delight of love awoke. He took her in his arms like a child, rose, and went walking about the room with her, petting and soothing her. He held her close to his heart. Her head was on his shoulder, and his face was turned to hers. "I love you," he said, "and love you to all eternity." I have love enough now to live upon, if you should die to-night, and I should tarry till he come. O God, thou art too good to me. It is more than my heart can bear. To make men and women, and give them to each other, and not be one moment jealous of the love wherewith they love one another, is to be a god indeed." So said Donal, and spoke the high truth. But alas for the love wherewith men and women love each other! There were small room for God to be jealous of that. It is the little love with which they love each other, the great love with which they love themselves, that hurts the heart of their Father. Arctura signed at length a prayer for release, and he set her gently down in her chair again. Then he saw her face more beautiful than ever before, and the rose that bloomed there was the rose of a health deeper than sickness. These children of God were of the blessed few who love the more that they know him present, whose souls are naked before him, and not ashamed. Let him that hears understand. If he understand not, let him hold his peace, and it will be his wisdom. He who has no place for this love in his religion, who thinks to be more holy without it, is not of God's mind when he said, "Let us make man." He may be a saint, but he cannot be a man after God's own heart. The finished man is the saved man. The saint may have to be saved from more than sin. "When shall we be married?" asked Donal. "Soon, soon," answered Arctura. "To-morrow, then?" "No, not to-morrow. There is no such haste, now that we understand each other," she added with a rosy smile. "I want to be married to you before I die, that is all. Not just to-morrow or the next day." "When you please, my love," said Donal. She laid her head on his bosom. "We are as good as married now," she said. "We know that each loves the other. How I shall wait for you! You will be mine, you know, a little bit mine, won't you? Even if you should marry some Chapter 81 of Donal Grant. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devorah Allen. Donal Grant, by George Macdonald. Chapter 81. A Will and a Wedding. But the opening of the windows of heaven, and the unspeakable rush of life through channels too narrow and banks too weak to hold its tide, caused a terrible inundation. The red flood broke its banks, and weakened all the land. Arctura sent for Mr. Graeme, and commissioned him to fetch the family lawyer from Edinburgh. Alone with him she gave instructions concerning her will. The man of business shrugged his shoulders, laden with so many petty weights, bowed down with so many falsest opinions, and would have expostulated with her. "Sir," she said. "You have a cousin who inherits the title," he suggested. "Mr. Fortune," she returned, "it may be I know as much of my family as you. I did not send for you to consult you, but to tell you how I would have my will drawn up." "I beg your pardon, my lady," rejoined the lawyer, "but there are things which may make it one's duty to speak out." "Speak then. I will listen, that you may ease your mind." He began a long, common-sense, worldly talk on the matter, nor once repeated himself. When he stopped, "Now have you eased your mind?" she asked. "I have, my lady." "Then listen to me. There is no necessity you should hurt either your feelings or your prejudices. If it goes against your conscience to do as I wish, I will not trouble you." Mr. Fortune bowed, took his instructions, and rose. "When will you bring it me?" she asked. "In the course of a week or two, my lady." "If it is not in my hands by the day after to-morrow, I will send for a gentleman from the town to prepare it." "You shall have it, my lady," said Mr. Fortune. She did have it, and it was signed and witnessed. Then she sank more rapidly. Donal said no word about the marriage. It should be as she pleased. He was much by her bedside, reading to her when she was able to listen, talking to her or sitting silent when she was not. Arctura had at once told Mistress Brookes the relation in which she and Donal stood to each other. It cost the good woman many tears, for she thought such a love one of the saddest things in a sad world. Neither Arctura nor Donal thought so. The earl at this time was a little better, though without prospect of even temporary recovery. He had grown much gentler, and sadness had partially displaced his sullenness. He seemed to have become in a measure aware of the bruteness of the life he had hitherto led. He must have had a glimpse of something better. It is wonderful what the sickness which human stupidity regards as the one evil thing can do towards redemption. He showed concern at his niece's illness, and had himself carried down every other day to see her for a few minutes. She received him always with the greatest gentleness, and he showed something that seemed like genuine affection for her. It was a morning in the month of May. The naked twigs were shivering all for cold, when Donal, who had been with Arctura the greater part of the night, and now lay on the couch in a neighbouring room, heard Mrs. Brookes call him. "My lady wants you, sir," she said. He started up and went to her. "Send for the minister," she whispered. "Not Mr. Carmichael. He does not know you. Send for Mr. Graham too. He and Mistress Brookes will be witnesses. I must call you husband once before I die." "I hope you will many a time after," he returned. She smiled on him with a look of love unutterable. "Mind," she said, holding out her arms feebly, but drawing him fast to her bosom, "that this is how I love you. When you see me dull and stupid, and I hardly look at you, for though death makes bright, dying makes stupid, then say to yourself, 'This is not how she loves me, it is only how she is dying.' She loves me and knows it, and by will be able to show it." They were precious words, both then and afterwards. With some careful questioning, to satisfy himself that, so evidently at the gate of death, she yet knew perfectly her own mind, and not without some shakes of the head revealing disapprobation, the minister did as he was requested, and wrote a certificate of the fact, which was duly signed and witnessed. And if he showed his disapproval yet more in the prayer with which he concluded the ceremony, none but Mistress Brookes showed responsive indignation. The bridegroom gave his bride one gentle kiss, and withdrew with the clergyman. "Pardon me if I characterize this as a strange proceeding," said the latter. "Not so strange perhaps as it looks, sir," said Donal. "On the very brink of the other world. The other world and its brink too are his who ordained marriage." "For this world only," said the minister. "The gifts of God are without repentance," said Donal. "I have heard of you," returned the clergyman. "You are one, they tell me, given to misusing Scripture." He had conceived a painful doubt that he had been drawn into some plot. "Sir," said Donal sternly, "if you saw any impropriety in the ceremony, why did you perform it? I beg you will now reserve your remarks. You ought to have made them before, or not at all. If you be silent, the thing will probably never be heard of, and I should greatly dislike having it the town talk." "Except I see reason. That is, if nothing followed to render disclosure necessary, I shall be silent," said the minister. He would have declined the fee offered by Donal, but he was poor, and its amount prevailed. He accepted it, and took his leave with a stiffness he intended for dignity. He had a high sense, if not of the dignity of his office, at least of the dignity his office conferred on him. Donal had next a brief interview with Mr. Graham. The factor was in a state of utter bewilderment, and readily yielded Donal a promise of silence. The mere whim of a dying girl, it had better be ignored and forgotten. As to Grant's part in it, he did not know what to think. It could not affect the property, he thought. It could hardly be a marriage. And then there was the will, of the contents of which he knew nothing. If it were a complete marriage, the will was worth nothing, being made before it. I will not linger over the quiet, sad time that followed. Donal was to Arctura, she said, father, brother, husband in one. Through him she had reaped the harvest of the world, in spite of falsehood, murder, fear, and distrust. She lay victorious on the battlefield. In the heart of her bridegroom reigned a peace the world could not give or take away. He loved with a love that cast the love of former days into the shadow of a sweet but undesired remembrance. A long twilight life lay before him, but he would have plenty to do, and such was the love between him and Arctura, that every doing of the will of God was as the tying of a fresh bond between him and her. She was his because they were the Father's, whose will was the life and bond of the universe. "I think," said Donal, that same night by her bed, "when my mother dies, she will go near you. I will, if I can, send you a message by her. But it will not matter. It can only tell you what you will know well enough, that I love you, and am waiting to come to you." The stupidity of calling oneself a Christian, and doubting if we shall know our friends hereafter! In those who do not believe, such a doubt is more than natural. But in those who profess to believe, it shows what a ragged scarecrow is the thing they call their faith, not worth that of many an old Jew, or that of here and there a pagan. "I shall not be far from you, dear, I think. Sometimes at least," she said, speaking very low. "If you dream anything nice about me, think I am thinking of you. If you should dream anything not nice, think something is lying to you about me. I do not know if I shall be allowed to come near you, but if I am, and I think I shall be, sometimes I shall laugh to myself to think how near I am, and you fancying me a long way off. But anyway, all will be well, for the great life, our God, our Father, is, and in him we cannot but be together." After that she fell into a deep sleep, and slept for hours. Then suddenly she sat up. Donal put his arm behind and supported her. She looked a little wild, shuddered, murmured something he could not understand, then threw herself back into his arms. Chapter 82 of Donal Grant. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devorah Allen. Donal Grant, by George Macdonald. Chapter 82. The Will. When her will was read, it was found that, except some legacies and an annuity to Mrs. Brookes, she had left everything to Donal. Mr. Graeme, rising the moment the lawyer looked up, congratulated Donal, politely, not cordially, and took his leave. "If you are walking towards home," said Donal, "I will walk with you." "I shall be happy," said Mr. Graeme, feeling it not a little hard that one who would soon be heir presumptive to the title should have to tend the family property in the service of a stranger and a peasant. "Lord Morven cannot live long," said Donal as they went. "It is not to be wished he should." Mr. Graeme returned no answer. Donal resumed. "I think I ought to let you know at once that you are heir to the title." "I think you owe the knowledge to myself," said the factor, not without a touch of contempt. "By no means," rejoined Donal. "On presumption after Lord Forgue, you told me. After Lord Morven, I tell you." "I am at a loss to imagine on what you found such a statement," said Graeme, beginning to suspect insanity. "Naturally, no one knows it but myself. Lord Morven knows that his son cannot succeed, but he does not know that you can. I am prepared, if not to prove, at least to convince you that he and his son's mother were not married." Mr. Graeme was for a moment silent. Then he laughed a little laugh, not a pleasant one. "Another of Time's clownish tricks," he said to himself. "The earl the factor on the family estate!" Donal did not like the way he took it, but saw how natural it was. "I hope you have known me long enough," he said, "to believe I have contrived nothing." "Excuse me, Mr. Grant, the whole business looks suspicious. The girl was dying, you knew it." "I do not understand you." "What did you marry her for?" "To make her my wife." "Pray, what could be the good of that, except—" "Does it need any explanation but that we loved each other?" "You will find it difficult to convince the world that such was your sole motive." "Having no care for the opinion of the world, I shall be satisfied if I convince you. The world needs never hear of the thing. Would you, Mr. Graeme, have had me not marry her, because the world, including not a few honest men like yourself, would say my object was the property? Don't put the question to me.
I am not the proper person to answer it. There is not a man in 100 millions who with the chance would not have done the same, or whom all the rest would not blame for doing it. It would have been better for you, however, that there had been no will. How? It makes it look the more like a scheme. The will might have been disputed. Why do you say might have been? Because it is not worth disputing now. If the marriage stands, it annuls the will. I did not know. And I suppose she did not know either. Or perhaps she wanted to make the thing sure. If the marriage was not enough, the will would be, she may have thought. But I knew nothing of it. You did not? Of course I did not. Mr. Graeme held his peace. For the first time he doubted Donal's word. But I wanted to have a little talk with you, resumed Donal. I want to know whether you think your duty all to the owner of the land, or in any measure to the tenants also. That is easy to answer. One employed by the landlord can owe the tenant nothing. It was not just the answer he would have given to another questioner. Do you not owe him justice? Asked Donal. Every legal advantage I ought to take from my employer, even to the grinding of the faces of the poor? I have nothing to do, as his employee, with my own ideas as to what may be equitable. He drew the line thus hard in pure opposition to Donal. What then would you say if the land were your own? Would you say you had it solely for your own and your family's good, or for that of the tenants as well? I should very likely reason that what was good for them would in the long run be good for me too. But if you want to know how I have treated the tenants, there are intelligent men amongst them, not at all prejudiced in favour of the factor. I wish you would be open with me, said Donal. I prefer keeping my own place, rejoined Mr. Graeme. You speak as one who found a change in me, returned Donal. There is none. So saying, he shook hands with him. Chapter 83 of Donal Grant. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devorah Allen. Donal Grant, by George Macdonald. Chapter 83. Insight. Mr. Graeme was a good sort of man, and a gentleman, but he was not capable of meeting Donal on the ground on which he approached him. On that level he had never set foot. There is nothing more disappointing to the generous man than the way in which his absolute frankness is met by the man of the world, always looking out for motives, and imagining them after what is in himself. There was great confidence between the brother and sister, and as he walked homeward, Mr. Graeme was not so well pleased with himself as to think with satisfaction on the report of the interview he could give Kate. He did not accuse himself with regard to anything he had said, but he felt his behaviour influenced by jealousy of the low-born youth who had supplanted him. For if Percy could not succeed to the title, neither could he have succeeded to the property, and but for the will or the marriage, perhaps but for the two together, he would himself have come in for that also. The will was worth nothing except the marriage was disputed. Annul the marriage, and the will was of force. He told his sister, as nearly as he could, all that had passed between them. If he wanted me to talk to him, he said, why did he tell me that about Forgue? It was infernally stupid of him. But what's bred in the bone? A gentleman's not made in a day. Nor in 1,000 years, Hector, rejoined his sister. Donal Grant is a gentleman in the best sense of the word. That you say he is not, lets me see you are vexed with yourself. He is a little awkward sometimes, I confess, but only when he is looking at a thing from some other point of view, and is not like to say you ought to have been looking at it from the same. And you can't say he shuffles, for he never stops till he has done his best to make you. What have you been saying to him, Hector? Nothing but what I have told you. It's rather what I have not been saying, answered her brother. He would have had me open out to him, and I wouldn't. How could I? Whatever I said that pleased him would have looked as if I wanted to secure my situation. Hang it all, I have a good mind to throw it up. How is a Graeme to serve under a bumpkin? The man is not a bumpkin, he is a scholar and a poet, said the lady. Pooh, pooh, what's a poet? One that may or may not be as good a man of business as yourself when it is required of him. Come, come, don't you turn against me, Kate. It's hard enough to bear as it is. Miss Graeme made no reply. She was meditating all she knew of Donal, to guide her to the something to which she was sure her brother had not let him come. And presently she made him recount again all they had said to each other. "I tell you, Hector," she exclaimed, "you never made such a fool of yourself in your life. If I know human nature, that man is different from any other you have had to do with. It will take a woman, a better woman than your sister, I confess, to understand him, but I see a little farther into him than you do. He is a man who, never having had money enough to learn the bad uses of it, and never having formed habits it takes money to supply, having no ambition, living in books not in places, and for pleasure having more at his command in himself than the richest, he is a man who, I say, would find money an impediment to his happiness, for he must have a sense of duty with regard to it which would interfere with everything he liked best. Besides, though he does not care a straw for the judgment of the world where it differs from him, he would be sorry to seem to go against that judgment where he agrees with it. Scorning to marry any woman for her money, he would not have the world think he had done so." "Ah, Katey, there I have you. The world would entirely approve of his doing that." "I will take a better position, then. He would not willingly seem to have done a thing he himself despises. The man believes himself sent into the world to teach it something. He would not have it thrown in his teeth that after all he looks to the main chance as keenly as another. He would starve before he would have men say so, yes, even say so falsely. I am as sure he did not marry Lady Arctura for her money, as I am sure Lord Forgue, or you, Hector, would have done it if you had had a chance. There, my conviction is that the bumpkin sought a fit opening to tell you that the will was to go for nothing, and that no word need be said about the marriage. You know he made you promise not to mention it, only I wormed it out of you." "That's just like you women. The man you take a fancy to is always head and shoulders above other men." "As you take it so, I will tell you more. That man will never marry again." "Wait a bit. Admiration is sometimes mutual. Who knows but he may ask you next?" "If he did ask me, I might take him, but I should never think so much of him." "Heroic Kate!" "If you had been a little more heroic, Hector, you would have responded to him, and found it considerably to your advantage." "You don't imagine I would be indebted—" "Hush, hush! Don't pledge yourself in a hurry, even to me," said Kate. "Leave as wide a sea margin about your boat as you may. You don't know what you would or would not. Mr. Grant knows, but you do not." "Mr. Grant again! Well!" "Well, we shall see." And they soon did, for that same evening Donal called, and asked to see Miss Graeme. "I am sorry my brother is gone down to the town," she said. "It was you I wanted to see," he answered. "I wish to speak openly to you, for I imagine you will understand me better than your brother. Perhaps I ought rather to say, I shall be better able to explain myself to you." There was that in his countenance which seemed to seize and hold her. A calm exultation, as of a man who had outlived weakness, and was facing the eternal. The spirit of a smile hovered about his mouth and eyes, embodying itself now and then in a grave, sweet, satisfied smile. The man seemed full of content, not with himself, but with something he would gladly share. "I have been talking with your brother," he said, after a brief pause. "I know," she answered. "I am afraid he did not meet you as he ought. He is a good and honourable man, but like most men he needs a moment to pull himself together. Few men, Mr. Grant, when suddenly called upon, answer from the best that is in them." "The fact is simply this," resumed Donal. "I do not want the Morven property. I thank God for Lady Arctura. What was hers I do not desire." "But may it not be your duty to take it, Mr. Grant? Pardon me for suggesting duty to one who always acts from it. I have reflected, and do not think God wants me to take it. Because she is mine, ought I of necessity to be enslaved to all her accidents? Must I, because I love her, hoard her gowns and shoes?" Then first Miss Graeme noted that he never spoke of his wife as in the past. "But there are others to be considered," she replied. "You have made me think about many things, Mr. Grant. My brother and I have had many talks as to what we would do if the land were ours." "And yours it shall be," said Donal, "if you will take it as a trust for the good of all whom it supports. I have other work to do." "I will tell my brother what you say," answered Miss Graeme, with victory in her heart, for was it not as she had divined? "It is better," continued Donal, "to help make good men than happy tenants. Besides, I know how to do the one, and I do not know how to do the other. There would always be a prejudice against me too, as not to the manner born. But if your brother should accept my offer, I hope he will not think me interfering if I talk sometimes of the principles of the relation. Things go wrong generally, because men have such absurd and impossible notions about possession. They call things their own which it is impossible from their very nature ever to possess or make their own. Power was never given to man over men for his own sake, and the nearer he that so uses it comes to success, the more utter will prove his discomfiture. Talk to your brother about it, Miss Graeme. Tell him that, as heir to the title, and as head of the family, he can do more than any other with the property, and I will gladly make it over to him without reserve. I would not be even partially turned aside from my own calling. I will tell him what you say. I told him he had misunderstood you. I saw into your generous thought. It is not generous at all. My dear Miss Graeme, you do not know how little of a temptation such things are to me. There are some who only care to inherit straight from the first father. You may say the earth is the Lord's, and therefore a part of that first inheritance. I admit it. But such possession as this in question would not satisfy me in the least. I must inherit the earth in a far deeper, grander, truer way than calling the land mine, before I shall count myself to have come into my own. I want to have all things just as the Maker of me wants me to have them. I will call on you again to-morrow. I must now go back to the Earl. Poor man, he is sinking fast. But I believe he is more at peace than he has ever been before. Donal took his leave, and Miss Graeme had plenty to think of till her brother's return. If she felt a little triumphant, it may be pardoned her. He was ashamed, and not a little humbled by what she told him. He did not wait for Donal to come to him, but went to the castle early the next morning. Nor was he mistaken in trusting Donal to believe that it was not from eagerness to retrace in his own interest the false step he had taken, but from desire to show his shame of having behaved so ungenerously. Donal received him so as to make it plain he did not misunderstand him, and they had a long talk. Graeme was all the readier for his blunder to hear what Donal had to say, and Donal's unquestionable disinterestedness was endlessly potent with Graeme. Their interview resulted in Donal's thinking still better of him than before, and being satisfied that, up to his light, the man was honest, which is saying much, and thence open to conviction and both sides of a question. But ere it was naturally over, Donal was summoned to the Earl. After his niece's death, no one would do for him but Donal. Nobody could please him but Donal. His mind as well as his body was much weaker. But the intellect, great thing though it be, is yet but the soil out of which, or rather in which, higher things must grow. And it is well when that soil is not too strong, so to speak, for the most gracious and lovely of plants to root themselves in it. When the said soil is proud and unwilling to serve, it must be thinned and pulverized with sickness, failure, poverty, fear, that the good seeds of God's garden may be able to root themselves in it. When they get up a little, they will use all the riches and all the strength of the stiffest soil. "Who will have the property now?" he asked one day. "Is the factor anywhere in the running?" "Title and property both will be his," answered Donal. "And my poor Davy?" said the Earl, with wistful question in the eyes that gazed up in Donal's face. "Forgue, the rascal, has all my money in his power already." "I will see to Davy," replied Donal. "When you and I meet, my lord, by and by, I shall not be ashamed." The poor man was satisfied. He sent for Davy, and told him he was always to do as Mr. Grant wished, that he left him in his charge, and that he must behave to him like a son. Davy was fast making acquaintance with death, but it was not to him Chapter 84 of Donal Grant. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devorah Allen. Donal Grant, by George Macdonald. Chapter 84. Morven House. In the evening, Donal went again to the home farm. Finding himself alone in the drawing-room, he walked out into the old garden.
"Thank God," he said to himself, "if my wife should come here some sad, sweet night, with a low moon crescent and a gently thinking wind, and wander about the garden, it will not be to know herself forgotten." He went up and down the grassy paths. Once again, all as long ago, for it seemed long now, he was joined by Miss Graeme. "I couldn't help fancying," she said, as she came up to him, "that I saw Lady Arctura walking by your side." "God forgive me, how could I be so heartless as mention her?" "Her name will always be pleasant in my ears," returned Donal. "I was thinking of her. That was how you felt as if you saw her. You did not really see anything, did you?" "Oh, no." "She is nearer me than that," said Donal. "She will be with me wherever I am. I shall never be sad. God is with me, and I do not weep that I cannot see him. I wait. I wait." Miss Graeme was in tears. "Mr. Grant," she said, "she is gone a happy angel to heaven instead of a pining woman. That is your doing. God bless you. You will let me think of you as a friend?" "Always, always. You loved her." "I did not at first. I thought of her only as a poor troubled creature. Now I know there was more life in her trouble than in my content. I came not only to love her, but to look up to her as a saint. If ever there was one, it was she, Mr. Grant. She often came here after I showed her that poem. She used to walk here alone in the twilight. That horrid Miss Carmichael, she was the plague of her life. She was God's messenger, to buffet her and make her know her need of him. Be sure, Miss Graeme, not a soul can do without him." Here Mr. Graeme joined them. "I do not think the earl will last many days," said Donal. "It would be well, it seems to me, at once upon his death to take possession of the house and the town. It is the only property that goes with the title. And of course you would at once take up your abode in the castle. You will find in the earl's papers many proofs, I imagine, that his son has no claim. I would have a deed of gift drawn up, but would rather you seemed to come in by natural succession. We are not bound to tell the world everything. We are only bound to be able without shame to tell it everything. And then I shall have a favour to ask. Morven House, down in the town, is of no great use to you. Let me rent it of you. I should like to live there, and have a school, with Davy for my first pupil. When we get another, we will try to make a man of him too. We will not care so much about making a great scholar, or a great anything of him, but a true man. We will try to help the whole man of him into the likeness of the one man." Here Mr. Graeme broke in. "You will never make a living that way," he said. Donal opened his eyes and looked at him. Like one convicted and ashamed, the eyes of the man of business fell before those of the man of God. "Ah," said Donal, "you have not an idea, Mr. Graeme, on how little I could live. Here, you had better take the will," he added, pulling it from his pocket. Mr. Graeme hesitated. "If you would rather not, I will keep it. I would throw it in the fire, but either you or I must keep it for a time as against all chances." Mr. Graeme took it. That night the earl died. Donal wrote to Percy that his father was dead. 2 days after he appeared. The new earl met him in the hall. "Mr. Graeme," said Percy. "I am Lord Morven, Mr. Graeme," returned his lordship. The fellow said an evil word, turned on his heel, and left them to bury his father without him. The funeral over, the earl turned to Donal and looked him in the face. They walked back to the castle arm in arm, and from that moment were as brothers. Earl Hector did nothing of importance without consulting Donal, and Donal had the more influence both with landlord and tenants that he had no interest in the property. The same week he left the castle, and took possession of Morven House. The people said Mr. Grant had played his cards well. Had they known what he had really done, they would have called him a born idiot. Davy, to whom no calamity could be overwhelming so long as he had Mr. Grant, accompanied him gladly, more than content to live with him till he went to college, whither the earl wished to send him. Donal hindered rather than sped the day. When it came, the earl would have had him go too, but Donal would not. "I have done what I can," he said. "It is time he should walk alone." It was soon evident that the boy would not disgrace him. There is no certainty as to how deep any teaching may have gone, as to whether it has reached the issues of life or not, until the youth is left by himself,
and has to choose and refuse companions. The most promising youths are often but promisers. With the full concurrence of Miss Graeme, Donal had persuaded Mistress Brookes, easy persuasion where the suggestion was enough, to keep house for him. They went together, and together unlocked the door of Morven House. Mistress Brookes said the place was in an awful state. There was not much, to be sure, for the mason to do, but for the carpenter, it had not been touched for generations. He must go away, and stay away till she summoned him. Donal gladly went home to his hills, and took Davy with him. He told his father and mother, Sir Gibbie and his lady, the things that had befallen him, and every one approved heartily of what he had done. His mother took his renunciation of the property as a matter of course. All agreed it should not be spoken of. When they returned to Auchars, Sir Gibbie and Lady Galbraith went with them, and stayed for some weeks. The townsfolk said he was but a poor baronet that could not speak mortal word. Lord Morven and Miss Graeme had done their best to make the house what they thought Donal would like, but in the castle they kept for him the rooms Lady Arctura had called her own. There he gathered the books, and a few other of the more immediately personal possessions of his wife, her piano for one, upon which he taught himself to play a little, and thither he betook himself often on holidays, and always on Sunday evenings. What went on then I leave to the imagination of the reader who knows that alone one may meet many, sitting still may travel far, and silent make the universe hear. Lord Morven kept Larkie for Davy. The last I heard of Davy was that he was in India, an officer in the army, beloved of his men, and exercising a most beneficial influence on his regiment. The things he had so learned that they went out from him, finding new ground in which to root and grow. In his day and generation he helped the coming of the kingdom of truth and righteousness, and so fulfilled his high calling. It was some time before Donal had any pupils, and he never had many, for he was regarded as a most peculiar man, with ideas about education odd in the extreme. It was granted, however, that if a boy stayed, or rather if he allowed him to stay with him long enough, he was sure to turn out a gentleman. That which was deeper and was the life of the gentleman, people seldom saw, would seldom have valued if they had seen. Most parents would like their children to be ladies and gentlemen. That they should be sons and daughters of God, they do not care. The few wise souls in the neighbourhood know Donal as the heart of the place, the man to go to in any difficulty, in any trouble or apprehension. Miss Carmichael grew by degrees less talkative, and less obtrusive of her opinions. After some years she condescended to marry a farmer on Lord Morven's estate. Their only child, a thoughtful boy, and a true reader, sought the company of the grave man with the sweet smile, going often to his house to ask him about this or that. He reminded him of Davy, and grew very dear to him. The mother discovering that, as often as he stole away, it was to go to the master, everybody called him the maester, scolded and forbade. But the prohibition brought such a time of tears and gloom and loss of appetite, and her husband so little shared her prejudices against the master, that she was compelled to recall it, and the boy went and went as before. When he was taken ill, and on his death-bed, nobody could make him happy but the master. He almost nursed him through the last few days of his short earthly life. But the mother seemed not to like him any the better, rather to regard him as having deprived her of some of her rights in the love of her boy. Donal is still a present power of heat and light in the town of Auchars. He wears the same solemn look, the same hovering smile. They say to those who can read them, "I know in whom I have believed." It is the God who is the Father of the Lord that he believes in. His life is hid with Christ in God, and he has no anxiety about anything. The wheels of the coming chariot, moving fast or slow to fetch him, are always moving, and whether it arrive at night, or at cock-crowing, or in the blaze of noon, is one to him. He is ready for the life his Arctura knows. God is, he says, and all is well. He never disputes, rarely seeks to convince. I will let what light I have shine, but disputation is smoke. It is to no profit. And I do like, he says, to give and